Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Lemon Man by Keith Bruton. Narrated by John Keating. 10 years ago. Carrickmines, the outskirts of Dublin. It was the big day. I was wearing garden overalls and a baseball cap embroidered with a shamrock. Danny Murphy, a.k.a. Eagle Eye, my mentor, was guiding me through this in my right earpiece. See, he was called Eagle Eye for a good reason. His pinpoint accuracy with a sniper rifle made him one of the deadliest men in Europe. Fear crept in nervously as I entered the stuffy greenhouse. My hands were trembling and clammy. Eagle Eye was watching from afar, sitting on top of an old abandoned cottage a mile away, and whispered into the earpiece, "Take your time. You can do this." I stared at the back of the head of the Lord Mayor of Dublin, Brendan McCourt. Well, former Lord Mayor of Dublin. He'd had to resign after countless women accused him of sexual misconduct. He blamed his misbehaviour on alcoholism. He didn't even serve a single day in prison. Instead, the judge sent him to a rehabilitation clinic all the way up in County Roscommon. His friends in the media buried the story and made sure his name wasn't tarnished. Brendan was feeding the fish in the murky koi pond, only 2 feet away from me. He turned around as I got closer. He was a tall fella, narrow-built, thin white hair, pale face. He was wearing these small round reading glasses on his hooked nose. "You must be the Lemon Man," he said sternly. My mouth was dry. I felt the humidity stick to my skin and the sunlight lasering down on my pupils. He leaned forward with his hands behind his back and walked over to the lemon tree. "These bloody lemons are turning brown, you see. Rotten to the core they are." He plucked one of the brownish, mouldy lemons off the thin branch and squeezed it tightly in his swollen hand before throwing it on the ground in front of me. "Nothing, not an ounce of life in these things." He turned back around and stared at the tree, trying to discover the reason why they weren't growing. "Make your move," Eagle Eye said in my ear. I froze. My body stiffened up like a dead corpse in a morgue. Sweat was sliding down my forehead onto my nose. My lips were chapped to bits. I was hot. I couldn't breathe properly. The old man turned back around, blocking some of the sunlight. "What's wrong with you, young fella?" he said with a beam of bewilderment upon his face. "Now," said Eagle Eye. Just like that, I snapped out of it. My eyes widened as my right arm instinctively jumped up with the loaded gun in my hand. Everything felt in slow motion. I pulled the trigger and shot the old man. He grabbed his neck immediately as blood started squirting out like a water fountain. He fell to his knees and began crawling, his mouth gaping, his eyes bulging wildly in all directions, looking for some sort of relief. "Finish him," Eagle Eye said. My ears were ringing from the shot. I could barely hear him. I stood over Brendan as he was choking on his own blood. I'd never seen a sight like it, only in the movies. He reached out for the pond. Water splashed everywhere. The fish swam away violently. I shot him again, this time in the back of the head. Bang! The shot was loud and echoed through the garden. I wasn't worried about the noise. The closest house was the one Eagle Eye was scouting from. "You nearly missed," said Eagle Eye. I brought my arm down. I was a little shaken, but it felt good. It felt right. The bastard was dead. "I got him in the neck," I replied into my mic, attached to my shirt. "Next time, you might miss entirely, and he might come running at you." My hands were still trembling. "Aim lower next time, Lemon Man," he said, then chuckled as I stood over the dead body. There were bloody handprints on the rockery, and the pond water turned dark red. "Why are you laughing?" I asked, using my T-shirt to wipe off the blood that had splattered onto my face. "That should be your nickname. "The lemon man," he answered. "I'm sweating. Leave the pig there and meet me at the cottage." And that was it. My first ever kill. To-do list. Kill Henry O'Neill. Meet up with the bronze man. Buy food. Sleep with Olivia. Bike shop. Visit Ma. Chapter 1. I grab my plastic bag full of fruit and strap it to the handlebars of my 1950s Modello Oro bicycle. Black in colour, with a brown leather spring seat. I remove an elastic band from my beige cargo shorts and tie my greasy silver hair into a ponytail. I glance into the mirror attached to the handlebars. My moustache is that of a gunslinger, thick, macho, and seductive. I pop on round metal sunglasses, very John Lennon-like. My feet fit firmly on the pedals with toe clips. Moore Street is jam-packed. People like to take shortcuts through to get to Henry Street or Parnell Street. I'm struggling to cycle past the crowds of jokers wandering on the sticky, uneven cobblestones. It doesn't help that I'm wearing slippers, the type you would see an ancient man wearing in a nursing home. I can feel a tiny hole on the bottom of one's soul. The Dublin breeze makes the hair in my arms stand up. No matter what time of the year it is, you can't escape the nippy winds. The westerly winds of Ireland seem to always find their way to Dublin. It may look spectacular when they form these marvellous waves that crash into the cliffs of Moher, but when you're cycling in the city, you just pray you don't fall off your bike or smash into a lorry. Nonetheless, the people of this city are good laughs, still wearing skimpy clothing in the autumn months. "Feck off, it's too bleeding hot," they moan. "I'm freezing out here." We can never win. I cycle my way on Parnell Street, and to my left is Rotunda Hospital, where a baby is born every other minute. That's an old feckin' building. I see a pregnant woman being rushed in by her partner, sweating buckets. I remember when me ma said I was born in the hospital. She went dancing every Friday night, drank alcohol, and smoked 20 cigarettes a day while she was pregnant with me. That's mental. She also told me when she was at the hospital that there was a gaunt-looking woman who was about to give birth beside her, handcuffed to the bleeding railing of the bed, while a Garda officer stood by. She said the woman, who was most likely involved in drugs, asked my ma for her address and phone number. She asked her if they would like to meet up after she did her time in prison. My ma got a shake of the head from the Garda officer, so she just gave her a fake address and phone number. The oncoming traffic is horrendous. "Get off the fucking road, dickhead!" I hear someone shout out their car window. I steadily cycle up on the path, skimming a few Spaniards and Asians waiting outside the Ambassador Theatre with their backpacks on to see some kind of dinosaur exhibition. Old fossils, me arse. Last month they had a Lego exhibition. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Dublin is going to shit. Tourists galore. The government must be laughing with all this tourism. The same goes for those pubs. I will have to search long and hard for a cheeky pint of Guinness this week that is affordable. I heard Ryan's Beggar's Bush do a solid pint for under a fiver. I pass the Gate Theatre to my left, where they're showing an Oscar Wilde play, Simply Divine. Across the street, I see more than one unattractive construction worker with a scruffy beard fixing the roof of a Methodist church. An attractive foreign girl who seems Eastern European by the complexion of her pale skin walks by, ignoring the rude cunts as they gawk at her. On Gardner Place, it seems a bit cleaner than usual. Tons of students are hanging about, mostly South Americans, hoping they can learn a bit of the English language, while going on the lash every night, drinking on Harcourt Street. They like to gather in herds of their own kind, which will prove a problem if they want to know another language. The clouds above me are like balls of cotton wool, moving gracefully in the sky. Getting closer. I'm looking for 206 Mountjoy Square. A little park is at the centre, with charming Georgian red brick houses surrounding it. Every door is painted a different colour, with its own distinctive knocker. Oh, how wonderful Dublin's architecture can be. Every parking spot around the square is full as I approach my destination. I cycle through the park as the weak rays of light peep through the clouds, smacking me directly on my face. The many lush trees give shade as my tyres run over the wet, rotting leaves. Two skinny blokes are throwing a frisbee to each other over the damp grass. Drops of water fling off it. A playground is full of kids running around, screeching and crying. Tired parents who've had enough are sitting on benches, wearing raincoats, hunched over. One of them takes a long drag of a cigarette, while the others sit all glum, melting away. I manage to get through to the other side intact. There's a billboard in front of me advertising alcohol. No surprise, they're all over the city. I make my way down to the end of the road, where vacant double-decker buses are lined up, one behind another. I hit the brakes, get off, and lock my vintage bike around a freshly painted black railing, across from the building. It's silent, feeling like a Sunday. The light shines down on me, while a stiff breeze sends a spine-tingling chill down my back. Next, I reach into my back pocket and pull out a pair of black leather gloves. They fit perfectly as I make two fists. I love the sweet sound of leather gloves. I slide my plastic bag full of fruit off the handlebar. You never know. Someone brave might nick them. I check to see if there are any bus drivers inside the buses. Sometimes they will sit in the driver's seat on their mobile phones or take a nap. There are none. Just like that, the dark clouds begin to form in the sky as I scope the street out. 206 Mountjoy Square, flat number 19. I come to a locked gate and remove a lockpick set from my pocket. I wiggle the tension wrench and the gate opens. Lovely. I shield my face with my hand, as though the sun has shot me. The surveillance is only getting half my mug. Quickly I find some stairs. I take off my sunglasses. The apartment complex is small, only 3 floors high. I make my way to the top floor. I see a young woman carrying heavy bags into her flat. The blood flows down her veiny arms, like rivers. My slippers are soft with each step I take. I walk the hallways, getting a strong smell of Indian food. My belly growls. Flat 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Bingo! I first lean against the wall, then give the door 2 hard knocks as I lay my bag full of fruit on the floor gently. No answer. I knock again. "I'm coming for feck's sake!" the person yells on the other side. I reach into my shorts and pull out a Beretta 92. I quickly screw on the silencer. The door opens wide, the hinges squeak, then smack! I clip the man right on top of the nose with the gun, sending him flying onto his back. "Gotcha, motherfucker," I say. I place the gun back into my shorts, grab my bag of fruit, and close the door behind me. I drag the little runt into the living room by the collar, like a dog. He's in his late 20s, wearing a red polo shirt tucked into greyish track bottoms. His head is shaved tightly all over. The place is rank. A pungent odour of rotten eggs lingers in the flat. "Me fucking nose! I think you broke it," the young fella utters. I grab him and throw him onto the armchair. "Shut your mouth!" I yell. We're now sitting across from each other. I take a gander around the place. Stinks in here. "Who the fuck are you?" His voice is nasally as he cups his nose, the dark blood slipping through his fingers. He tilts his head back. Hey, listen up, dickhead. You fucked up a run, didn't you? I ask. What run? You were supposed to pick up a shipment. I don't know anything about a shipment. Here, you have two options. I smash both your knees in, or you tell me the truth. Blood is dripping from the young man's face. I swear, I don't know anything about a shipment. He's scared. I jump up off the chair and smack him on the side of the head. Okay. The acne on his face is bleeding. Ouch. So, I went to meet this Welsh lad in Malahide. He had some product for the boss, but he said it wasn't good. Bad batch or something. And that he would meet me another time with some better quality shit. What happened with the shit he gave you? I ask. Do you still have it? I give him a hard stare. No, I sold it. I make two fists. My leather gloves make that sweet sound. I take a breather. The walls are bare in the living room. This man doesn't have much. On paper it sounds like a good plan. Sell the bad stuff, keep the money, and tell nobody. Okay, I say, nodding. What do you mean, okay? I reach back into my shorts and pull out the gun, shooting little Henry O'Neill dead centre in the forehead. Bullseye. He falls back into the chair with a bullet in his head. I sit there for a minute. I touch my top lip with the tip of my tongue. My moustache is getting long. Sun rays shove their way in from the kitchen window. Dust everywhere. I scratch my head with the silencer. It's warm. In the background, I hear a crying sound. I get up and manoeuvre around the small flat. The lino floors are sticky, as if someone spilled beer and never cleaned it up. Food is left lying on the kitchen counter, from empty cereal boxes to broken eggshells and scattered toast crumbs. Even the kitchen cabinets are stained, and the gas hobs are foul. I walk into the hallway with my bag of fruit. A trail of clothing is on the floor, like someone robbed the joint. I walk into the main bedroom and hear the cry. A large crib is beside the unmade bed. The room is suffocating and scruffy. The walls are covered in dark stains, as if there's been a flood of some sort. Cigarette butts in ashtrays, empty bottles of gin on the floor, lager beer cans, and a pile of CDs. I take a glimpse and see Nirvana and Foo Fighters on the album covers. They sure are living a rock and roll lifestyle. I peep into the crib. The baby is about a year old, I think, kicking its chubby legs forward, lying on its back like a disgruntled turtle. The baby has just a nappy on, which smells dire. I drop the bag of fruit on the floor. I lean in and pick up the baby, stretching out my arms as far as possible, and place it on the bed. What to do next? It stops crying when I approach it, but when I walk away, it starts to cry. The baby is staring back at me with its bold, inky blue eyes. There's a little strawberry-coloured mark on its cheek. A birthmark, perhaps. I use my mouth to remove my leather glove. I pull out my mobile phone and type in, "How to change a nappy?" The mobile service is shocking in here, and I raise my phone to the pale ceiling, searching for a signal. Diaper change 101 shows up on my phone. Step 1. Remove shoes, socks and clothing from baby. Done. The little stinker is already semi-naked. Step 2. Open dirty diaper and gently lift the baby up, holding the ankles. I place my phone beside the baby on the bed. I look at the image on the screen. I lean in and undo the diaper and lift the baby's ankles. I pull the nappy off and the smell is the most disgusting thing ever. Maybe this is the rotten egg stench I smelled earlier. Step 3. Get a wipe and clean up the genital area. It's a boy. Oh, God. I'm now holding a shitty nappy in my hand and looking for wipes in this dive. I must hurry. There's a bathroom to my left. I throw the nappy into the sink, which makes a nasty splatter sound. I root through the cupboard. Nothing. Not even a bar of soap. I look around the crib, crawling on my hands and knees on the floor. Gotcha! I find a box of wipes. I'm starting to sweat under my arms. I give the baby a good cleaning. He starts giggling. I use my nose to scroll down on my phone for the next step. Step 4. Place the new diaper on baby. This should be easy. Where the feck are those nappies? I search hard, looking under the bed. Empty bottles of vodka. But that isn't the worst thing under the bed. A dead mouse, lying on its side, mouth open. I look on the bedside table. There's a pack of nappies. I quickly open them and place one of them on the baby as instructed. I stand up, my hands on my hips. I give the baby a fierce look. Something isn't right. I read step 4 again. Make sure the diaper isn't back to front. There will be a coloured label on the front of the diaper. Bollocks! I lean forward to check the baby, and my gun falls out of my shorts. Shit! I lift the baby and see the label is on his ass. I fix it straight away. Step 5. Make sure the diaper isn't too tight and the baby has some breathing room. It is recommended to change the diaper every 2 hours. That's a lot of nappies. This baby hasn't been changed in hours. I find clothing under the crib and dress the baby in a plain white onesie. I also put some socks on him. I place him back in the crib all clean. I place my gloves back on. Here you go, boy. I put a fresh lemon in his hands. He has a strong grip. I pick up my gun and leave the room. Henry's brain is splattered on the wall behind him like abstract art, his head tilted back and mouth gaping like the dead mouse. I hear something. I hear the baby crying again. What to do? I stand for a moment with my bag full of fruit, staring at Henry O'Neill. I remove my small leather notebook from my pocket and cross out his name. I get a tingling sensation all over my body every time I complete a task. I close my eyes and take a deep breath as the baby continues to cry. I walk back into the bedroom. The baby stops crying, which I find strange. I gaze into the crib. The baby locks eyes on me, wiggling his limbs. He's nice and clean in a dirty flat. Don't look at me with those feckin' blue eyes. Kill Henry O'Neill. Crossed out. Chapter 2. I murdered a young father today. Shot him in the head. This is my job. Call me all the names you want. Scumbag, snake, sneaky little lowlife, murderer. I don't care what you think. This is what I do. I take care of, kill people, when they don't obey the rules. The rules of the streets. The rules to life. I do the work 99.9% of people don't want to do. You hire me, and I guarantee you will be happier because I'm getting rid of your problems. Sometimes it's just a warning, you know, a slap on the wrist. But most of the time, I'm here to kill. You might be thinking, what kind of man shows up to a hit, riding a bike with a bag full of fruit and wearing slippers? I'll tell you, a professional. That's who. Yeah, you can get yourself a Matt Damon-looking fella wearing all black with a turtleneck itching his sharp Adam's apple. But reality sets in. You're not in a Jason fucking Bourne movie. This is real life. I'm not messing around. I have to shoot a father in the head because he fucked up his drug run. Who's the amateur now? Here's the deal. I get a name and location of who needs to be dealt with. Then I get my payment from the boss, called the Bronze Man. Payments can be up to €10,000 in cash, but that's rare. Now, Like in any business, someone always gets a cut. Someone always has their slimy fingers deep in your pocket. In this case, it's the bronze man, just like a pimp. I'm not saying I'm some streetwalker, no, but maybe a high-end escort you see in those five-star hotels waiting in the lobby for their client. She has 5 hitmen on the books. I handle the jobs around Dublin City, while the others do the rest of Ireland. Cork, Limerick and Galway are the other busy cities. It's not a huge operation, but someone has to do the dirty work. My only rule is that the hit must be 18 years or older. I will not have a murdered child on my conscience. I remember a while back I had to kill a young man on his 18th birthday. I had to wait until midnight to kill the fucker. Reason for the kill? He was beating up his girlfriend and abusing his 2-year-old daughter. Now, I know what you're thinking. Maybe he should have gotten help, or should have been sent to prison. Well, he did, kind of. He was too young for prison, so they sent him to Oberstown Children Detention Campus for 3 months, with a few counselling sessions thrown in there for good measure, alongside his community service. You know, picking rubbish off the streets, cutting grass, and scraping chewing gum off the footpaths. He was a lucky boy, because if he was 18, his arse would have been sent to a real prison. A month of being out of the detention campus, his girlfriend gave him another chance to get his life in order. Maybe he could change, she thought. After all, they had a child together, and knew each other since they were kids. He failed. She woke up in a hospital with 2 broken ribs and a punctured lung. He'd kicked the living shit out of her. Enough was enough. The clock turned 12:01 a.m, and I raced into the house gripping a claw hammer in my hand. The type of claw hammer with a long handle that could do some serious damage. I ran into the kitchen, where the little tow rag was eating a meat pie with mashed potatoes. I saw red and smashed his skull in with the claw hammer. Blood droplets, resembling grapes, splattered on the white walls, but blended in with the red kitchen cabinets. I, too, was covered in his warm blood. I remember it clear as day, his face planted in the mashed potatoes. He died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The girlfriend wanted him to be in pain before his death. Lots and lots of pain. It was my youngest kill. My favourite shirt had to be thrown out that night, which put me in a right mood. Bastard. The baby is getting too heavy in my arms, so I pop into a store on Talbot Street and buy a baby carrier. I'm now cycling on Eden Quay, and the lovely but foul smell of the River Liffey is to my right. The buildings are low in Dublin. There's a quaintness to the old city, but it can be harsh. When it rains, it can be ugly, but when there's a hint of sunshine, it can be charming. Monday afternoon, and the narrow roads are packed with the rumblings of delivery trucks, buses, and taxi drivers. They move at a snail's pace. I go under a railway bridge, where pigeon shit is smeared all over the place. The Custom House in all its glory stands in front of me at a red traffic light. Dublin City is mirrored in the murky River Liffey, while gulls make this dreadful wailing sound, piercing your poor ears. I hear the rumbles of a train. Strapped to my chest is the baby. I just shot his father an hour ago, his brains on the living room floor. I don't know what I'm thinking with this baby. Leaving him all alone in that dump didn't sit well in my mind. To be honest, it made me feel sick. It was no place to raise a toddler. Yes, I've seen and done some horrible things on hits, but this struck a different emotion, one I've never felt before. His precious blue eyes pierced my soul. He would have been left abandoned for hours, and I couldn't do that to the little fella. I look up and see a lion and unicorn crest on top of the building. The light turns green. I'm on Store Street, north of Dublin. I see a pub called the Crazy Owl. It's painted dark green and features a portrayal of a snowy owl with bright yellow eyes ogling down at you, following your every move. It's only a sign, but it freaks me out any time I see the damn thing. I get off my bike carefully. The baby starts clapping his hands. I can feel his legs shake, hitting my stomach. At the side of the pub are two tall blue gates. I give the security camera on the wall a wave, and the gate buzzes. I push the heavy gate through. I leave my bike outside the back entrance, where I'm greeted by the bronze man's bodyguard, Slim. He's about 6'5" in height, with gorgeous long brown hair. He wears a black trench coat that has wide shoulder pads, making him look even bigger. Slim has the sharpest jawline in the country and a deep chin dimple. "You're not warm in that coat?" I ask him. "The bronze man wants to see you," he replies, all serious. "I know. That's why I'm here, genius." His face is priceless when he sees the baby. "Don't touch my fruit." I walk up a flight of old stairs, creaking with every step. The baby's head shifts from side to side. I reach the top, short of breath. The extra weight isn't helping. To my left is a bar. There are some snooker tables hanging about in this wide-open space. The red-faced barman gives me a nod as he cleans a pint glass with a rag. His shirt is all wet around the belly region. All the windows are open, letting in a cool breeze. I head toward the back, where I hear the sound of snooker balls being hit. I open the door and see two men are playing. One of them is Jerry. He books all the hits for the bronze man. He's like a salesman in some sense. There are only a few hitmen in Ireland, and Jerry's job is to keep the clients happy and collect payment. Jerry is in his early 50s, heavy, and has a scruffy ginger beard with white hairs poking out. He wears the same outfit every day: baggy black suit, white t-shirt, and brown shoes. "Your hand touched the pink ball," says Eagle Eye, who's in his mid-50s, wiry and clean-shaven. He mentored me in my first couple of hits back in the day. He soon gave up being a hitman due to back problems and a banged-up leg after a motorcycle accident. Crashed into a tree in County Antrim. Probably got distracted by the fucking Giant's Causeway. Now retired, he spends his time helping the bronze man. "Are you blind? See, this is why you don't smoke hash. It fucks up your brain cells," Jerry says furiously. "Listen up, you fat prick. Your sausage fingers clipped the pink ball. Look, it moved from the cushion. A minute ago, that pink ball was kissing the cushion. Now it's a few centimetres away," Eagle Eye replies. "Fucking prove it!" The two men come face to face. Jerry sticks out his swollen belly, but he's shorter than Eagle Eye. Even though Eagle Eye is banged up, I would still pick him in a fight. He still has the fire in his eyes. The only fight Jerry's been in is when someone's bumped into him, spilling his drink. Even then, he still gets slapped around. "Am I interrupting?" I ask. "No, you're not," Eagle Eye replies, walking away from Jerry. Jerry does a double take and asks, "Why is there a baby strapped to your chest?" I discovered this little fella on my last hit. "Jesus Christ," Jerry says, grinding his teeth. "The bronze man is going to be pissed off with you." "Do you ever relax? You look like you're going to explode," I say. "Feck off," he responds. "Mind your language in front of the baby," I say, covering the baby's ears. "I'm getting myself a pint of Guinness." Jerry scurries out of the room, leaving a revolting fart behind. "Smelly bastard," I whisper. I sit on a stool in front of the snooker table. "He's right, you know. The boss won't be pleased, Eagle Eye says. We'll see, won't we, little fart, I say to the baby, pinching his toes. The two doors beside me open up. The door handles hit the walls, making the holes bigger. It's the bronze man, tall, slim, with delicious red hair down to her shoulders. Yes, the bronze man is actually a woman. Don't let her beauty distract you. She is venomous. Screw her over, and she might put a bullet in your head. Her skin is dark bronze from too many visits to her quaint villa in the Algarve, Portugal. She wears skinny-fit checked pants, light grey, matching her blazer, with a white top underneath. Fashionable as always. Elegant as always. Fierce as always. She first goes over to Eagle Eye and hands him an envelope. Payment for yesterday's work, she says. Then she sits up on the snooker table, crossing her gazelle-like legs. Her head lingers my way, and she's taken aback. What the hell is that? She asks, staring at me. Then the baby. Then me again. What do you think it is? Whose baby is it? Go on, tell her, says Eagle Eye, smirking. I found him on my last job. What? He was alone and sobbing. Why didn't you just leave the little shit there? I don't know. You better get rid of that child as soon as possible. Her nostrils flare as she clenches her jaw. The Garda are going to be on the hunt to find a missing baby now. The last thing I want is the hounds sniffing around here. Relax, relax. Everything is going to be okay. Don't tell me to relax. I'll sort it out. She takes a deep breath, gripping a red snooker ball in her hand. She exhales. Jerry comes waltzing in with his pint of Guinness. I heard you from the bar, he says to the bronze man. This man is something else. Jerry takes a sip of the Guinness. The cream sticks to his moustache. The bronze man removes a pocket mirror from her blazer pocket. She pouts her lips. Then she shuts the pocket mirror, which makes a loud snapping sound. What do you have this week for the Lemon Man? She asks. I take my notebook and pen from my shorts pocket. The baby shifts from left to right. Jerry places his pint on the snooker table and removes a folded sheet of paper. He opens it up and puts on his reading glasses. We got Father Garvey at the St. Nicholas Catholic Church this week, he says. I want you to bring the new lad with you, the bronze man says. What new lad? I ask. You're on mentoring duties, Eagle Eye says, grinning. Remember how I used to show you how things were done? Now it's your turn. I need to train in some new blood, she says, looking down at me, arms folded and her arse against the snooker table. He'll meet you outside the church. His name is Cormac. He's a bright young fella, Jerry says, taking another sip of Guinness. Some of it drips down the pint glass. I prefer doing the job by myself. You know that, I say, in a bad mood. So did I, Eagle Eye says, chalking his snooker cue. The boy needs guidance. He might be doing your job one day. Who else we have on the list? She asks. Dr. Haynes. She's located on Temple Road in Rathmines, Jerry says, adjusting his glasses. That's just a simple threat, she says, her thin eyebrows arching. Got it, I reply. The baby starts crying. The bronze man has a distasteful expression on her face and says, That is such a horrible sound. I'm closing in on another hit this week. I'll give you more information when it comes in, Jerry says loudly, as the crying shrieks get higher. All three move closer to me and the baby, gawking as if I had something from another planet strapped to my chest. What's wrong? Poor fella, I ask him, rocking my knee. Jesus, that's loud. Me bleeding eardrum is going to burst, the bronze man says, massaging her ear. How about we tie up the little bastard, Eagle Eye says, pointing the snooker cue at the baby like it's a sniper rifle. Give it over, I say. Does anyone own a child in this room? The bronze man and Eagle Eye shake their heads. I was in a relationship 30+ years ago. It didn't last long. We were separated within a year, but we had one child together. A girl, Jerry says with a gentle smile. I never knew that, the bronze man says. I never saw much of her in the beginning. The wife didn't want me part of her life. Eagle Eye was taken aback by Jerry's statement. After all these years, nobody knew Jerry had a child. She remarried and now has 3 more children. Jerry finishes the rest of his Guinness and makes an "ah" sound. The baby continues to weep. That noise is giving me a headache. It's like my brain is being chipped away by a woodpecker, the bronze man says, squinting her eyes. I know something that will stop his whining, Jerry says, running off to the bar. He comes back with a full bottle of whiskey in his hand. What are you going to do with that? I yell over the crying. I'm going to rub it all over his gums. He'll be brand new, he says, smiling, pouring some whiskey on his fingers. I stand up. Not a hope in hell. You're putting that stuff in the baby's mouth, I shout. We're out of here. I'll come back during the week. Go, 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 my God, the bronze man says, making a get out hand gesture. Meet up with the bronze man. Crossed out. Chapter 3. I set the house on fire when I was 10 years old. It might sound completely mad, but I was just a kid. An angry little kid. The type of kid who spent way too many hours alone in his bedroom watching movies, listening to rock music, masturbating, then repeating the same thing every day of every summer. Other kids played football outside on the green. They had happy, sweaty faces. The joy of scoring a goal, their arms reaching to the sky, mixing and mingling, slagging each other off, laughing out loud, chasing each other on the road. I had no brothers or sisters. I was alone each night, watching VHS tapes of old Western movies, and Al Pacino in his younger days. I admired the man. He didn't give 2 fucks in The Godfather, Serpico, and Justice for All, or Dog Day Afternoon. Then Clint Eastwood entered the room. Cool, charismatic, a real son of a gun. Feckin' mad thing with his pistols. Pop, pop, you're dead. I found out about my parents' divorce. They gave me a whole spiel about how 2 people grow apart over time and fall out of love. Not that your dad doesn't love your ma, but he's not in love with her. Of course I was in tears, crying like a little baby with too much fat on his legs. My ma was smoking a cigarette while talking to a neighbour in the front garden about the divorce, while my da packed up his things into black plastic bags and moved out. The house became vacant. The family photos were taken down. The walls were bare. No more memories of Da anymore. He had been erased. It's for the best, my ma kept saying. I was in the kitchen eating the last of the custard cream biscuits and drinking a glass of milk. I looked at Ma's lighter on the kitchen table. It had sparkly glitter on it. I snatched it and started messing around with it, flicking it on and off. I watched as it lit up. Then, like magic, the flame disappeared. I ran around the kitchen in circles with the lighter in the air, stamped my feet on the ground. The flame caught one of the pictures on the fridge I'd drawn in school of my ma and da. I'd used crayons and put smiley faces on the both of them. My da was holding my hand in the picture. The paper started to burn. The smiley faces swiftly started turning black. Little bits dropped on the floor. My body froze up. The flames travelled up the fridge, then the cabinets. Smoke was spreading out everywhere in the kitchen. I could barely see. I heard crackling. I started coughing. I ran out to the hallway screaming. I got to the front door. I saw my ma at the gates. "What's wrong, son?" my ma shouted. "Fire! Fire!" I screamed. Smoke burst out the front door. My ma stumbled back. It was too late. The fire spread viciously. The furniture in the living room was burning to smithereens. Wallpaper melted away. My ma was in hysterics, coughing over and over. She always coughed, but this cough was heavy, a helpless cough. She ran to a neighbour to call the fire brigade. Neighbours couldn't help, but just watched on. I hugged my ma's waist tightly and closed my eyes. That was it. The fire that destroyed a lovely 4-bedroom home outside Dublin city. No more westerns or Al Pacino movies on VHS. They all turned to ash. I was sadder about the VHSs than about the family home being turned to nothing. Not much you can do with the skeleton of a house. Da was gone, and now the house. The black smoke blew toward the bright sky. There was nothing worse than seeing and hearing your ma cry. She hugged me. Months went by. All was forgiven, but never forgotten. We lived outside the city in the suburbs before I burned the house down. It was a pleasant, safe life until the incident. My ma's dream home had gone. My ma would work late shifts at some bar in the city. We lived in a 3-bedroom flat with my auntie in the inner city, where it was rough, and the people were less kind. There were loud drunks on the streets, screaming children, and lots of family fights. Suicide, drugs, and depression destroyed families in front of my eyes. My da moved on very quickly, started a new family, bastard. I never got to see him. Living with my auntie changed my life forever. She was a right bag. I didn't stand a chance. I knew her as the vile one. I'm cycling on Samuel Beckett Bridge, whose shape resembles a white harp. I get another gorgeous view of Dublin city. I try to take it in, but the baby is still whining. There's a bike lane on the bridge, which I like. So many bridges in the distance, too many to count. One day, all these bridges will collapse into the River Liffey. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. Drowning bodies, floating side by side. Joyce, Wilde, Shaw, Heaney, Stoker, Yeats and Beckett, to name a few of the literary heavyweights who have left their mark on this country, this city. Their words engraved in the hearts of the Irish people, whether they like it or not. Pride. A fighter's mentality, many say we have. Now some of them have bloody bridges named after them. I'm drained. It's like carrying a flour bag around. I can feel my lower back tightening a little. I reach Pear Street, where I get my fish, meats and poultry. A line of canopy tents is outside St. Mark's Church. The baby is crying in waves. I get off the bike and push it. I can smell freshly baked bread and cinnamon rolls glazed with vanilla frosting. I really want to grab 5 cinnamon rolls and stuff them in my gob, but I keep moving. A young girl with a pink bandana headband, tied in a bow like it's the 50s, is serving ice cream on a cone, topped with sprinkles. I approach one of the cellars at the end, where all the fresh meat is located. The radio is playing loud pop music behind the cellar. "How are you?" asks the woman with wild hair and coffee-stained teeth. "Doing fine. Could I get some lamb chops, a piece of salmon, and a pound of mincemeat, please?" "No problems." She starts gathering all the food, wrapping it in brown paper. "20 for the lot," she says. "Would you look at this little angel? What's his name?" she asks loudly, in her inner-city accent, squeezing the baby's feet. Keane, I respond, reading the label on the packed chicken drumsticks. She leans in. "Ah, is he being a bold boy?" she says, pinching his cheek. "You're just a hungry little fella, aren't you? It might be feeding time for little Keno here," she says, smiling. Keno. I like that better than Keen. Maybe I'll start calling him that. The baby starts giggling. "Do they eat fish?" I ask. She starts laughing hysterically. "Do they eat fish? You're having a laugh." I feel like a right dummy. "You're a little cutie pie. Yes, you are," she says in a childish tone to the baby. She hands me the lamb chops, salmon and mincemeat in a plastic bag. "Here you go. You and Keno have a nice day," she says, and then starts dancing to the music. "Thanks." The baby stops crying. The woman's magic powers worked on the little fart. I'm clueless at this baby stuff. Buy food. Crossed out. Chapter 4. I cycle me arse off to my apartment, located between the crevices of the Grand Canal. My shadow is on the road and has a new member on board. Tech geeks swarm the streets like a flock of lost sheep. Fat ones, skinny ones, ones with glasses, and ones wearing Marvel comic t-shirts, blotched with ketchup stains. A cluster of people are canoeing in the canal, seeming to have a good time in bright-coloured life vests. I get off the bike with the baby, bag full of fruit and meat. I roll with my bike into the reception area of the building. It's a luxury apartment building with too many staff members and chandeliers, with the brightest light bulbs I've ever come across. There's already somebody mopping the floors and cleaning the windows. There's even a short, stocky woman spraying water on a plant. She uses a meter in the soil to check its moisture. I'm greeted by an Italian man named Lorenzo, standing behind the reception. His hair is slicked back, his face clean-shaven, and his suit is fitted to perfection. He's like a male model you see in magazines or on a runway. He's in his late 30s and is aging wonderfully. The creases at the corners of his alluring brown eyes give his face charm. A professional at what he does, making sure I'm happy at all times. Giving him a tip now and then will do that. Aisling is also behind the front desk. She's about 20, with dark brown hair tied back, freckly skin, and turned-up nose. She's wearing a white shirt and navy blue waistcoat. "Afternoon," Lorenzo says, taking a step backward as he sees the baby strapped to my chest. "Do I have any post?" I ask. "Yes, we have 2 packages, a large brown box and 1 small white package." "Thanks." He keeps staring at the baby as he places the packages on the desk. "Sorry to ask, but whose baby is that?" "A friend asked me to take care of him." "Very well. Can you go to the baby store and buy me some nappies?" "Nappies?" "Diapers and food. Baby food, I think. My shift ends in 20 minutes and—" "But I need your help," I reply. My forehead starts to swelter, as though I'm stuck in a sauna. "I'm a busy man this evening," Lorenzo says, sneering. "Busy? Doing what?" I ask. "I have a date," he replies. "Oh, look at you," Aisling says, pushing her large reading glasses up the bridge of her nose. Lorenzo is blushing. "But I need your help this evening," I say angrily. "Sorry. Besides, I know nothing about babies," he says, sitting down. "So, the whole time I've been here today, you didn't tell me about your date?" Aisling says. "I don't want to jinx it," Lorenzo replies. "My last couple of dates didn't go so well." "Well, show us a photo," she says. Lorenzo removes his phone from his pocket. "He's gorgeous," she says, biting her lip. "Fine-looking man. His name is T. Who the hell cares what his name is? I have a crisis situation here," I yell. My biceps is going numb, holding the bag full of meat and fruit. Silence. My sister gives her 1-year-old breast milk. She's always breastfeeding with the little one. Once on the bus, in the park, in the cafe. "That doesn't help me," I reply. "The baby must be fed about 3 times a day, I think. Or was that 4 times a day?" Aisling says. "Shit, I'm done for." "Where will the baby sleep?" she asks. "What do you mean?" "Do you have a crib?" she asks, like it's an interrogation. "Nope." "You're not going to make the baby sleep on the floor, are you? Some friend you have doesn't even leave you with baby food or a crib." Panic stations. Now I feel my underwear sticking to me. "You're in trouble," says Aisling, now sucking on a mint. "What about you?" I ask her. "Can you go to the shops and get all these things for me?" "I work here. I can't just leave the desk unattended. When Lorenzo leaves, I'm on my own for the rest of the night." She snaps at me. "Shit, shit, shit," I murmur. I walk into the elevator with my bike, post, bag of food, and the baby. "Don't forget Olivia is coming over tonight," Lorenzo shouts as the elevator doors shut. I totally forgot about Olivia, the woman who has been keeping me company at night the last couple of months. It's too late to cancel plans with her. The building is 8 stories high. I live on the top floor. Down the hallway, I hear my neighbour playing music. It does my head in. I struggle to get my keys out of my pocket. I have them in my hand. Then they fall on the floor. I bend down on one knee. The baby feels like a weighted vest, and I'm about to do some lunges. I can't see the floor because the baby's big head is in the way. I move my hands, trying to feel for the keys. Gotcha! I open the door and enter. I kick my slippers off and leave them by the entrance. The baby isn't crying. My flat is 1,800 square feet. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. State-of-the-art kitchen with white marble worktops. Gas burners, wall oven, and built-in coffee machine, which I never use. The whole shebang. Blinding, stainless steel. I leave the bike in the hallway. I drop the bag full of food on the countertop. I hear a lemon roll off the countertop and hit the floor. I see it crawl its way under the couch. On the far side of the room are tall glass doors that open to a large balcony with a view of the Grand Canal waterfront. A Persian rug with all sorts of colours and designs is sprawled out in the middle of the room. A pebble-shaped coffee table sits on top of the rug. The L-shaped leather couch faces a flat-screen TV, 50 inches above an electric fireplace. Why not? It's stylish, but not pretentious. I like things clean, not a speck of dirt or dust to be seen. All the walls are painted white, with some art pieces hanging, mostly modern art. Some people choose to see wild scribbles painted by a lunatic. I choose to see art. Home sweet home. Well, for now. I should really downgrade, save money, But I like comfort after a hit and a long day of cycling around Dublin. I go to my bedroom and put the Beretta 92 and silencer inside my safe, which is by my bedside table. The baby must be dizzy with all this moving about. I sniff my shirt. I need a shower. I stink. I go into the spare bedroom, the room I never use. It's only for storage. I have soft carpet on the floors, so I lay the baby down on it. It's such a relief when I unhook him from my chest. I need something to surround the little fart. I have tons of books in brown boxes. I remove the paperbacks and make a wall of books around the baby so he can't escape. I place a blanket underneath him to make it more comfortable. Who needs a crib? I quickly leg it to the shower. I undress. I jump into the shower. The water is freezing when I turn it on. I rub body wash all over my torso, my legs and armpits. I then apply shampoo. Shampoo goes into my eyes, burning them. I wash myself vigorously. I get out of the shower and dry myself. I'm butt naked. A splash of aftershave around the neck. I use unscented roller for the armpits. I take a quick glance to see if the baby is okay. I close the door. He might tire himself out and fall asleep. I spread lotion all over my body to keep my skin smooth, and I rub oil in my beard to keep it healthy. I comb my wet hair back, then use a hairdryer. My hair is semi-dry. I tie it neatly into a man bun. I run into the bedroom and look for fresh clothes. I button up a nice white shirt and tuck it into my baggy black chinos. A fresh pair of flip-flops slip on and I'm ready to cook. I boil spaghetti in salted water. Avocado is dumped into a food processor with drops of oil, parsley, pepper, and then the key ingredient, lemon. I place the salmon in the oven for 20 minutes. The baby starts crying. Not again. I look through the bag of fruit. I only have grapes and lemons. Damn it. I can't feed the baby grapes. He might choke on them. Or a lemon. I open up the fridge. I have vine tomatoes, a drum of milk, butter, and one lonely banana that's going slightly brown. I peel it and mash it in a bowl with a fork. I run into the baby. I pick him up and hold him in one arm. Come on now, eat up. He's resisting. He swallows a couple of bites. Good boy, I say to him, as the banana dribbles down his chin. I smell something burning. Back in a minute. I run out to the kitchen. There's smoke coming out of the oven. I open it up, and the heat blows into my face. The smoke alarm starts beeping like crazy. I grab the oven mitts and pull out the hot tray with the 2 pieces of salmon. What should be an opaque pinkish-white colour on the outside has turned dark brown. Behind me, the water is boiling over. I take it off the burner and turn everything off. I grab a tea towel and wave it at the smoke alarm. I take a deep breath. I set the dining room table. The nice plates are out this evening, and a bouquet of white flowers I bought yesterday is centred on the table. I dim the lights and light a few candles, creating an ambience like you see in those fancy restaurants. I turn on the electric fireplace. I open the balcony door about an inch to let some of the smoke out, but it still lingers and smells. Knock, knock. She's here. I run over to the door and yank it open. Standing in front of me is the stunning Olivia. I lean in to kiss her cheek. She smells rich and delightful, but there's also a hint of cigarette smoke. She's soft, but she moves past me. Hi, how are things? I ask, as the vein on my forehead throbs. I've had better days, she replies with sad eyes. You want to talk about it? Not really. I take her coat. Let me get you a drink. Will wine suffice? Actually, do you have a beer? Yes. Is Mexican beer okay? That will work. I slice a piece of lemon and shove it down the bottle's neck. Not a thank you in return when she swipes it from my hand. Olivia is about 5 feet 9 inches. This evening she's wearing a silky black dress that stops at the knee. It's loose. Her nipples are pointy. There's a gold pendant necklace dangling toward her cleavage. Her skin is light brown. She told me her dad is from Mali and her ma is from Cork. A strange combo. Her accent is inner city Dublin, though. See, Dublin has a mix of accents. Yes, we speak English, but it comes in different shapes and sizes. People from the south side of Dublin enunciate their words, which sometimes comes out arrogant and pretentious. In the north side of Dublin, the accent is harsher, and the people shorten most sentences. For instance, "How are you?" becomes, "How are you?" I'm somewhere in between. "Take a seat," I say politely to her, as I place the overcooked spaghetti on plates and scoop out the avocado sauce from the food processor. I then place the salmon on top of the spaghetti. Dinner is served. "Looks good, Patrick," she says nervously. "You always outdo yourself." "Thanks. Let's hope it tastes better than it looks." I'm never good at sarcasm, especially around a gorgeous woman like Olivia. This is our 6th meet, and I still feel nervous in her presence. She has this natural beauty about her. My initial plan was to eat out on the balcony and watch the sun descend, but Dublin's evenings are becoming quite unfriendly. The last thing I want is the cold making Olivia sick. So, we are face to face at the dining room table, making it through our meal slowly but surely. The candlelight shines on her necklace. Glenn Gould plays Bach on the turntable behind me. The type of song you hear playing in car advertisements on TV. The vehicle descending from a mountain, turning a sharp corner with ease. She doesn't touch the salmon and pokes at the spaghetti, her fork hitting the plate sharply. I messed up big time. Usually my cooking skills are on point, but I'm having an off night. "I really like your hair," I say, refilling my glass with cheap wine. I always have expensive whiskies, but cheap wine. The pleasures of drinking wine are not the same as those of drinking a glass of whiskey. The tingly sensation is somewhat different. "Thanks. I got it curled for you." I don't know if she's lying. She could be trying to be nice. I look down and see she is still wearing her high heels, which puts me off. "I really wish you didn't—" Her phone vibrates, and the screen brightens up on the table. "Sorry?" she asks, looking at her phone. I can barely see her face. "Nothing." "Wish you didn't walk around the bleeding flat with those heels, love." I can't. I need to be a gentleman. I need to be nice. Aren't women always complaining how there aren't enough nice men? Wholesome men who treat a woman with respect. She polishes off the rest of the beer. The piece of lemon drops to the bottom of the bottle. She burps. "Do you have something stronger?" she asks. I scan through my bar card, full to the rim with liquor. "I have whiskey, Scotch, Irish, Japanese." I catch her yawning over my shoulder. She looks drained. "Vodka?" "Now you are talking my language," she replies with a wink. Skinny glass, a shot of vodka, a squeeze of citrus, sugar, ice, and a slice of lemon for decoration. She takes a mouthful, then finishes the rest. "Do you like it?" "Delicious," she says, as the sugar is left behind on her red lips. What's my next move? I'm going to knock off the music. It's a bit gloomy. I like it, but you could say it's a bit gloomy. A white petal falls off the bouquet of flowers onto the table. TV? I'm rather tired, Patrick. I need to use the bathroom. Go ahead. I watch as she walks away in her black heels, her toned calves on show like a fitness model. I look around the kitchen. It's a disaster. Olivia is standing outside the bathroom, bemused. Quick question, Patrick. Why do you have a baby in the spare bedroom? I've been meaning to tell you. I'm taking care of my friend's baby. His name is Keno. I smile awkwardly, sipping on the wine. Oh? What's wrong? The baby is surrounded by a pile of books, she says, baffled. I know. So, I guess the night is over, she says, grinning. Why? You can't have a baby sleep on the floor all night, can you? Her arms are folded. I think I need to get the baby a crib. How many days do you have the baby? She asks. I don't know yet. He's away on business. The image of Henry O'Neill's face with a bullet in his head pops into my mind, and for no reason, the dead mouse. If we hurry, we can make it to the baby store on Mount Street. I pass it every day. Grab your coat, she says with a burst of energy. Let's go, now. I pound back the wine and blow out the candles. Keno is strapped to me yet again, and as we rush down Mount Street to the baby store, his head is bobbling away. Olivia is determined as she grabs a trolley at the entrance of the store. We only have 20 minutes, she says, wheeling the bleeding thing in her high heels. We head straight for the cribs. Olivia throws one in the trolley. I see the price. Holy shit. Over £100 for a bloody crib. She's already in the nappy aisle. She stands on a small ladder and grabs 2 large boxes of nappies. Grab the trolley, come on, she says with ferociousness. She flings a pack of unscented wipes and nappy cream in it. Then she grabs shampoo and body wash, baby lotion, towels, and a nappy changing bag. We need food, I say. Her head moves left and right. She looks up as though a bird flew by. All she's missing is binoculars. Before you know it, Olivia is in the feeding aisle. Shelf by shelf she hunts. She throws in 6 bibs and 2 pacifiers. She gets on her knees and schemes through the jars of baby food. The strap on her shoulder falls down. She pulls it back over. A bunch of jars in her arms, she drops them into the trolley. It's like we're invading a store on Black Friday, like you see in the States, picking up anything we can get our hands on. He needs clothing, she says. I look around the store. Over there, I say, pointing. We stop as a chime comes out of the speaker above us, like we're at the airport. Good evening. The store will be closing in approximately 5 minutes' time. Please bring your items to the checkout. Thank you, says the pleasant voice. How old is the baby? She asks. I think a year old. She flicks through the onesies on the rail. One of them falls on the floor. How many will I get? She asks. I shrug my shoulders. I'll get 5 for now. She turns around with 5 onesies, all different colours. He'll need blankets, socks, and shoes. She shoves a shoe on the baby. I still can't get my head around why your friend didn't give you any of this, she says, tightening the strap on the shoe. It was an emergency. He had to fly off somewhere. And you're the first person he asks to take care of a baby? He has no family, and he begged me, I say. Ah! What is it? My lower back has been acting up on me. I found exactly what you need. She shows me the strollers. We're running out of time. Look at the price. They're like €1,000. Not this one. Here, it's going to take the stress off your back, she responds. She's right. The trolley is full to the rim. Can we get this? Olivia says, holding a stuffed brown teddy bear. It's so adorable. We don't have time, I reply. But look how cute it is, she says, rubbing the teddy bear on her face. "Keno would love this, wouldn't you?" The baby giggles. "OK, throw in the teddy bear." We run to the checkout just in time. The final bill comes to a little over €900. We get back to the apartment shattered. We use the lobby trolley for all the baby stuff. I need to pee so badly, my bladder hurts. I place the baby down on the floor in the spare room. I empty the lobby trolley and return it to the elevator and send it down. Boxes and plastic bags everywhere. I go to the toilet, and the piss shoots out like water from a fire hose. I hear the baby cry. I run back into the spare room. I lift him up under the arms. He smells again. "Coming through. I need to change his nappy. Olivia, where are you?" I go into the living room. She's out on the balcony smoking a cigarette. She sees me and sticks her head in. "What is it?" "Can you do it, Olivia?" "Do what?" "Change his nappy." She flicks the cigarette butt off the balcony. Smoke blows from her mouth. I hate the smell of it. I hand her the baby. Olivia starts panicking. "How do you change a nappy?" "I can't do this, Patrick." "Here, I'll do this while you make the formula." I grab a nappy from one of the many bags on the kitchen countertop. I lay him on a blanket on the couch. I throw the chunky pillows to the other side of the room. Olivia starts reading the instructions aloud. "Boil water and pour 150 millilitres into a bottle." Olivia fills the kettle with water. "Pour 5 scoops of formula into bottle. Shake bottle." I change his dirty nappy. I think I might get sick. There's something about the smell of poop that makes me want... She makes a vomit facial expression. The baby is all clean. "Get a hold of yourself, woman. Is the formula ready?" I shout. "Just a minute," she replies, all annoyed. "Here." She hands me the bottle. "Jesus Christ Almighty!" I drop the bottle on the floor. "It's scalding hot, Olivia. It's feckin' burned me hand." I suck on my thumb. "What will I do?" I can hear her high heels dancing on the floorboards. "You were all guns blazing back in the store, but now your head is up your arse." She takes a deep breath. "Feck off, will ye?" she responds. "First, take off the shoes. It's really doing my head in. Second, cool the bottle down. Run some cold water under it," I say, as she flicks off her high heels. My hand feels like it's caught on fire. "What will I do next?" she asks, running water over the bottle in the kitchen sink. "Has it cooled down?" "I don't know." Hold the baby and watch his head. I read the instructions on the formula. It says to pour a little on your hand to check the temperature. "It's okay now. Here, take this." I hand her the bottle. The strap falls off her shoulder again as she struggles to hold the baby in her arms. "What do you want me to do?" "Feed him, of course," I tell her. Oh my God. Olivia is a lost soul, and so am I. It's working. He's drinking from it. "Look at him go." "He's hungry," I say, unbuttoning my shirt. "This is exhausting," she says. I fix her strap. Buying the baby stuff is a piece of cake, but actually doing this? It's harder than I thought it would be, she says, cradling him. "The little fella cost me a fortune," I say. "I don't know how people do it." He was in a rush, and he kind of sprung the baby on me. Keno sucks on the bottle. "He has a little birthmark on his face." She touches it with her finger. "I had one when I was a child. It faded away over time." We have one final thing to do before bed that I need your help with. "What's that?" I glance at the large box, which reads, "Convertible crib." After a couple of hours killing each other building the crib, we managed to get the job done. Yes, there are a few screws left over that should have been used, but what can you do? It's sturdy, and that's the main thing. Not bad, she says. I plop the baby in the crib. He starts falling asleep. Not bad at all. She hands me a beer. I take one sip. It tickles my throat, but feels good. Her striking dark brown eyes glare at me. You look like shit, she says. Thanks. Your hair is messy. How unprofessional. I respond teasingly. She touches up her hair and takes a big mouthful of beer, which makes the neck of the bottle foamy. I'm expecting a good sleep tonight. Sleep, she smiles, grabbing me by my shirt. Come here, you old fool. Old fool? I'm only in me 40s. She kisses me hard on the lips. I can taste the beer and cigarette from her mouth. I feel my back against the wall. Our lips are wet. She finishes her beer and takes my bottle and slugs mine down. I'm getting turned on. She puts the 2 empty bottles on the floor. She grabs me by the shirt, shoving me in the bedroom. My flip-flops slip off. I fall on the bed. She rips open my poor white shirt. I hear a button drop on the floor. The chinos come off. She jumps on top of me, pulling her dress up. My underwear is pulled down. I'm hard. Before I know it, she has a rubber on me, and her knickers are off. She starts riding me on the bed, her beautiful curls spilling on my face as she leans down to kiss me, pressing her hands on my chest, digging her nails in. She keeps riding me. She's warm inside. Her dress finally comes off. She rides faster. Here now. This isn't the bleeding Galway races, love. Her perfect little breasts bounce. She's in control. I can see the cellulite on the side of her buttocks when she clenches. I'm going to come fast. Bang, bang, boom, boom. I'm done. She makes mincemeat out of me. Glorious mincemeat. We collapse on the bed. We're sweaty on the bedsheets. A few minutes go by quietly. She gets cold and gets under the sheets. I'm too hot and sticky. I just lie there. Olivia is sleeping. I can hear her breathing. I grab my notebook and cross off me to-do list. I smile. My eyelids begin to close. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, I hear the baby's faint cry in the other room. Sleep with Olivia. Crossed out. Chapter 5. Tuesday morning. I wake up on the floor in the spare bedroom with my back against the wall, holding the teddy bear. The little fart kept me up all night. The baby is wide awake when I pop my head in the crib. I do my routine stretches. I hear my elbow crack. I quickly go to the bathroom and wash up and brush my teeth. My gums are bleeding. I gargle some citrus-flavoured mouthwash. It burns. I feel brand new, except for the constant pain in my back molars when I drink anything cold, and the bags under my eyes. They don't seem to want to go away. I sneak into the bedroom and grab my grey shorts and khaki short-sleeve shirt. I can hear Olivia snoring in the bed, peacefully. I move slowly, so as not to make a sound. Usually, Olivia leaves minutes after sex. It feels strange, seeing her stay over. I head to the kitchen and clean up last night's disaster of burned salmon and spaghetti. I drink a pint of water, and then pour orange juice in a whiskey glass. I crack 4 eggs into a small pot and turn the burner on. I can see her sprawled out in the bed, looking radiant, as the sunlight pours in. I turn on the news in the living room, making sure the volume isn't too high. The news presenter, with immaculate, straight black hair, has a serious demeanour as the camera zooms in. I toss vine tomatoes with a drop of olive oil in a frying pan on another burner. I take the eggs off the heat and stir them, then add butter and put the pot back on the heat. I stir again. Then I finally add fresh cream. The sun coming in from the balcony windows stings my eyes. I have the urge to sneeze. I seriously need to buy curtains or shades. Something to keep the blinding light away. I'm usually a morning person, but today I feel like a zombie. I pile the scrambled eggs on 2 plates, along with the tomatoes and 2 slices of soda bread. I hear the baby crying in the spare bedroom. I rush in to see how he's doing. Olivia is cradling him, rocking him from side to side in her arms. I think he's hungry, she says, wearing one of my baggy shirts down to her naked legs. We can feed him one of the jars of food, I suggest. So many jars. Her smile is soft as she holds the baby close to her. Then she puts on an expression of disgust. What is it? I ask. He smells. Give him to me. I'll change him. Are you sure? Go inside. Breakfast is on the table, I say to her, and watch as she gets excited. You're too kind. She kisses me on the cheek. It feels nice. I change the baby on the floor. I'm getting good at this. I bring him back inside. Olivia is shoveling the food in her mouth. This tastes so good, she says. It's better than last night's meal, I reply, smiling. I place the baby in the stroller. I open up my post from yesterday. Inside the brown box is a book on the 1916 Easter Rising, and inside the white package there's beard oil. I take my vitamins. 1 for healthy hair, skin, liver, bones. Olivia drinks the orange juice in 1 gulp. Sorry, she says. Why are you sorry? I'm eating like a savage, she says. I'm starving too. I butter the bread and take a big bite from it. The shirt is snug, she says. She gets up and puts the plate in the sink and starts washing it. I'll do that. I can wash a plate, she says sarcastically. I'll feed the baby now. He must be starving too. She opens up a jar of food, which makes a pop sound. She starts feeding the baby. You're good at this, I say to her. I've never done this before, you know, taking care of a baby. Neither have I. He likes it. I eye up the baby food. Let me taste it. Olivia shoves a spoonful in my mouth. That's disgusting, she says. Gimme. I scoop the last bite from the jar. Delicious. What's in it? Pear and rice. It's nice. I sit down beside Olivia. I need to ask you a question. What is it? Can you take care of the baby today? It will only be for a few hours, I promise. I have to work later on. I can pay you. What about my clients? Name your price. I need to meet someone today. It's very important, I tell her. My work is important. Please, don't make me beg. Okay, only for a few hours. I have a client at 4, but I'll be leaving before that. Text me if you need me for anything. It says online he should be fed another 2 times today. We have enough food to feed an army. If he smells, change his nappy. This is overwhelming, you know, she says, all flustered. You'll be fine. I'll be back before you know it. Just make sure he doesn't die. My feet slide into my slippers. I kiss Olivia on the forehead. She still smells wonderful, even after the night we had. See you later, Keno, I say, tugging the baby's fingers. I get my backpack from the storage and grab my bike. Bye, Olivia shouts. The door shuts. I wheel my bike into the elevator. I take a look at my list. There are still a couple of things I need to do. The elevator doors open. The lobby is crowded with residents picking up their packages. Nobody works in this building. They all come from money. One of the new workers is wheeling a lobby trolley stacked with cases of Fiji water. "Make sure you don't damage them," says an older woman wearing a fur coat and holding a Pomeranian. It couldn't be that cold outside. She walks past me, giving me daggers. Lorenzo is busy on the phone, looking panicky. He gives me a wave. There's an old fella on the phone wearing an expensive suit and sunglasses by the entrance. I'm out of place in this building full of rich snobs. I'm greeted by a young black man wearing a navy blue waistcoat with shiny gold buttons, white shirt and bowler hat. His sleeves are rolled up. He reaches out for the door in his white cotton gloves and opens it for me. "Morning, sir. The weather is at a warm 14 degrees, but expect some showers throughout the day," he says enthusiastically. "Have a good one," I reply. Chapter 6. I cycle to Pleasant Street on my bike at a good pace. I even manoeuvre my way through 2 wheelie bins that have blown over, spilling out flattened cardboard boxes and pieces of plastic. The roads are loud as usual at this time. I hear a fire brigade. It's stuck in traffic. No way out. The only good thing is that the weather is holding up. Once it's not lashing rain, I suppose I shouldn't be moaning. I make it to Harcourt Street. This street is the true definition of night and day. During the day it's peaceful, not even a whisper. But when the night comes, this is the busiest street in Dublin. The young wait outside in long lines, praying that they get a chance to get in the bars and nightclubs. The bouncer at the entrance decides their fate. I read that one of the nightclubs is making nearly 300 grand a year just from the cloakrooms alone. At this time of day, heaps of office workers and students studying God knows what meander the streets of Dublin with chicken fillet bread rolls in their hands, the grated cheese falling from the roll onto the ground. The posh eat out of fancy salad bowls while on their phones, tapping and swiping, watching their diets for the upcoming wedding they'll be attending. I pedal through Camden Place, where I pass a casino. I spot a nervous-looking man standing outside, smoking a joint. Luck is not on his side today. Upset eyes. He flicks the joint on the ground and goes back in to gamble his life away. The leftover smoke stays in mid-air before vanishing. Crowds of poor souls are standing near flats around the corner in a cul-de-sac. I hear a squeaking sound as a large blue van pulls up, pumping black smoke out of the exhaust pipe. Young fellas open the rusty van doors. All their faces light up. The men start handing out blocks of cheddar cheese. Jesus, is that still going on? I remember my ma saying when she was a young child she used to line up for hours outside a shop they called the Stew House. This was where the poor got their bread, butter, milk and veg. Most of it was expired, seen better days, but they gave it out for nothing. It was first come, first served. People would kill each other over a slice of bread or a bleeding carrot. "Cheddar for the poor," they shout from government buildings. "Give them cheese." That will keep them at bay. Maybe even distract them from the economic ditch we've been digging. Cuts in the budget. Dig, dig away. I'm sure there's money buried somewhere. The pale men in dark suits shout. Pleasance Street. I make it in one piece. I cycle down an alleyway with awful graffiti on the walls. I won't get hurt falling off my bike. It will be the walking on rough paths marked with chewing gum. I arrive at my location. Hipsters are hanging about, cackling outside a cafe, smoking, joking, and drinking up the caffeine. Teeth stained to bits. They sit, legs crossed, with leaf-shaped designs in their wide coffee mugs. What happened to simple beverages? A peculiar side of Dublin I'm fond of. Bungalows with basements, red devil painted doors, baby blue doors, and yellow as my piss doors. Note to self: how dark is too dark for your piss to be? I reached the building with the tall black entrance, red brick walls, and white window panes. To my knowledge, it used to be an old fire station. The sign reads, "Sorry, we're closed. Be back soon." I step in anyway. When I get inside, I see bike parts everywhere. Bicycles and wheels scattered on the floor. Every type of tool hanging on the walls, and the smell of rubber and oil. Jack McGee is sitting down comfortably in a leather swivel chair that's wrapped in silver duct tape, fixing something. His glasses slide down his sharp nose. He rings the bell on the bike. He has oil all over his shirt and forearm. "Morning," I say. "Shit," Jack shouts out, looking at his watch. "Nice to see you too," I reply bitingly. He jumps out of his swivel chair and grabs his cane and looks around the room, wild-eyed, like he's lost something. He's tall and wide-shouldered, like a rugby player. "You all right?" I ask. "No, I'm late." "For what?" "Where's those feckin' keys?" He bends over and lifts one of the bikes up with one hand. "There they are," he says, grinning, picking them up. He grabs 2 tennis bags on the worktop. "Let's go." "Go where?" I reply, flustered. "Out now," he says, pushing me out the door. He locks it. "I forgot I had to meet someone. Get in the Jeep." He throws the tennis bags in the back of the car. "Put your bike in the back." "Jesus Christ," I reply. "Hurry!" We're both in his dirty red 1986 Jeep Wrangler. He hits the accelerator and the engine makes an unpleasant roar. "Where are we off to?" I ask. "The docks," he replies, squinting his eyes, hunched over the steering wheel. His knuckles turn white as he grips it. "Goddamn traffic." His right hand has many rings. The one on his pinky finger stands out. Silver band with a dark blue shiny stone from the 1940s. I know this because I bought it for his 70th birthday 2 years ago. I put my seatbelt on. I'm getting a little nervous in the passenger seat. I feel something hit my arm, a drop of water. Above us, the sunroof is half open. "It's going to lash rain," I say. "That's all we feckin' need. It will slow us down." I can feel the Jeep scrape the curb as we make our way onto George's Street. Absolute speed demon. The windshield wipers make a squeaking noise as they quickly fling from side to side. The cruel rain comes pouring down. It's getting inside the Jeep. I try pulling the sunroof back. It's stuck. "Good luck trying to fix that thing. It's been broke, God only knows," he says, gritting his teeth. "Bloody bus drivers, taking up the whole road." "That's some rain," I say. My hair is soaking wet as I give up on the sunroof. We come to a complete stop, pushing us forward in our seats, the seatbelt squeezing my chest. Jack starts grooming his bushy white beard with a small brush. He does this about 5 or 6 times, then throws the brush on the dashboard. The sound of rain can be relaxing. I remember a few years ago when we would go hunting rabbits once a month. Well, we used to hunt rabbits. He's getting too old now, so we just stopped. Many years ago, the bronze man sent me to Jack to pick up a package. He would teach me a few things. Hunting was one of them. We would hunt in Killikee Mountain. He owned a little shack up there where we would skin them. Jack was a wizard at that shit. He would drive me up to the lovely mountain, where all you could see was land and the colour green. No traffic jams or junkies shouting at you, just fields and fresh, clean air. We would first set up cages everywhere to catch the rabbits. It usually took an hour or so to snag a couple. There were tons of them hopping around there. Once we caught them, we would go back to the shack. Jack had built it himself, made out of wood and rocks. Handy little thing. "Listen up," he said, grabbing one of the rabbits by the back of the neck. I was a little put off by the whole situation at first. I thought they were cute furry things people had for pets, not dinner. "First, calm the rabbit down," he said, with his knees sitting on the grass, hovering over the rabbit. The rabbit's beady eyes caught a glimpse of his shiny rings. "Pull its ears back, cover its eyes, hold it firmly." He would then stun the rabbit in the back of the head with a hammer, right between those bunny ears. "The rabbit won't be in pain," he said. "You got to be accurate, son. Another way is to grab the rabbit by its neck. Place the palm of your hand on the chin, then push up all the way back until you hear the neck break." Quickly, he removed the head with a sharp hunting knife. It shined. I watched on in amazement. His knife skills were incredible, and he was only getting started. He held the back feet and let the blood flow out before placing it in a bucket of cold water. Then he tied the rabbit upside down and began washing its headless corpse. "Keep the fur clean. Keep it real clean," he repeated. My mouth was gaping in awe. A fly could have flown in. Not breaking a sweat, he cut the fur from the legs down, like he'd done this 1,000 times. "Watch the tendon." I nodded. You could see the detail in the muscle as he pulled the fur off with ease. Tail gone, and now the fur was peeled off like a banana. Before you knew it, he was slicing down the belly, pinching the bladder filled with urine. Yellow as the sun. You don't want this spilling on the meat. It will spoil it. He removed the large intestine, liver, gallbladder, heart, lungs, thyroid and kidneys. "Wash it down. Keep it clean, son." All the blood was gone. "Watch your bloody finger, son. I cut myself many times with this," he said, holding the knife up toward my face. "Be careful. Cut the tendon near the feet." He chopped into the bone, washed it again. "Done and dusted," he finally said, washing his hands. The showers stop all of a sudden, and the sun comes out. The wet in my hair drips down the back of my shirt. I get a shiver as it tickles my skin. Jack pulls into Dublin port. All we can see are shipping containers stacked on top of one another, beyond the high security fences. Trucks line up, waiting their turn, to collect a container full of goods. To my right, I see cars drive onto a large ferry. It's a shit show over here. We drive farther in and take a left into a quiet industrial park. Jack gives a wave to the man in the high-visibility vest at the front gate. He signals to go in. We turn into a massive unit and he parks the jeep. "Wait here. I'll only be a few minutes," he says. I stay still and watch Jack grab the tennis bags from the back. He doesn't bring his cane. He limps into a small office. I can't see anything. The blinds are shut. The warehouse is wide and stacked with large boxes on tall shelves. I can hear a forklift in the back reversing and see flashing orange lights. I send Olivia a text to see how things are going with the baby. I get no response. I'm impatient, but she could be changing Keno. About 5 minutes go by. Jack comes out holding the tennis bags. They look heavier by the way he's holding them. He places the bags in the back of the jeep. "All good?" I ask. "All good," he says, clasping his hands together. He has a smile on his face and turns on the radio. We get out of Dublin port and head north. Riders on the Storm by the Doors is playing loudly on the radio. We go over a bridge and take a right on a dirt road near the bank of Talca River. He pulls the jeep over near some tall trees with large leaves. They have shiny drops of water, resembling glass pebbles. He parks under the droopy branches. "Where are we?" I ask. "Come on," he says, as he hops out of the car. I get out. He grabs one of the tennis bags and places it on the hood of the jeep. He unzips the tennis bag. Inside are not rackets or tennis balls. No, inside are weapons, guns. Berettas galore, Glocks, Heckler and Koch, a bloody Ruger MP9 that could kill a flock of seagulls trying to steal your toastie. Shotguns that can blow your feckin' head off. Sniper rifles, which shoot over 1,000 yards. The ones you see in war movies. "Is there a zombie apocalypse about to happen?" I ask. "Who's your buyers this month?" "The usual deer hunters and the occasional mad assassin." He gazes at me. "I have a Spanish gun enthusiast who wants everything in the other tennis bag. He lives in a massive castle out in Mullingar." Jesus. "Which one would you want?" "I need a handgun," I reply. "I have this one, a Glock 19. Handy little thing," he says, taking it out of the bag. "Great balance, and ideal for a backup or concealed carry purpose." "This is perfect," I say, holding the gun in my hand. "Getting tired of the Beretta?" he asks. "I like to mix things up. How much is the damage?" 300. I reach into my pocket and pull out some cash. "I'll throw in some ammo, too." "You're a good man," I say, as I place the gun in my backpack. "Want me to drop you back in town?" he asked. "If you don't mind." I cross my task off the to-do list. Bike shop, crossed out. Chapter 7. Bloomfield Avenue. I cycle at a good pace on the wet roads, still thinking about the fond memories of hunting rabbits with Jack McGee. The good old days. I turn on the canal on Windsor Terrace. Reeds shoot up from the brownish water, while yellow iris flowers begin to die. The sky is turning dark grey again. Mothers and fathers push strollers on the paths, and swans scare the life out of people sitting on the benches. I turn left on Emmet Bridge onto Parnell Road. I avoid a pothole. I find myself getting closer to Rialto, slowly moving away from the city centre. More houses, flats, and a gas station. A couple hurry past me, looking like zombies on the hunt for their next fix. Jack always says, your health is your wealth. Most of the time these areas are safe, but sometimes you can bump into troublemakers wearing tracksuits. I take a right on Herberton Road. I reach my location, St. James Hospital. There's a ton of construction going on. Ireland's new children's hospital, the billboard reads. The oval-shaped design looks enormous. I see a security man hanging about around the car park. He's on his phone. The agonising sound of an ambulance zips by me. It hurts my eardrums. I don't know what's worse, an ambulance blasting its sirens or a baby crying. A mother and her son walk by me. The young boy has a long arm cast, covered with signatures and drawings. An old man with a black eye in a wheelchair is pushed out of the main entrance by a nurse with strawberry red nail polish. I lock my bike outside at the main entrance and make my way to the respiratory assessment unit. Inside are nurses, doctors, sick people, old people, children, and visitors. Kabil Mufti to the emergency room, says a woman, butchering the foreign name over the intercom system. Patients are lying in hospital beds out in the hallway on drips. I hate hospitals. I go to the elevators. The unit is on the 5th floor. Lots of visitors about. I nod to a few white coats and scrubs. It's stuffy and warm. I always feel sleepy when I'm inside a hospital. I keep the backpack with the gun and ammo on me at all times. Room 308. There are 6 beds in the room. White bed sheets and light blue blankets on thin mattresses. All the patients are on their last legs. I sit down beside an old woman who's at death's door. Me ma. Not looking good. Stage 4 lung cancer and in a coma. The expenses are adding up. Why did I go private care? I chuckle at the words private care. She's still sharing a room with other patients. I grab a chair and sit beside her. How are things, ma? I ask. No response. The usual shite. She's been through radiation and chemo. No surgery, they say. Too advanced. Too fucking late. I always knew she would die from smoking, but she refused to listen. Ma, I'm moving to a new flat soon. I look at the flowers I bought a few days ago on the bedside table. They're dead. They've turned brown. Not much sunlight is coming into this unit. I remember doing a tour of Kilmainham jail. The prison had the same feeling. Bleak, miserable, and suffocating. I know, I'm always moving. You know I get bored being in the one spot too long. You got to mix things up. Dublin is getting way too expensive to live in. Rent is too high and the house prices are only going up. I might have to move to the country, out into the wilderness. Imagine that. Me and my fishing rod with my cabin by a lake. Peace and quiet. My ma is half her normal size, and her skin is the colour of milk. She's 72. I suppose she did live a long life for a heavy drinker and smoker. So many tubes and wires all over her. Her poor arms bruised from needles and the drip. Beep, 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 sounds one of the machines. It's hard talking to someone in a coma. Only a matter of time before they pull the plug. Me belly rumbles. God, I'm starving. Evening, Patrick, says Martha. She's one of the head nurses at the hospital. How are things? I ask. Good, good. Once it's not raining, I'm in a good mood. I don't like looking out the window on a rainy day, unless I'm not working, curled up, watching a movie or reading a good book. She's in her 50s, thin, dirty blonde hair, with the friendliest smile. Irish weather is unpredictable, you know that. It is. Martha grabs the pillow from under my ma's head and replaces it with a new one. She wears colourful bracelets on her wrist. She told me a 3-year-old girl recovering from brain surgery made them for her. This one is a fighter, she says. I was just thinking that. She'll go when she's ready. She enjoys your company and can feel your presence. You really think that? Sure, why not? She loves you. You have a calming voice. I'll take the compliment, I say, smiling. If only she knew I murdered a young man yesterday and took his baby. My voice wasn't so soothing then. How's the bike business? She asks. I tell people I work in a bike shop, doing repairs for a living. It's going well. My friend works in the emergency room. He was telling me a young fella came in this morning who got hit by a car. He was cycling on Dame Street, or was it on Gardner Street? Anyhow, turns out the man was drunk who hit him. Big court case, I reckon. What happened to the young fella? I ask. He shattered his ankle and a concussion. I've seen the x-rays myself. Horrendous stuff. He's a lucky boy. Lucky? The drunk driver could have done a hit and run and killed the young fella. Tragedy. You make sure to wear your helmet. I don't want to see you in a hospital bed. You won't, I reply. I have to go. She grasps my forearm tightly. See you later. It's just me and the ma now. There's no other visitors in the room. Most of the patients are resting their eyes. One of them is watching TV. The volume is super high. The chair I'm sitting on is uncomfortable. I can feel my buttocks stiffen. Ma, I'm taking care of a friend's baby this week, I say to her, waiting for a response. He's a handful. Olivia is helping me out. You remember Olivia? Lovely girl. I've been seeing her for a bit now. You would like her. The hospital bed light above her is flickering. Her arms are down by her sides, and her fingernails have grown out even longer since I last saw her. His name is Keno. I don't know how we're coping with the little fart. All he does is eat, cry, and poop himself, I say with a chuckle. The machines continue to make beeping sounds. I don't know how you raised me all those years. The water in the vase is starting to smell. I better be off now, Ma. Don't worry. I'll be back in a few days' time. I hold her hand for a second. It's cold. Then I let go. I remove my pocket watch from my shorts. My drunken ma gave it to me when I was a young boy. She told me it was her father's. Carried it everywhere he went, she said. A vintage Elgin 1930s pocket watch. 10-carat yellow gold. Worth a few £100. The battery is dead. Frozen at 9:15. Rabbits are on my mind. I'm feeling peckish. She takes another feeble breath through the tubes. Slower and slower with each breath. I need to leave this hellhole. What a dismal place. We'll see you soon, Ma, I say, leaving. She's frozen in time in this morbid room, waiting to take her final breath. The other patients are also waiting for the lights to go out. Family members expect a phone call with the bad news soon, to say their goodbyes. I drift off to the hallway and wait for the elevator. A nurse runs by me in white trainers. I'm hungry. Yes, that's what I'll have, a rabbit stew. First, I'll start rolling the delicious rabbit in flour. Then, I'll place it in a pot with extra virgin olive oil. Then add onions, garlic, chicken stock, and red wine. Then the potatoes, tomato paste, and carrots. The stew will be done within 35 to 40 minutes. I leave the hospital with dinner plans. Visit Ma. Crossed out. Chapter 8. Traffic is rough on James Street as I cycle back into town. The Guinness Brewery is to my right. Tour buses park outside. I try texting Olivia again. Still no reply. I call her. No answer. My plans of cooking up rabbit stew are cut short. I need to get back to the apartment. Something is up. Why isn't she answering? I pedal fast. There's a sudden burst of energy inside me. Move it! I shout at someone walking in the bike lane. Swarms of people come spilling out of office buildings, desperate to get home. I press on the brakes. The tires make a squeaking sound. I reach my apartment building panting, heart pounding. I get off my bike, and at the same time the doorman from earlier greets me. I can't get the words out to say hello, so I just nod. Lorenzo is in the lobby, hair slicked back, and looking more tanned than usual. I assume he uses sunbeds or some kind of tanning lotion. Afternoon, Mr. Callen, he says, smiling. Lorenzo, do you ever go home? I ask. Yes, but as general manager, the job requires me to be here most days. I press the elevator button. Olivia just left the building, he says. What? Olivia just left 10 minutes ago, he says, all cheerful. What about the baby? He looks so perplexed. She didn't have a baby with her, sir. Fuck! I press the button over and over again. Why is this lift taking forever? The elevator broke down, sir. Try the other one. I jump into the lift with my bike and backpack. I can't get a phone signal. The elevator stops on the 5th floor. The doors open, and the cleaner enters, dragging in a vacuum and a bag of cleaning supplies. "Hello," he says. I just nod and give him an anxious smile. I'm starting to get chest pains. The cleaner pushes the number 7 button. He swiftly sprays the mirrors in the elevator and wipes them with a squeegee. I try to take deep breaths, but the smell of whatever he put on the mirrors is strong. I hurry inside my flat, throwing my bike on the floor. I look around. The baby is nowhere to be seen in the living area. I run to the spare bedroom and go over to the crib. Thank God! Luckily the baby is safe and sound, lying on his back. I'm furious with Olivia, that selfish bitch. I sit down on the floor and take slow, deep breaths. I lean my head against the wall. I call Olivia. The phone rings out. "Yes," she answers. "You left the flat!" I yell back at her. "I know. What's wrong? I told you I had to leave." "But what about the baby?" "What about him?" "You broke one of the cardinal rules." "Which is?" "Never leave a baby alone. Everybody knows that. It's bleeding common sense." "I have to see a client. You know this. I was only going to be an hour." "That's not the point. The baby could have died." "Stop overreacting. I fed the little shit and changed his nappy. That's all you asked me to do." "Are you stupid?" "I did what you asked me to do. It's not my baby," she says angrily, then hangs up. I start to get a severe headache. It feels like an elastic band is squeezing my head. The baby starts to cry. I pick him up and hold him close. The chest pain subsides. I bring him into the living room and look up how to stop a baby from crying on my phone. A million things show up. I spend the next few minutes watching videos of parents holding their babies in many different positions. I even do some shushing sounds, swaying him from side to side. The last video says to get a pacifier. I go through the bags on the kitchen countertop and find one. He snatches it from my fingertips. Yes! The baby finally stops crying. I place him in the stroller. I stuff my face with a ton of fruit and the last of the cashew nuts in the cabinet. I swallow back a pint of milk. I leave enough for a cup of tea. My belly swells with liquids. I remove my slippers, then remove my socks, which is a wonderful sensation. I massage my feet. They feel swollen. On the bottom of my shin bone is a tiny scab from when I smacked it on the bed frame. I spend a few hours with the baby on the couch, watching TV, with my feet up on the coffee table. Nothing good is on. The news pops up. And there it is, on the big plasma screen above the electric fireplace. The reporter, in his late 50s, possibly early 60s, square face, wearing a dark suit, begins reading the teleprompter. Gardaí are still on the lookout for the person responsible for the death of a young man who was shot at his apartment in Mountjoy Square Monday afternoon. The victim, Henry O'Neill, was known by the Gardaí and has an 11-month-old son, which is believed to have gone missing. Gardaí are looking for any information on what happened to the victim and the missing baby. The news cuts to the girlfriend, who looks strung out on drugs. She's mumbling her words to the reporter outside the apartment complex. "I just want me baby back," she keeps saying, the wind blowing her hair onto her face. "He has a red birthmark on his face," she says, howling into the microphone. I turn off the TV. I'm all over the news. What will I do with this damn baby? He falls calmly asleep in the stroller. He's snoring. I feel my eyes closing. They shut. I see my dad down the street, holding his black plastic bags full of clothing. I try chasing after him, but he's too far away. I run as fast as I can. My legs are dead. I see him hop on a bus with his bags. The door's shut. I can't get on. The bus drives off. I'm too late. I wake up abruptly. My phone vibrates beside me. My eyes are blurry. It's Olivia. A couple of missed calls and text messages. She says she is sorry in the text message, and that she shouldn't have left the baby alone in the apartment. It was selfish of her. She emphasises that she's never taken care of a baby before. I'm still annoyed with Olivia, but I can't stay mad at her for too long. At the end of the day, I shouldn't have sprung the baby on her. I text, "Don't worry about it. I'm new to this as well." We text for a bit until she asks, "Do you need any help with the baby?" I respond, "Drop by tomorrow." To-do list. Dentist visit. The crazy owl. Shay the Slither Kelly. Go to Mass. Perrystown. Nocturnal bloke. Chapter 9. Wednesday morning. I hear hailstones striking the windows of my apartment. They are slightly larger than peas and fill up my balcony within seconds, unlike the ones from last week, which were like tiny pieces of broken glass falling from the sky. The ordeal doesn't last long. It stops, and the sun comes out. I'm all dressed in my usual attire. This time, I'm wearing a tan short-sleeve shirt with black shorts. The shirt feels baggy on me. I think I've dropped a few pounds. I'm sitting on a kitchen stool, feeding the baby a jar of blueberries, bananas, and rice. I then fill up a bottle with orange juice. He loves it. I put a new onesie on the baby. It's blue, and has a green dinosaur on it. I pack 2 nappies, wipes, and a jar of food in my backpack. I shove a pacifier in his mouth and place him in the stroller. No bike today. It feels strange to just walk. Aisling sees me exit the elevator. She has 4 takeaway coffees on a tray in one hand, and a bag that smells of croissants and other tasty pastries. "Morning," she says, as I get out of the elevator. "Morning," I reply. Lorenzo is in the back room getting someone's dry cleaning, while another staff member is climbing a ladder to get a parcel. I'm now pushing the stroller toward Bagot Street Lower. The sun is still hanging about, keeping my legs nice and toasty. I put my shades on. People are crawling to work. The midweek slump is real. I can see it in their faces. Not to worry. Tomorrow is Thursday, and the after-work drinks will cheer them up. I call Olivia. "Hello," I say. "How are you?" she replies. "Good. I'm with the baby now on my way to an appointment." "You want to meet up later?" she asks. "Sure. Where are you going to be?" "I'm around the Balls Bridge area. I can meet you and the baby in Herbert Park." "That sounds great. Does 12 o'clock work for you?" I ask. "Perfect. See you then." Bye. I go over a small bridge as the canal runs underneath us. I stop at the traffic light. Cyclists glide by. I hear the shifting of gears, and the one guy who chances his arm through a red light. I already miss the sensation of pedalling my bike. There's something free and dangerous about it. I check my to-do list. A scrawny woman in her 40s is standing beside me. She wears office attire and old, bulky white trainers. The laces on her right trainer are undone. I gaze at her. Her eyes are glued to the screen of her mobile phone. Her eyelashes flicker. For a second, she looks into the stroller. She does a double take. We cross the road. She catches up to me. She peers back into the stroller. I take a right on Herbert Place to avoid her. I look back, and she's standing at the corner, looking around, rather bewildered, like a lost child. I see a Garda officer across the street from the woman. She runs over to him. The officer has his hands tucked into his anti-stab vest. They start talking, and she points in my direction. "Fuck!" I start jogging with the stroller, dodging pedestrians. I hear the Garda in the distance behind me. "Stop!" he commands. He's a heavy officer, and I'm fast on my feet. I divert the stroller and take a left on Mount Street Crescent. In front of us is St. Stephen's Church, also known as the Pepper Canister. We come to an intersection. I turn around, and the officer is a block away. He takes a breather and speaks into his walkie-talkie. The stroller nearly tips over on its two wheels when I hit the curb. I turn on Fitzwilliam Street. The city is riddled with people. There's a little park to my right. I have to make a quick decision. I enter the park with the stroller, hoping no Garda is in sight. It seems calm, quaint, with all the charm a little park has to offer, escaping the chaotic streets. There are gorgeous trees and the scent of lush grass in the air. In the centre of the park is a group of men all dressed in black. They seem to be setting up a stage for an event. A man with messy hair down to his shoulders walks past us, wheeling a large speaker system. What the hell is going on here? We blend in with the trees, as if we're hiding in a forest deep in the countryside. We can't even see the sky above us. I try catching my breath. My hands are clammy from holding the stroller. Through the branches, I hear something go off, a beeping sound. It's followed by the crackling sounds of loud words. We come to the exit. Sweat rolls down my face. I could just leave him here. Abandon the poor child. Save myself. I make a run for it, pushing the stroller as fast as I can out of the park. I can't leave him alone. We head towards St. Stephen's Green. I didn't want to go back into a park. It's too risky. The last thing I want is the Garda trapping me in. Plus, there are too many witnesses hanging about. This little fart is all over the news. I hear the tram making a loud ringing sound as it approaches. The tram comes in like a black mamba, swallowing passengers up one by one. I decide to hop on with the baby. The doors are about to close. I see a Garda officer talking to some people at the tram stop. They're shaking their heads. The tram is packed with passengers. I cover the baby's cheek with the blanket and pull the stroller cover over his face. Beechwood, Quil na Fá, murmurs a reassuring voice over the intercom in English, followed by Irish. I look at the time on my phone. My appointment is at 10 o'clock. I take a look at the map above the doors. It's a couple more stops until Milltown, where we need to get off. The tram ride is smooth. There's even a long-haired fella in a beat-up denim jacket, playing an acoustic guitar a few carriages down. We get off at the stop at Milltown. Outside the tram stop, a gang of teenage girls are dressed in bright red field hockey uniforms. Two brunettes pretend to fight using their hockey sticks. One of them has cuts on her knee. "Welcome to Alexandra College," it reads on the sign to the right. I cross over the tracks with the stroller to Temple Road. The houses are huge on this street, posh and elegant. There's a red brick house to our right that's 3 stories high with an extravagant chimney. I can barely see into the properties because they all have tall trees and hedges surrounding them. One of the houses has electric cars charging in the front garden. Another has 4 sports cars. One of them has a cover over it, but you can tell there's something expensive underneath. It's a quiet road and feels private. Birds are chirping, and the occasional runner is about, breathing heavily in a neon green shirt. We reach the end of the road. We make it to the destination. The grey building is 2 stories high, old, possibly 19th century, with a tall white entrance door and columns on either side. I lift the stroller up the steps. We go in, and there's an older woman at the reception. Her hair is icy blonde, but it looks dyed. She's wearing lots of makeup and smells of floral perfume. I hear the baby sneeze. The woman is wearing a headset. She doesn't even acknowledge me as I stand in front of her. She's talking to someone on the phone and typing really fast. I can hear her acrylic nails hit the keyboard. To my right is a white marble fireplace, and above it is a mirror. I look into it and see my beard looking scruffy and my ponytail getting longer. A young woman comes out from one of the back rooms wearing blue scrubs. They're baggy on her legs. I can hear them rub off each other. "You must be Jonathan Ward," she says, reading the clipboard in her hand. I nod. "Follow me." "Great," I reply. Before you know it, I'm lying down in a dentist chair with orange protective glasses covering my eyes and a bib wrapped around my neck. Now I know how the baby feels. He's in the stroller across from me. The dental light is shining directly in my face. It's extremely bright. The same lady who showed me in sticks a device in my mouth. "Stay still. We're just doing some x-rays." I can't respond. I drool a little on the bib. She disappears and comes back a minute later. "All done," she says. "The dental surgeon will be in to you soon." She takes the glasses from me and vanishes. We wait for a few minutes. I check on the baby. The pacifier fell out of his mouth. I pop it back in. Then I sit back in the slippery chair. "You have a few caries and bruxism," the dentist lady says as she walks in. Her hair is dark and tied back. She's attractive, in her mid-40s, but looks younger and lean, like someone who goes to yoga a few times a week and lifts weights. I sit back in the chair with my hands clasped, as if I'm praying. My x-rays are on a screen in front of me. She must be at least 5 feet 3 inches, and that's wearing high heels. She brings the screen forward and sits down. "What the hell is bruxism?" I ask, puzzled. "Do you grind or clench your teeth?" she asks. "I think I used to, many years back. Maybe I still do." "There you go. Some teeth are flattened. You also have worn tooth enamel. What about at night? Do you grind then?" "I don't know." "What about stress? Do you have a lot of stress in your life?" I shrug my shoulders. I can't help looking at the baby in the stroller as I sit upright in the dental chair. The light is making my eyes fuzzy. "That's the pain you're experiencing. Pressure on the teeth and gums from grinding. It can explain the enamel breaking down on your teeth. It can cause headaches and jaw pain," she explains. "What's the solution, doctor?" I ask sarcastically. "You'll have to wear a mouth guard at night and watch what you're eating." "A mouth guard? Like a feckin' rugby player?" "Not that extreme. This one is a little smaller, much harder material. When I move in the chair, it makes a farting sound." We both look at each other. I see. I'm getting distracted with the task in hand. I need to focus. I abruptly get up out of the chair, removing my bib, and close the door. Her face is perplexed. "What are you doing?" she asks firmly. "I'm not here for a checkup, Dr. Haynes. I'm here to have a chat with you," I say calmly. "About what?" "I want to talk about your relationship with your husband, Michael." "How do you know my Listen, Dr. Haynes. Listen carefully." I stand with my arms folded, looking down at her. "Do you love your husband?" "Yes." "Why are you asking me that? Who are you?" "Then why are you sleeping around with another woman?" "I don't know what you are talking about," she replies frustratingly. "I know you finish work early on Wednesdays and Thursdays. This is where you meet up with Miss Ramos, a pretty, well-educated woman from a small town not far from the city of Madrid called Avila. I nail the pronunciation of the small town, but she's not impressed. I've seen photos. It looks stunning." "Did my husband pay you to come here?" she asks with anger. "How dare he? That man is a cockroach. He's been having affairs on me for years. I can't divorce the bastard. I've tried so many times. Her face turns red when she talks about him, boiling with rage. I'm not here to be your counsellor. I'm here to send you a warning to stay away from Miss Ramos. Playtime is over. What will you do? Kill me? She says loudly, smirking. Her lips tighten up. No, but I will kill your precious girlfriend. It's in that moment I know I've made a huge mistake. Beside the dentist's chair is a stand. On top of the stand is a metal tray with all her dental tools. I counted 5 of them when I walked in. One of them had a dainty mirror, and the others were angled at the top, like hooks. But the one that's missing is a sharp one, the most dangerous one of all. Dr. Haynes springs up out of her chair with a facial expression like a pissed-off dog and hits me full on in my left shoulder with the sharp dental tool. I'm in shock as I look down at the object stuck in my shoulder. I fall back into the cabinet behind me. It makes a loud noise. I try pulling the bloody thing out of my shoulder. She sees her opportunity and tries to open the door. I push my foot up against it. She uses all her strength, pulling on the handle. I grab her by the forearm. "Stop it!" I yell. She elbows me in the stomach. I feel the blow and lose my breath. My foot moves, and it's not against the door anymore. She makes a run for it. I grab her arm. She struggles. The baby starts a light cry in the stroller. I can't leave him by himself. I let her go. Another time, I might have chased her down and grabbed her by the throat. But it's too late. She's gone. Out the door. I remove the sharp object from my shoulder and let out a painful moan. She got me good. It's just a small wound, but it's bleeding heavily. I have no time. I need to get out of here. I push the stroller out of the dentist's office. The woman at the reception is in disbelief as she stands up. "Get back here!" she yells. We head out onto the main road. I put pressure on my wound. Blood is gushing all over my hand. We get to a corner. I look in the backpack. I use the wipes to clean up the wound. There's nothing else in the backpack that can help stop the bleeding. I look at the nappies. I open one of them up and wrap it around my shoulder. It holds in place. I got blood on my hairy legs. I remove my notebook and cross off one of the tasks on my to-do list. Blood smudges the paper. What a morning. Dentist visit. Crossed out. Chapter 10. I'm a wounded animal. Dark blood seeps through the nappy on my shoulder. I don't think the nappy makers ever thought it would be used to cover a stab wound inflicted by a short female dentist. There's always a first. It's just a minor cut. I've had plenty of cuts in my day. I was in a knife fight with a nun before. Her eyes turned black, matching her veil, when she sliced me across the thigh. I have the scar to remind me. Dr. Haynes had the same look of determination on her face. The difference between the nun and the dental surgeon is that the nun beat the shit out of young teenage girls in convent schools back in the 70s, and the dental surgeon is only sleeping around in her husband with a woman. For some reason, I feel bad for Dr. Haynes. If she's telling the truth about her husband, the cockroach who's been treating her like shit over the years, then my task in hand is becoming sticky. What's wrong with me? I didn't blink twice when the nun sliced me. I grabbed the knife from her hand and stabbed her 5 times in the side and let her bleed out all over her living room rug. I look into the stroller. The baby kicks his legs. I grip his fingertips and he lets out a hard giggle. I find myself pushing the stroller up hilly Milltown Road, searching for a nearby pharmacy. I don't want the wound getting infected. I look up to the light blue sky. In the distance, a blanket of stubborn, shadowy clouds is coming. We make it to Donnybrook Road. I see the cross-shaped neon light above the pharmacy. It's green and starts flashing. Next door to the pharmacy, graffiti covers the security shutters of an abandoned shoe repair and key-cutting shop. Bags of rubbish and recycled clothing sit on the mossy front steps. I push the stroller in. A muscular brown security man nods as I hide the bloodstain on my shirt. There's no hiding the dried blood on my hairy legs, but he doesn't notice. A young girl hands me a coupon. Half off on selected fragrances and grooming products. I don't know if that's an insult or she's just doing her job. There's something disturbing about her fake smile and glittery fake nails. I go to the health aisle and pick up antiseptic wipes and a roll of stretch bandages. I open them up in the store and remove the nappy beside a stack of hair dryers on sale. I clean my wound and wrap my shoulder with the bandage. No stitches required. Across the aisle from me, an old man in his 70s has a box of condoms in his hand, along with a chocolate bar. He moves with such patience. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I look at it. 5 minutes away, the text reads from Olivia. I buy a litre of water and a can of energy drink. I chug its contents outside the pharmacy. I pour half of the water on my legs and wash the blood off. The water drips down my legs into my socks and slippers. The security man looks on with his arms folded, shaking his head. I need to hurry on. I get on the path leading to Herbert Park. It's busy. The stroller rolls over leaves, making a crunching sound. There are tennis courts to my left, and a few middle-aged women are playing the sport lawn bowls, if you can even call it a sport. One of them rolls a black ball along the tightly cut grass. She then high-fives the woman who's next. Where the hell am I? I text Olivia. Where are you? The park is huge. By the pond, she replies. I push the stroller to the entrance on the right. The benches are full, and the light shines down on the grass, where fit people are doing yoga. Dogs run about as their owners whistle for them. I see the Herbert Park lake. It looks dirty and a bit grim, the many ducks dipping their heads below. Olivia is sitting at a bench under a giant tree. She smiles when I approach her. She leans in, kisses me on the cheek. She's wearing a red flannel shirt with baggy light blue jeans and colourful trainers. It feels strange, seeing her wear casual clothing. How's this little fart doing? She asks, reaching into the stroller and lifting the baby out. She sniffs his head. The smell of a baby is heaven. My phone vibrates. It's the bronze man. Get your ass down to the pub now, she texts. Fuck, I murmur. What's wrong? Olivia asks. Nothing, I respond. Just work. If you need to go, I'm not stopping you. I'll leave in a few minutes. What's that smell? She asks. Changing time, I say. Can I do this one? Sure. I brought nappies with me. A nappy, I mean, I say, removing the one and only nappy remaining in my backpack. I fix my shirt, hiding the bandage on my shoulder. Look at the one over there, she says, pointing with her head. There's a woman changing her twins on the bench across from us. How the hell is she able to do that so quickly? Once you do it more than 5 times, you get used to it, I suppose. I haven't got used to the smell, she says, grinning. I take a seat and watch her change the baby. There's a couple of fellas walking on tight ropes, shirts off, of course. They have the narrow rope attached from one tree to another. It's only a foot off the ground, but it looks challenging. How's work? She asks. All good. A man came in today trying to sell us a bike, I say. I knew by the look of him he stole it. Bloody scumbags are robbing bikes all over the city, especially those electric ones, I say. Even though I lied about my work, the story is real. I remember Jack telling me this last week. Such a shame. My phone vibrates again. The bronze man is trying to ring me. You should go, Olivia says. I'll take care of him. And promise me you won't leave him all alone. I promise. I stand up. You can take my backpack home. There's a jar of baby food for him and wipes inside. I hand her €100. What's this for? For taking care of the baby and lunch, I say. Lorenzo at the reception will let you up to the apartment. See you later, she says. Say bye-bye, Keno. She waves the baby's hand. I'll be back soon. Chapter 11. Olivia is in better spirits, which helps, but the bronze man is losing her shit. I text her, I'll be at the Crazy Owl in 20 minutes. First, I head back to the apartment, which is only a 10-minute walk from Herbert Park. I see a man lying on the ground with a newspaper covering his face. I reach my building. I have no time for small talk with Lorenzo or Aisling, so it's just a quick hello. When I get into my apartment, I pour a glass of water and lash it back. My moustache gets all wet. I check the fridge. I have so much meat, but no time to cook it. There's one slice of bread left. I eat it fast. No time to toast it or spread butter and delicious strawberry jam on it. My belly rumbles. I go to my bedroom and change my shirt. I look at the bloodstain. This isn't going to come out in the wash. I quickly run to the kitchen and throw it in the bin. I put on a black short-sleeve shirt. I grab the fully loaded Glock 19 and silencer from the safe. When the bronze man needs me in a hurry, it means she needs me for a job. I stick the gun in the large side pocket of my shorts. I remove my leather gloves from my drawer and put them in my back pocket. I'm ready. I get my bike. I hear loud rock music being played down the hallway when I lock the door. Besides the rent being ridiculously high, the neighbour playing loud music gives me another reason to move again. I remember living in a 2-bedroom house near Croke Park Stadium on the north side of Dublin in my early 20s. It was a real dump. The fella I was living with was an older man, a weird-looking fella. He had long dreadlocks like Lenny Kravitz and listened to the Beatles non-stop every day. I would come home to him burning eggs and sausages on a frying pan, grease spitting all over the kitchen countertop. Smoke filled up the house. You couldn't see a thing. A year went by, and I found him dead, hanging from a rope inside his wardrobe. The thought of it still gives me the shivers today. But I was also thankful that he was gone, because I never had to hear him play the fucking Beatles ever again. I get to the lobby. A young woman is holding 6 dog leads as she enters the elevator. What a nightmare. I see Lorenzo sitting down beside Aisling. He looks upset, a little pale. I walk over to him with my bike. You all right? I ask. I'm fine, he replies, not making eye contact with me. He's not. His date stood him up last night, Aisling says. What a shame, I reply. You don't need him, I add, trying to ease his pain. That's what I told him, Aisling says, applying lip balm to her lips. He seemed like a nice guy, Lorenzo says, as the phone rings beside him. He gazes into the abyss. Aisling snaps her fingers and says, "Wakey, wakey." Oh. He answers the phone in a sombre tone. I shake my head. Then he hangs up. You really are down in the dumps, I say. You should meet someone else. Give me your phone, Aisling says, snatching his cell off the table. She starts going through his dating profile. Look at this guy. He's perfect. Tall, dark, works in tech. Smart fella, she says, and Mexican. Lorenzo is about to smile. There you go, I say. You know it's a good spot. Merrion Square. It's nice and quiet. Get a coffee and walk around the park with him, I suggest. See? That sounds like a good idea, she says. Thanks, Patrick. You're too kind, Lorenzo replies, delighted. What about me? Aisling says, leaning her body back in the chair. I helped out as well. I'm off, I say. I cycle towards Store Street to the Crazy Owl. It's coming up to 4 o'clock. There's traffic, but that's nothing new. My legs get swept with a cold breeze as I cycle over the Sean O'Casey Bridge. No vehicles are allowed across this bridge, pedestrians only. I see a homeless woman halfway across the bridge. She looks Romanian by her attire, especially the floral shawl draped around her head. Her aging face has deep wrinkles, and her skin seems dirty, almost muddy. Store Street. Slim is outside smoking a cigarette. He tilts his head back and blows the smoke from his mouth toward the sky. Slim, I say. He returns a serious gaze, as if he's never seen me before, or as if I'm some junky beggar. Here to see the boss, I say to him. Give me a minute, he replies. I can hear someone beyond the back gate of the pub. I can tell it's Jerry by his inner-city accent. He's on the other side talking to someone. Slim takes another long drag. Some ash falls from the cigarette and blows onto my arm. I flick it away. We'll burn it to the ground, are the words Jerry says as Slim opens the back gate. Jerry, I say, nodding. Standing beside him is some short bloke with a Union Jack flag tattoo on his Adam's apple. The red and blue ink are fresh. He's about 40, jagged and greasy looking. He wears an old brown leather jacket. I've never seen this fellow before. Patrick, Jerry says cheerfully. I'll be up to you in a moment. He gives me a wink. Slim locks the gate behind me. I leave my bike in the back. Slim pushes me aside and walks in front of me up the stairs. He can barely fit through the door. His shoulders touch both walls on either side of him as we head up. His long, graceful hair is like a beautiful mane. Slim, what hair conditioner do you use for that head of yours? I ask him, teasing. We stop at the top of the stairs and he turns to me and replies, I don't. Then how do you keep it so smooth? I say, rubbing his hair. He slaps my hand away. I start laughing. Relax, man, I say, backing away. But touch me like that again. I'll strangle you with that hair of yours. He grins at me and sits at the bar. As I walk to the back, a tall black fella comes toward me, athletic build and stylish. The coat on him is long and the colour grey, with the collar up. He wears a brown flat cap on his head. I notice he's holding an envelope. While my slippers are silent, his boots are making a disturbing creaking sound on the wooden floors. He bumps right into me. Excusez-moi, monsieur, he says, as he continues to walk, not making eye contact. I clench my fists. I feel the stabbing pain in my wounded shoulder. I take a deep breath and blow out. Eagle Eye isn't around. I walk to the back, sliding my hand along the green cloth on the snooker table. I knock twice on the door. Come in. The bronze man is at her dark pine desk, wearing her reading glasses. Today she's wearing a black baggy suit, white shirt, and tweed waistcoat. Her red hair is tied up in a bun. She has a Juan Lopez cigar between her fingers, unlit. How did it go earlier with Dr. Haynes? She asks, as I sit down. Could have gone better, I reply. It could have gone better, he says. She looks directly into my eyes. What is it? Jerry just told me that the husband of Dr. Haynes is pissed off. He should be. His wife's been cheating on him with another woman, I say with a nervous smile. That's not the problem. The problem is that Dr. Haynes is missing. It looks like she's done a runner. Where to? I don't feckin' know. But the husband said when he came home, all of her clothes were gone, along with 2 suitcases. I'm assuming she ran off with the Spanish girl she's seeing. Smart move. Are you not hearing me? The client isn't happy and he wants his money back. Come on now, that's ridiculous, I say. Is it? I've known you for over 10 years now. You went from being a pill addict to scrubbing toilets. Then you came here, played security doorman with not an ounce of fat on you, to becoming one of my best hitmen. And your point is? I shoot back. You've done plenty of threats in the past, and I've never had any complaints from one client. A large fly bounces off the window glass behind her. I never thought the buzzing sound from a fly could be so loud. This is different. She has nothing to lose. The woman detests her husband. It was all coming to a head. She wants out. You should have scared her shitless. Make her think twice to be sleeping around with a young piece of tail. Tell her one of those lovely speeches you usually do. I told her I would kill her girlfriend. Well, she obviously wasn't convinced with your threat, she says. She had enough of his bullshit. The husband was having affairs for years. She was unhappy. Is that what she told you? It sounds like you had a nice little conversation. I'm just seeing 2 sides of the story. There's only one side, and that's the client's. You got that? She yells. She's fuming. I can tell by her eyes. I can't remember when she last blinked. Apparently, we blink between 15 and 20 times every minute. Her eyes are glued on me. The door opens up a little behind me. Can I come in? Jerry asks, sticking his head in. Yeah, sit down, she says, standing up, trying to lift the sash window. The cigar is dangling from her mouth. Stupid fucking thing. The window opens a couple of inches. She lights up her cigar. I have a job for you, Jerry says to me. Where am I off to? Stony Batter, he replies, handing me a sheet of paper. Printed on the paper is a photo. Shay Kelly, age 26, height 5 feet 9 inches, weight 170 pounds. This is his mugshot. What's his story? I ask. He was involved in a car crash in County Kerry. 2 people died and another was put in a wheelchair. He picked up his friends after a night out, but was well over the speed limit, causing him to hit a curb and crash into a utility pole. None of the victims were wearing seat belts. Jesus, I reply, uncomfortable in the chair. He received a 6-year sentence but only did 4. He was released 8 months ago. One of the victims' fathers reached out to me and wants him dead. Only 4 years? Madness, I reply. It's a disgrace. This prick has a few friends in construction, and that's where he's working now. He's on a site in Stony Batter as a plumber. They're building a block of apartments overlooking Phoenix Park, he says, stroking his beard. 10 grand for this one. Don't fuck it up, the bronze man says. I nod. She puts out her cigar in the ashtray on the desk and blows the smoke from the side of her mouth. Eagle Eye is taking forever, she says. Where is he? I ask. Training the new fella to use a gun, she replies. Cormac. He's meeting you at the church tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. Oh, fuck. I whisper to myself. I better be off. Me too, Jerry says, standing up with me. Patrick, she calls out. Take care of the new kid tomorrow. He's there to learn from you, she says calmly. I see the fly buzz right out the window. Silence. Okay, boss, I reply, leaving. The cigar smoke lingers up my nostrils. Jerry follows. Who was the black fella I saw earlier? I ask him. Hugo. Frenchman with all the credentials of a fucking assassin, he says, grinning, which I despise. What's he doing here? We have a couple of jobs for him in the country. And the fellow with the tattoos? I ask. Yeah, he's a friend. I know him years. I might send him down too, he replies. We get to the bar and he turns to me and says, You know, the French fella used to be involved in underground fighting in Tokyo. Can you believe that? His belly is nearly touching my arm. Am I supposed to be impressed? I ask, jokingly. You should be. He was unbeaten. 40 wins, no losses. All knockouts. The Crazy Owl. Crossed out. Chapter 12. I come out of the Crazy Owl somewhat deflated. The bronze man is in an anarchy mood with me today. She's never given me shit like this before. It also doesn't help that I feel drowsy going on this hit. Then I think of Olivia, the baby, and the email I received this morning. Hospital billing statement. Balance due €5,626.93. My dying mother is costing a fortune. The clouds are swelling up in the sky to a dark grey, about to burst, and the seagulls are out in full force this afternoon, squawking and disturbing the peace in this city. I'm surprised someone isn't shooting the bloody things from the sky. Ruthless bastards. I give Olivia a call. Hello, I say. Hi, she replies with a yawn. How are things going? I ask. They're going well. I just fed and put him to sleep. He's been good all day. No crying? No crying, she replies. She sounds tired. He's always crying when I have him. He likes me more, she says. Is that right? I won't be too long. I'll be back in a couple of hours. Is that okay? As long as you're back by 6, because I have to see a client. I will. Talk soon. Bye. When she hangs up, it strikes me that I almost forget she's an escort. This is the most time I've talked with or seen Olivia, but for some reason it feels right, like we've known each other for years. I hop on my bike and make my way to Stoneybatter from Store Street, which is only a 15-minute bike ride. The route takes me to King Street. Nothing much going on in this part of town, except for the many apartment buildings. A pride flag is hanging off a balcony. I see a bushy-bearded fellow wearing goggles, playing drums with pots, pans, and an orange bucket. He's wearing a bowler hat, and is the spitting image of the drummer John Bonham. He's not half bad. He could easily play for any of the new bands out today. I have time before my next job, so I stop off for something to eat. On the corner I see Little Italy. I pull over and lock my bike around a lamppost. Above the main entrance of the Italian grocery store are 2 flags. One half is bright yellow, and the other half is white, with the Vatican City coat of arms. Christmas lights dangle from the rooftop. I walk in. The first thing that hits me is the delightful smell of fresh bread and strong stench of cheese. The shelves are packed with every type of pasta and sauce. There's even a section for olive oil. I need something light. A woman behind a table is cooking pasta. She has thick forearms that could easily choke a man out. I go over to her and ask for a cup size of pasta. She has a contagious smile on her face, which would make anyone feel good inside. She scoops some of the beef ragu from the pan. I can smell the mouth-watering sauce. She then grates Parmesan cheese all over the pasta. She hands it to me. I go over to a seating area near the wine. I research Shay Kelly on my phone. A bunch of articles come up on him. One headline reads, Shay the Slither Kelly only gets 6 years. The article also says that there was a 6% increase in car deaths from last year. There are too many stories on car deaths in Ireland to count. I play a short video of a young woman from the Shay Kelly crash. She's in a wheelchair. The parents are sitting beside her on the couch, distraught. The young one goes on to say she forgives Shay Kelly, and that he will have to live with the consequences for the rest of his life. She also adds that things would have been different if she was wearing a seatbelt. Would my friends be alive and I walking today? I shuffle the delicious pasta in my mouth, burning my lips, but it's worth it. I'm full. I wipe the sauce from my moustache. I get out of the grocery store and walk across the road with my happy belly to the hardware store. The bell above the door rings as I walk in. I look around and start picking up a few items. The first thing I pick up is an orange high-visibility vest and a white hard hat. A man covered in paint is wearing safety boots. I better get me a pair. I go to the back of the store. The boots cost a fortune, but I know I'll need them. It's still another 5-minute cycle to Stoneybatter. I put on my safety boots and throw my slippers in a plastic bag. I put on the high-visibility vest and the hard hat. It feels uncomfortable on my ponytail. I get on my bike and take my time as I head to Manor Street. The boots are heavy on my feet as I pedal. St. Brakeen's Military Hospital is to my left. I cut through the hospital and make my way on Infirmary Road. I see the construction site in the distance. It's about 20 stories high. I get off my bike and lock it on a railing outside Phoenix Park. The bronze plaque on the wall says the park was created in 1662. I put on my leather gloves. I take my time and scope out the site. It's just a shell of 3 separate buildings and lots of scaffolding. No windows in yet. There's a tower crane straight ahead of me and fences surrounding the site. A 20-foot yellow worksite container is beyond the fence to my right. I count 5 construction workers talking at the container. I walk around the back, where I see a cement truck reversing, leaving deep tire tracks behind in the dirt. There's a fat fellow with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, instructing the driver. This is my chance. I sneak in, walking with the truck. The concrete mixer is making a loud churning noise. The driver can barely hear the construction worker shouting instructions. I step in a large hole filled with water. Dirty water splashes all over my leg and spanking new boots. I get to the building and see a construction hoist. 2 men enter. One of them holds the doors for me. "Hurry up!" shouts one of them. "Go ahead," I shout back. "Get in." I jump in. It's crowded inside. Both men are middle-aged. The man to my left has a scruffy beard and a scar about 6 inches across his cheek. The other fella is clean-shaven, but has tiny pieces of tissue paper with blood stuck to his face, probably from nicking himself shaving. "Heading to the 4th floor?" "Yeah," I reply. I really don't know where I'm going. All I know is that Shay is working as a plumber on this construction site and could be anywhere. Sure, he might not be at work today. "You not nippy wearing those shorts on a day like this?" the clean-shaven man asks me as he presses the button to go up. "No, my legs get too warm," I reply. "Where's your badge?" I play the dummy and start searching my pockets. Shit, I left it in my van. "Don't worry about it. Make sure you have it on you next time. I don't want you getting in trouble with the boss," he says. The hoist abruptly stops, shaking my knees. We all get off. The 4th floor has a dozen or so construction workers. I see a man welding across from me. Sparks are flying, as though a firework is about to go off. 3 workers use a long piece of wood to level the cement on the floor. The cement is spread out like icing on top of a cake. So smooth. The slither could be anywhere. I see an electrician standing on a ladder. I go over to him. "Which floors are the plumbers working on?" I ask him. He looks down at me. "I don't know. I think the top floor. he says in the thickest Eastern European accent. Thanks. I look for some stairs. I make my way to the top floor. Water is leaking from the ceiling, making the stairs all slippery. My boots are filthy already, and I've only been on the site for 15 minutes. The foreigner wasn't wrong. There's tons of plumbing going on the top floor. A stiff breeze comes whistling through the building. I can see outside, it's lashing rain. I'm good with people's faces, but there's a problem. Everyone on this site looks alike. They are either middle-aged men or young, baby-faced men. A woman is carrying a pipe on her shoulder. She walks by me. She's the first female I see on the site. I walk about, staring at everybody's faces. I nearly trip over a wire. What I remember from the mugshot of Shay Kelly is his hawk-like nose and thick eyebrows. On the top floor, I get a view of Phoenix Park. I can see into Dublin Zoo. In the distance, I can also see Áras an Uachtaráin, where the President of Ireland lives. Beyond that is Ashtown Castle. And if you're lucky, you can spot some deer. I'm high up and look over the barrier, which makes me nervous. He doesn't seem to be on this floor. He could be on lunch, in the toilet, or not in at all. I look across to the other buildings and scope out each floor. And there he is, Shay Kelly with his arms folded, laughing away with a co-worker. The building isn't far, and I need to get over fast. To my far left is a scaffolding bridge connecting to the other building. I plant my foot on the bridge. I take my time. It's all wet. One step at a time, I move. Buckets of rain are blowing in my direction. I lose my footing and hold on to the railing. The wind shakes the bridge. My nerves are getting the better of me. I hate heights. I get to the other side in one piece, soaking wet. I see Shay is on the move. I follow him. There are fewer workers in this building. I see him go into a room. I continue to follow him. The large room has a big square in the ground. It looks like an indoor pool is being built. Nobody is in the room. I close the door behind me, jamming a piece of wood against it. Shay Kelly? I ask with a hefty tone, which echoes inside the empty pool. I climb down the ladder into the pool. Yeah? Who are you? I reach into my shorts pocket and pull out my Glock 19 and screw on the silencer quickly. His eyes open up in disbelief to see a gun in my hand. What are you doing? He asks fearfully, his hands up. I'm here to kill you. Are you sure you want to do this? He asks. It's my job. A silence comes between us. He looks panicky, his hands shaking. Then he puts his hands down, closes his eyes, then reopens them. I knew someone would be after me, he says, now calm. I didn't mean to kill those people. It was an accident. If only everyone could just move on. Is that right? I ask him. No. That car crash haunts me every day. I lost everything. You're still alive, I reply hastily. Silence again. Shay grabs something on the ground beside him and starts spraying it toward me. It goes straight into my eyes, and the gun drops from my hand. I feel it burning my irises and fall to my knees. I hear his footsteps come running toward me, and he rugby tackles me to the ground. I feel my hard hat fly off my head. My eyes sting, but I manage to throw a few punches to his head. He's strong. He digs his forearm into my neck. My eyes are blurry, and I can smell the strong odour of glue. I try to reach for the gun, but he presses his hand on my biceps. I can feel his weight on me. He then jumps for the gun. He tries to shoot, but I divert his hands upward. He can't pull the trigger. The safety is on. I headbutt him in the nose, and it starts bleeding. I try knocking the gun out of his hand. He lets go, and he flings the gun up onto the ground above us. He makes a run for it up the ladder at the end of the pool. I chase him. Blood drips from his nose, leaving a trail behind him. This is the worst place to pick a fight. There are tools everywhere. He picks up a spanner and hurls it at me, nearly hitting my head. He climbs the ladder. He keeps climbing, making it to the top. I'm fast. I make it up with ease and dive for him on the hard concrete floor, throwing my hand out at his foot. I clip him and he trips over, falling over the barrier in front of him. He disappears. Shay vanishes into thin air. I get up off the cold ground and walk over to the barrier and look down. I see Shay holding onto the scaffolding with one hand for dear life. "Help me!" he shouts at me. "I want to live! I want to live!" His hand starts slipping away. I say nothing and fixate on his black eyes, and all I see is a man laughing. Very similar the way my auntie laughed, the vile one. Then an image of the young woman in the wheelchair pops into my head. I feel my blood boil and I get angry. I grind my teeth and start stomping on his hand with my dirty boot. "No!" he yells. He's holding on with 2 fingers. I give him one final boot and he lets go. I see him fall from 10 stories high to the ground below. He lands head first. Shay, the Slither Kelly, crossed out. Chapter 13. It's chaos down below. A swarm of workers gather around the dead body of Shay Kelly. I know he isn't alive, because one of the men shouts, "He's dead!" There's not a hope in hell you're surviving a fall from this height. Phoenix Park is barely visible with the rain. I search the room for the gun. I'm a lucky man. The bastard could have shot me. I see it hiding behind a power drill. I pick it up and put it in my pocket. I climb down the ladder and grab my hard hat and leave the room. I use the stairs, quickly moving my feet. I can feel the panic on the site. The sound of machinery stops. No forklifts reversing. No tower crane in operation. No drilling or cement truck mixing. I make it to the bottom floor and try to get out fast. An older fellow who looks sunburned and is holding a shovel sees me and asks, "What the hell happened?" "Someone fell, I think," I reply. His face shows disbelief. "Jesus Christ," he says, removing his hard hat from his bald head. I walk at a fast pace toward my bike. I unlock it and wipe the wet seat with my hand. I hop on and decide to cycle toward the River Liffey. I hear the siren of an ambulance echoing through the streets. It's spitting hazy rain, the worst kind of rain. The drops may be small, but if you stay out long enough, you'll be drenched. The air feels murky. What a horrible day. My shorts are soggy from the bicycle seat, and I can feel the dirt in my skin. I go down a hilly road and end up on Parkgate Street. I'm back in the city. 3 guarded cars flash past me on Wolftone Quay. I pull over to the side of the road. There's a massive bin beside Croppy's Acre Memorial Park. I head over. There's a recycling bin near its gates. I throw the filthy boots and socks in, along with the hard hat and high-visibility vest. I put on my slippers. They're somewhat dry. The park has these concrete-like slabs on the grass. Underneath are the dead of the 1798 rebellion. It gives me the shivers as the hazy rain continues to drizzle down. I get back on my bike and cycle on the quays. The roads are shiny and slippery. A bus is driving beside me. The giant tires splash water on my face. It takes me roughly 15 minutes to get back to my apartment building. I don't have much time. It's getting dark. Olivia's going to work soon. I enter the lobby. My slippers are leaving wet footprints, and the tires from my bike are leaving a trail as well. Lorenzo and Aisling are not behind the desk this evening. Instead, it's a woman in her 50s who doesn't greet me but stares into my soul as I make my way into the elevator with my bike. I remove my wet leather gloves and get off the elevator, which smells of a woody cologne and weed. I open the door, and Olivia is lying on the couch, sound asleep, wearing jeans and one of my hoodies. I slowly put my bike away. I can hear her breathing. The TV is on. I tiptoe over to her and grab the remote and turn off the TV. I can feel a head cold brewing. I go into the spare room and see the baby from a distance sleeping. He looks so peaceful and warm. I go to the bedroom and remove my gun and put it in the safe. I empty my pockets. In my hand are my broken sunglasses, smashed to pieces. I panic slightly, making sure the pocket watch is okay. I hold it in my hand, still intact. I leave it in the drawer of my bedside table. I throw all my dirty clothing, including my leather gloves, in the wash basket. Naked in the bathroom, I look in the mirror and carefully remove the bandage on my shoulder. There's dried blood all over it. The wound is healing, but I need to clean it again. I put the shower on. The hot water feels so good. I get out, dry myself, and lotion up. I put on my pyjama pants and throw on a plain white t-shirt. I go back to the kitchen barefoot and start cooking some of the meat I have in the fridge. I cover the 4 lamb chops in olive oil, salt and pepper, and heat up the grill on the stove. I chop up some baby potatoes. Then I crush garlic and put it on the grill with the lamb chops. Potatoes go into a hot pan with chopped onions. The heat warms my face, and the smell of meat cooking is delicious. I turn the lamb chops over. More salt, some butter. It melts all over the lamb chops. They turn brown. I place everything on a plate. The potatoes are crispy, and the meat is cooked to perfection. Olivia wakes up, stretching her body. "Shit!" she yells. "You gave me a fright." "You didn't hear me come in?" I ask. "What smells so good?" "Lamb chops and potatoes," I reply. "Here, eat some food." She walks over to the countertop and sits up on the bar stool with her dishevelled hair and starts chewing on the lamb chop with her hands. "That's hot," she says, dropping the lamb chop on the plate. "Savage," I say, smiling. She starts blowing on them. She's like a starving cave woman. "What?" she asks, grease on her hands and lips. "Nothing," I reply. I pick at the potatoes and eat 3 of them. As I'm about to munch down on the lamb chop, I hear the baby cry. "I'll get this," I say. I wipe my hands on a tea towel and walk over to the baby in the crib. I back off a little and see his face and his hands are all red. I pick him up. "Olivia!" I shout. "What is it?" she responds. "Come in here. What happened to the baby?" I hear Olivia drop the bone on the plate. She comes in. "Oh my God," she says, her lips all greasy. "He has rashes all over his face and hands." I pull up his sleeves. "And arms." "What do we do?" she asks, flustered. "I swear he wasn't like this earlier." "We need to take him to a doctor," I tell her. "What time is it?" 5:30. "Shit!" she yells. "What is it?" "I have to see a client in 30 minutes. I slept in too long." "I need to get the baby to a doctor now." I go out to the hallway and grab a pair of slippers that aren't wet from the cupboard. I haven't broken these in yet. Olivia hurries to put on her shoes. I hold the baby in my arms and run around to make sure the cooker is off. I see the juicy lamb chops staring at me. You bastards. I put a sports coat on. I look up any walk-in clinics in the area on my phone. All of them are closed. It doesn't matter anyway, because it might be too risky for a doctor to see him. The baby is all over the news. I might get caught. I scroll through my contacts and see a name, Clodagh. It takes a few seconds to decide whether to call her or not. I press the green call button. It rings. I wait. Olivia is putting her shoes on. "Hello?" I say. "Who the hell is this?" she replies angrily. I place the baby in the stroller. "The Lemon Man," I whisper. "Who?" "The Lemon Man," I reply again. Olivia glances over to me, adjusting her collar. "What do you want?" "I have a situation." "What kind?" "Some kind of rash." "Put some lotion on it." "Listen, it's a serious problem. Are you still living on Boyne Street?" "How do you know that?" "I'll be there in 15 minutes. "No." I hang up before she can reply. I grab my phone and wallet. I lock the door and push the stroller to the elevator. "You know I would come, but I have to see this client. I'll get in trouble with the boss if I don't see him," Olivia says. "It's fine. You do what you have to do," I reply. I'm in a rush. I can feel my heart pounding in my chest, and my stomach a little gassy from the potatoes. We get to the lobby. I push the stroller out the door. Olivia sees me go in the other direction. "I'm coming with you," she yells, chasing after us. I stop. "Are you sure? What about your client?" "I'll reschedule him." Olivia's on the phone to someone. I can hear what she's saying. The baby stops crying, poor thing. We walk past Pierce Square Park and take a left on Ern Street Upper. There's a loud, thundering sound of a train above us as we walk under the bridge. There are 5 garages next to one another with barbed wire on the roof and caged windows. A couple of windows are damaged. "Where the hell are we?" Olivia says. I see a light on in one of the garages. I bang on a big metal door. "Clodagh, open up." I bang again. I see a shadow come closer to the door. It opens up. Standing in front of me is Clodagh Watson. 5'0", pixie haircut, wearing a white vest, baggy jeans and leather boots. "What the fuck do you want?" she asks in her thick Cockney accent. "I need your help." "You have some fucking nerve showing up at my place like this." "It's urgent," I say, grinding my teeth. "I've been out of the game for donkey's years." That's true. Clodagh was a doctor for the biggest gangsters in Ireland at one time. It backfired on her when the Garda found out she was doing this all illegally. She was all over the news. She made a ton of money, but that all went away once she did her 2-year stint in prison and lost her medical license. "This is an emergency." "How much?" she asks. "I don't fucking know," I respond, dripping with sweat in my pyjamas. My hair is still wet from the shower. 500, she replies. Okay, I say, as I push my way in with the stroller. Olivia follows me. "Who's the pretty girl?" she asks. This is Olivia. "And a baby. Look at you, moving on up in the world," she says, arms wide open. "Nice to meet you, Olivia," she says, shaking her hand as though she is a princess, but then attempting to kiss her hand. "Will you give it over? I need your help," I say. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. It's the baby. He has all these red markings on his arms and face." "You came all the way over to tell me that your baby has rashes?" "I don't know what it is." She sees my worried expression. I'm not messing around. There's silence. "Okay. Put him on the couch over there." The place is a mess. She has a mural of Jimi Hendrix on the brick wall to our right. A green couch is underneath it, beside a massive lamp. I place the baby gently on the couch. There are 2 empty bottles of bourbon on a round coffee table in front of us. Clodagh sits down beside the baby, pulling a lamp above the baby's head. "Interesting stuff here," she says. "You must have seen this a dozen times," Olivia asks, sitting at the end of the couch. "Most of the time, I was stitching up bullet and knife wounds," she says, grinning. "I remember one of these chaps gets carried in and thrown on my dining room table with the biggest wound I've ever come across. So many stitches. It was like a train track running down his leg." Clodagh shakes her head. "From the top of his groin all the way to his ankle," she says, gesturing with her hands. Olivia's eyes are wide open as Clodagh spreads her legs apart, showing her the location of the wound. "How did that happen?" Olivia says. "You don't want to know." "Focus," I tell her with my arms folded. "Stop hovering," she replies. "Pass me that big red book over there on the shelf." The shelf is full of dusty medical books. I hand it to her. "Let me see." She scans through the contents of the thick red book. "What you looking for?" I ask. "Common illnesses found in children. Here we go. Has the baby had diarrhea?" "No," Olivia responded. "Vomiting?" "No," I reply. "What did you feed him today?" she asks. "I fed him blueberries, bananas, and rice," I reply, panicky. Olivia also has a worried expression on her face. "Drink?" "Orange juice," I reply. "I gave him cheese and bread," Olivia says. "What kind of bread?" "Wheat." "That's it. It says here that the baby might have an allergic reaction to wheat. Other common ones are eggs, milk, nuts and fish." "What's the treatment?" I ask, agitated. "Relax, will you? The baby only had a minor reaction. There's no treatment per se. You just have to stop feeding him the food that gives him the reaction, naturally. In this case, wheat. It also says a warm bath might help, and aloe vera. I might have some." Clodagh goes off to the back room. Olivia gives me a light-hearted smile. I look down at the baby as he kicks his feet with his mouth wide open. "Here it is," she says, coming out with some sort of small bottle. "This should do the trick." "You did me a solid," I say. I rummage through my wallet. "I have 200 on me. I can give you the rest later." She snatches the money from my hand. "It's fine. I didn't really do much, did I? Only give this one a heart attack," she says, cackling, then slaps my shoulder. I make an ouch expression. "What happened to your shoulder?" "Nothing. It's just a scratch." "Don't worry. It's far from your arse. It won't hurt you," she says, nudging me in the ribs with her sharp elbow. "Now, get the hell out of here." Chapter 14. The metal door slams behind us. The sky is like a black canvas, and the stars are flicked from a paintbrush. "So, you want to come back to mine?" I ask Olivia as the streetlight shines down on her pretty face. "Only if you want to. We never got a chance to finish off dinner. I could eat." I wheel the stroller on Pierce Street. Olivia walks beside me, rubbing her forearms. "You cold?" "It's getting chilly." I pull her closer to me and rub her shoulders, trying to keep her warm. I can hear her teeth rattle. "How did you meet Clodagh?" she asks. "We met years ago through a friend." "Is she a doctor?" "Not anymore. She gave up her license." "Why?" "I never asked her, but she's a good contact to have for emergencies." "She gives up being a doctor to live in a garage? Sounds mad if you ask me." We make our way into the apartment. The lamb chops are cold and have lost all their juiciness. I go to the bathroom and run a warm bath. Perfect. "Want a hand?" Olivia asks, as I place the naked baby in the bathtub. "Sure." The baby starts splashing the water everywhere. "Little shit," I say. Olivia starts giggling. "It's not funny. I'm getting all wet." I get some water in my eyes. "This should soothe his precious skin," she says. After giving the baby a bath, Olivia applies some of the aloe vera on his face and arms. "No more wheat for you," she says. We put the baby into the crib, all lathered up. The night is still young, but I'm knackered. Too much running around today. My legs feel like jelly. "I'm going to sleep on the couch tonight, if that's okay with you," she asks. "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "No problem. I'll get you a spare pillow and blanket." We both go our separate ways in the hallway. "Good night," she says. "Night." I smile back at her. The next morning, I find myself in a panic. I'm breathing heavily and sweating. I can see the sunlight pushing through the blinds in the bedroom. Olivia is asleep beside me. She must have snuck into my bedroom last night. I grab my notebook from the bedside table. I have another task on the to-do list. Fuck! I totally forgot about Father Garvey. I get out of bed and look at the time. 9:30. I have 30 minutes. I put on my black shorts and a plain white t-shirt. I massage my shoulder. Slowly but surely the wound is healing. I check on the baby. He's awake. I quickly wash my face and hands and brush my teeth. I grab my backpack and go to the safe. There's cash, my passport, a knife, guns, and a rubber mallet. I throw the Beretta 9.2 in the backpack. I forget that the leather gloves are in the wash basket. They're still a little wet. I throw them in the backpack. I grab the mallet. I stand up and Olivia is wide awake, smiling in bed. "Oh," I say. "Morning," she says, stretching her arms out. I have the rubber mallet behind my back. "You get a good sleep?" "Always in this bed," she replies, gripping the pillow. "So that's why you're here, because of my comfy bed." "I see how it is," I say, smirking. "Yes, it's just so cuddly." "I'm in a rush. I need to be in work in 20 minutes, I say to her. "I know this is last minute, but could you Yes, yes, yes," she replies. "It will only be for 2 hours. You can meet me outside the National Gallery of Ireland, at the entrance on Clare Street, and I can take him off your hands." "You're the best," I say to her. "I know," she replies. I lean in and kiss her on the forehead. I turn around and place the mallet in the backpack. "I'll leave some money on the counter for breakfast." I grab some rope from the storage room in the hallway and add it to the backpack. I hear her yell, "Thanks!" I leave in a hurry as always. I'm a busy man this week. I cycle along the River Dodder. It's one of the main rivers in Dublin. The bin man nearly clips me with his truck as I cycle on the road. The mad yoke, speeding near a primary school. He can easily run over a little child. What then? He gets fired and goes to prison because he was speeding in a housing estate? Idiot. The truck has a grotesque odour of rotten meat and vegetables fuming out from the back. I see the football stadium from afar. It's like a spaceship has dropped from another planet. A weird-looking stadium. Dark clouds swarm above me like a flock of starlings. Tension is growing in the air. Better not feckin' rain. As I'm cycling on Fitzwilliam Quay, I see a yellow Lamborghini SUV parked in a handicap spot. These sorts of vehicles have no business on the roads of Ireland. I have to come to a halt. A chubby man exits the Lambo with a cigar hanging from his mouth, sending me a dirty glance. The smell of cigar smoke is dreadful. He walks away. He wears a suit that's a size too small. The suit jacket is stretched, hanging on his body for dear life. I get my keys out and begin scratching his car. I carve the word Dick into the stupid door. Yellow paint falls to the ground like breadcrumbs. That will ruin the fucker's day. I'm sure of that. It will cost him a fortune to get it repaired, and most importantly, his time. I can hear the mechanic now. "We'll have to order in the special paint, sir. It might take a few weeks." I brake at the end of the street as a motorcyclist zips past me. Then for a moment, I can hear the soothing sound of the River Dodder trickling under the bridge. There's a bench not far from me, with a young mother sitting down facing the river and pushing a stroller back and forward. White-throated dippers hang about, poking at a dead badger on the walkway. A drunk of a man is near the bridge and begins urinating in the river while whistling. His clothes are tattered, filthy. "Jesus!" I hear the woman cry out. She rushes off with her child in the stroller. To my right, I see a stone wall about 8 feet high with moss growing on it. A tall grey church is beyond the wall. The clock tower has 2 round windows and a narrow window below it, looking like a stunned facial expression. A Celtic cross is sitting on top of the church, and the slates on the roof are worn out and rusty. I've made it on time, just about for the 10 o'clock mass. I get off my bike on Bridge Street and lock it around a directional signpost in front of a wine shop. I put on my leather gloves, which are slightly damp, and carry my backpack, which has some weight to it, over my shoulder. Standing outside is a young man, tall, in his late 20s, wearing black jeans, brown leather boots, and a buttoned-up denim jacket. The sunlight catches his head, revealing his light brown hair, which is tied on the sides, while the top is full and messy. "Cormac?" I ask him. "Yeah," he responds. "I want you to keep your distance from me when we get inside, and just observe, okay?" "No problem," he replies, a little cocky, putting his hands into the pockets of his denim jacket. The main entrance doors are spread open. Just to be nice, I bless myself with a drop of holy water from the stoop inside the porch. My forehead is now wet, along with my fingertips. Beside the stoop is a table packed with printed leaflets. One reads, 200-year celebration of the St. Nicholas Catholic Church, September 14th, 9 p.m. Other leaflets have charity organisations' names on them and the teachings of Jesus. The doors make a squeaking sound when we enter the church. Only a few people are inside, mostly wrinkled faces. They sit in the pews, slumped over, praying to a God that may not exist. I see an old lady sitting near the aisle with snow-white hair and her leopard print shopping trolley beside her. I signal to Cormac to stay back. I begin to walk silently on the cold, tiled floor along the side of the pews with my bag full of goodies. I slowly walk by the Stations of the Cross. Jesus falls for the 3rd time with the heavy cross on his back. Red velvet curtains hang down in the confession box, which is carved out of walnut. The opening hours are specified on a laminated sign. A statue of the Virgin Mary wearing the colour blue is showing her palms. She smiles gently, like the Mona Lisa. Flickering candles are surrounding her feet. Beside her is a donation box made out of wood, coated in varnish. I get closer to the altar. A large marble bowl used for dipping the heads of babies is to my right. I wonder if little Keno ever got baptised. No sign of a nice choir singing, like the good old days. No sign of a bearded man with slender fingers playing the organ. Nope. Just silence, and the occasional dry, fitful cough. The priest comes out from the back room, gripping a walking stick made from cherry wood, and wearing the same usual shite a priest wears, a full-collar shirt and cassock. He places his reading glasses on and looks down, revealing his jowly neck. He speaks into the microphone. "A reading from the letter of St. Paul to the Romans." His voice is deep and gravelly, probably from all the years of heavy drinking. "Clear your throat, old man." The old priest wipes his nose with a handkerchief. I stand behind a marble column and gaze at the impressive stained-glass windows high up. The colours are hypnotising. On one of the windows, Jesus is pointing at something, while his mates are on their knees, adoring him. But God proves his love for us. Another window shows the Virgin Mary holding the baby Jesus in her arms. He reminds me of Keno, without the birthmark. Back in the 70s, this place would have been jam-packed, hopping like a nightclub, the feckin' organ playing, children singing like angels from heaven, and the smell of scented candles burning would have made you feel safe and warm inside. Not today. The word of the Lord. The gold chalice, communion wafer, wine, water, basin and ewer are neatly placed on a wobbly table. It's that time of the Mass. He breaks the holy bread into little pieces. He wraps his bony fingers around the chalice, his hand shaking as he gulps back the wine. Not his first drink, or last of the day. 5 decrepit folks line up to receive Holy Communion as the priest takes another sip of wine. He dabs his mouth with a cloth. He blesses them. They stick their tongues out. Some cup their hands for the holy bread. They let it dissolve in their mouths like ecstasy. The priest finishes up the leftover wine as the church becomes vacant, and the last sound to be heard is the squeaky door. I see Cormac lock the doors from the inside. The church is dead silent. Cormac stands in the back. On the wall beside me, Jesus is crucified. Mary is in anguish as the sunlight breaks through the grey clouds, shining down on the lifeless body of Jesus. "Hello, Father," I say casually. He glances up at me and finishes polishing the chalice, the wine dripping on his chin. "How can I help you?" "I have sinned, for I have betrayed innocent blood, Father." The priest begins moving his lips timidly. "Matthew 27, verse 4, he replies, putting the chalice down. "Correct. You must know your Bible inside out, Father." "What is the meaning of this, sir?" he asks. His large ears move up slightly. "I'm just a man with a to-do list." "Mass is over," he replies sternly, his eyes turning inky black. "The church is closed and you must leave." I chuckle ever so slightly. "Wait a second, Joseph." I call him by his real first name. "How do you know my name?" he asks, raising his voice. "I know you changed your first name from Joseph to Martin in the 90s. That's a first for me. Usually you would get shifted around, church to church, not changing the first or last name. However, in your case, you decided to keep the surname. You're a slippery little fucker." I drop my bag before the altar, about 6 feet away from him. It makes a thumping sound on the marble floor. The priest stands all brittle. I stop with my palms out by my sides. "Do you remember County Clare 77, Father? How about Longford 89, or Wicklow 93? "I don't know what you are talking about. You need to leave now," he says frantically. "Don't lie to me, Father. These are the places you have been shuffled around because of child abuse. You little dirtbird." "Get out of my church now!" Just like Judas, you have betrayed so many people. So many innocent children. Today, you die. I unzip the bag and quickly pull out the thick rope in one hand and a 14-inch rubber mallet in the other. The rope feels robust and the mallet feels hefty. His face turns pale grey as he tries to make a run for it. I take a few strides to the altar and kick the walking stick out from under his hand. The old bastard goes flying, dropping to his feeble knees. I quickly wrap the rope around his neck. He plants his frail, veiny hands on the rope, trying to pull it away for air. He fails. His body is too weak and too old. He gasps at Jesus Christ, nailed to the cross, reaching out to be saved. "You will suffer as Jesus suffered for you," I shout into his ear. His face turns wine red, and he looks like he's about to explode. I release the rope and watch him squirm on the floor, breathless. I flip him on his back. I pick up the mallet and, without hesitation, I smash his left kneecap. "Ah!" he roars in agony. The church echoes his pain. I hear the sound of crushed bones. I smack the other kneecap. He lets out another roar. He's fucked as he tries to crawl for help. I latch back onto his neck and strangle him again with the rope. His eyes turn red. The blood vessels are expanding all over his face like tree roots. I feel my biceps expand, my forearms tighten up, and my teeth grinding. His body goes limp. Seconds later, he's not breathing. The prick is dead. He caused too much pain. Now he's gone for good. I've done my best to make sure he's suffered. Cormac is standing a few feet away from me, stunned. What did he just witness? I stand over the dead priest, a little light-headed and winded. My job isn't finished yet. I drop the mallet and start to drag his puny body into the back room of the church. Some tables and chairs are scattered around. Cormac follows me. Large wooden beams are above my head. Perfect. I tie the rope around the beam located in the middle of the room and make a noose. Help us out, I say to Cormac. We both pull on the rope. Garvey's light, so it's easy to lift him up with the rope tied around his flimsy neck. A stinging pain shoots up my arm into my wounded shoulder. I leave the end of the rope secured around a statue of an angel with wide, glamorous wings on the far side of the room beside a cloak rack. I take a breather, and then another. He's hanging perfectly in front of me, legs dangling. I notice Cormac takes something out of his pocket. What is that? I ask him. Spray paint, he replies. Within seconds, he spray paints the words pedo and scum in red all over the walls, and on the hideous paintings of landscapes in cheap frames. What the hell are you doing? I ask him. Jerry told me to do this. It's what the client wants, he replies. The fumes from the spray paint fill the room as though someone threw a gas grenade among us. Bring the spray paint with you. Don't leave any evidence behind, I say to him. I know. He stands near me with his hands on his waist. Banksy would be so proud, he says, sneering. I reach into my pocket and pull out my to-do list. The words on the page look fuzzy. Go to Mass. Crossed out. Chapter 15. We part ways like two separate streams when we get outside. I rush to my bike with my backpack on, which holds the mallet that kneecapped Father Garvey and a handgun. I'm dizzy and feel faint. I'm like a drunk man spilling out of a pub on a Friday night out. I stumble over to the side of the road, near a drain, and vomit directly into it. Not much comes out of me. It hurts my body as I vomit again. I'm empty inside. Skipping breakfast isn't smart. I remove my gloves, which are sweaty. I sit on the curb for a minute or two to catch my breath. I close my eyes and instantly get the image of Father Garvey's red face in horror. I wheel my bike across the road and go into a newsagent. I buy a bottle of water and a tuna sandwich with tomatoes, sweet corn, and mayonnaise. I sit down on a bench and swallow back the water. I feel better already. I eat the sandwich, but not the crust. I'm still a little weak, so I go back into the newsagent and buy a chocolate bar full of sugar. I need a kick. I decide to walk with my bike on the footpath toward Lots Road, then onto Haddington Road, where a man is shoving a long branch into a wood chipper. My backpack hangs on the handlebar. It's a cloudy day. The air feels heavy. I'll be expecting a downpour in the next hour. Regaining some energy, I decide to call Jerry. Hello, I say. Patrick, how are things? Not good. The new fella, Cormac, fucked things up. How so? He started spray painting the walls inside the church. The client requested it, he replies. That's not the fucking point. You need to tell me this. It doesn't really look like a suicide if the walls are spray painted with the words pedo and scum. I don't think the autopsy will show it's a suicide if he's been kneecapped. Jerry is right, but still. Don't worry about it. The surveillance isn't in use and the area has no cameras facing the church. I've got it covered. Nobody will care about this dirty priest in a few days' time. The prick should have been dead years ago. I just want a heads up if the new kid is going to be involved. I say, pissed off. OK, don't worry about it. I'll inform you next time. The bronze man wants to see you tomorrow. I gave her the details for the next job. Good. Talk soon, he replies, hanging up. Olivia is waiting outside the National Gallery of Ireland with the baby in the stroller. There's a long line outside the main entrance, a tour group of some sort. Olivia sends me a gentle smile, making the thought of vomiting all over the path in front of her disappear. "Hi," she says. I kiss her on the cheek as I lock my bike around a pole and throw my backpack over my shoulder. "How's little Keno?" "Ate like a horse this morning and pooped like one too." "Would you look at that? His skin is all cleared up." "I know. I rubbed more aloe vera on him this morning," she says. "I might use it myself." "He's fresh and clean," I say, sniffing the top of his head. "I have to head out now," she says. "You should stay. Keep us company." "I would love to, but rent doesn't pay itself." "I could pay you," I suggest with a smile. "Unless you're going to pay me 500 per day," she says, holding up her hands and shrugging her shoulders. "Jesus, that's how much you make?" "Are you saying I'm not worth it?" "You're worth every penny," I reply. She gives me a soft kiss on the cheek and leans down into the stroller, pinching the baby's fingers. "See you later, Keno." Olivia struts away in her tight jeans and my baggy hoodie. I watch her walk on Leinster Street before she vanishes into a crowd. James, the security man, is at the main entrance of the National Gallery of Ireland. He's a stocky fella but short, with a ginger goatee and a perfectly shaped bald head. He gives me a nod and opens the door for me. There's disappointment on the faces in the line as I push the stroller in. James and I go way back. I know him from group therapy sessions we did back in the day, when we were young pups, drugged out of our minds on pills. Once we got off the pills, everything seemed to be going well. Then, one day, James tells me some shark wanted a couple of grand off him, even though he already paid his debt in full. At the time, I was 2 years into my job as a hitman. James was frightened for his life. I couldn't see him like this. He was a broken man, and I didn't want him relapsing. So I sorted the situation out myself. I cycled all the way to Shankill, an hour outside the city by bike. With my balaclava and leather gloves on, I dragged this wannabe gangster named Dominic out of his red banged-up Nissan Micra and slapped the shit out of him. He didn't know what to do. I grabbed him by the shirt and dragged him to the dirty pond across the road from his house and dunked his head in the water. "Don't be asking for more money," I said, grinding my teeth like a vicious pit bull terrier. "What?" he replied, out of breath. "I know you've been asking people to pay more than they owe. Don't be doing it." "It's interest," he shouted. I dunked him again for a few more seconds. Then I threw him on the grass and removed my handgun and pointed it at his head. "Please, please don't shoot me. Please," he begged, whimpering like a spoiled child. "Then you pick. Arm or leg?" I asked him. "Please don't. Please. Please." Now the pipsqueak was crying. "Arm or leg?" I yelled. "The head, it is." "No, no, no, the leg, please. Just the leg." "Okay." I shot the coward in the thigh. The screams were something else. I felt bad for the fucker, so I called an ambulance. I grabbed him by the shirt. "Don't be fucking around again. You hear me?" I won't, he responded, crying, pressing down on his wound. The line outside the gift shop is like a long snake you see in the Amazon rainforest. I can't imagine ordering a coffee at the cafe to my right. It looks like a bunch of people waiting for their drinks at a music festival. "I didn't know you had a baby," James says as we stand beside the life-size bronze statue of Bernard Shaw. I don't. I'm doing a friend a favour. Across from us, a bunch of young students are being rowdy. "I need to go," "Have a good one," he says, his white shirt dripping with sweat. "Sheep all over the place." I push the stroller to the elevators and head to the 3rd floor, where there's peace and quiet. I only need a moment to myself. I see a bench and take a seat and observe the paintings. I look into the stroller. The baby's eyes are closing. What surrounds me are masterpieces painted by tortured souls who took their own lives. Vincent van Bleeden Go shot himself in the chest. Mark Rothko overdosed and cut an artery in his arm with a goddamn razor blade. And then there's the old fella himself, Octave Tassert, who died by inhaling coal gas. I sit on the hard bench and catch my eye on a painting a few feet away from me. Lady writing a letter with her maid, painted by Dutch artist Johannes Vermeer. This gem was painted in the 1670s. One maid, one lady, one room. The maid is standing, gaping out the window, while the lady writes. The maid can only wait as her legs stiffen. Is the lady writing a love letter? Or perhaps she's writing a to-do list? I remain still and ponder, crossing my legs. When I'm in the museum, I go through the motions. The paintings on the wall express agony, love, war, and peace. Portraits of old men wearing powdered wigs. Naked women, with long hair covering parts of their breasts, in antique gold frames next to one another. But still, I'm away from the hustle and bustle of the city, which is something. I don't have to worry about a bus or truck running me over, or being stabbed in the shoulder by a dentist. The large room is at a perfect temperature. I gently close my eyes. Then a loud, distinctive chewing gum pop sound comes from the security woman's mouth in front of me. She stops, surveys the room, chews, and then marches away. It's time to make a move and leave. I have a dilemma when I get outside. I have my bike, and I'm pushing a stroller. It's too much. I can't cycle and push the stroller at the same time, or push the bike and push the stroller at the same time. It's all too awkward and slow. I wave my hand at a taxi. He doesn't stop for me. Prick. Another taxi drives by. This one does stop. I put the bike in the boot with the stroller. I cradle the baby in my arms. He's out cold beside me in the car. Perrystown, I tell the brown taxi driver. It's 13 minutes from Clare Street to Perrystown. The driver is going fast. I make sure my seatbelt is on. Lucky man, I'm off home after this ride, the man says in his strong Indian accent. I can tell by his eyes in the rear-view mirror with dangling beads that he's pleased. He turns the volume up on the radio, playing classical music. The sound of violins and a piano is putting me right to sleep. Heading toward Harold's Cross, it gets quieter, more suburban. I close my eyes. I see Olivia wearing a white lace dress, barefoot in the grass. I don't know where. She's laughing as she makes her way to these giant hedges. She leads the way. I follow her and look around. It's a maze of some sort. Olivia goes ahead of me. She looks back as she turns the corner. I chase after her. When I turn the corner, she's not there. I panic and start running, zigzagging through the maze, but I can't find her. I try calling out, but there's no reply. I come to a dead end. I walk slowly, and I see something. It's a hospital bed. My mother is lying in it. I walk over to her. I place my hand on hers. I stare down at her, releasing a tiny smile from the corner of my mouth. Then I feel something grab my hand, and I look down at her hand, gripping my wrist. I look at her face. Her eyes are wide open, almost outside her sockets. My eyes open up. The taxi abruptly stops. I hold tight to the baby. "Dumb driver!" The taxi driver yells out the window as he presses down on the horn. We make it to the destination in one piece. The taxi driver is in a hurry and removes the bike and stroller fast from the boot. I pay him, and he's gone like a light, leaving us in the dust. A small park is to my far left. I put the baby in the stroller and push the bike and stroller awkwardly. I come to a stone arch footbridge. It's covered in moss. The footbridge goes over the river Poddle. Branches slither over my head, and leaves fall onto the stroller. I take off my backpack and place my gloves back on. The first weapon I grab from my backpack is the Beretta 9.2, used to murder Henry O'Neill. I give it a wipe with my shirt and empty out the gun and throw the bullets into the river. I leave the gun on the ground for now. Then I reach into the backpack and find the mallet. This one was used to smash Father Garvey's kneecaps. Quickly, I aim the mallet toward the gun, like it's a chicken breast, and start smashing the gun into little pieces. I pick up the broken pieces and scatter them like cremated ashes into the river. They float. I throw the mallet in. It sinks to the bottom of the dirty river. I would never take a sip from it, even if you paid me to. Perrystown, crossed out. Chapter 16. We get out of the taxi smelling of chocolate mint from Perrystown. Destroying any weapons used on a hit is vital. You never know who will come knocking on your door. There's a number of ways of doing this. You could cut the guns with a saw, throw them into a metal shredder, or crush them if you have the right machine. A few weeks ago, I ended up melting a Mossberg 500 shotgun with an oxyacetylene torch. Melting is probably the best option, but I didn't have time today. It doesn't help when you have to push a baby around in a stroller. A drunk man has his arm around a woman's shoulders as they stumble out of the pub on the corner near the Grand Canal. Not far from us, I see a wet rat scurry across the road, dodging cars. I've never seen a tail that long on a rat in my life. Years ago, I saw a bunch of them around a garbage bin, scavenging. Frightening-looking things. It's a rare sight to see them now, with all the cats lingering about. Crowds gather outside the theatre down the road. The posters on the walls are promoting a ballet. Across the road is a hotel, designed with a checkerboard facade. The rain dribbles down from the sky. Dublin can get loud in the evenings, but it can also be quiet and dismal. I sometimes will see a young woman walking home in the rain by herself, late at night. I don't like this one bit. Not to say Dublin isn't safe, but every city has its creeps, its scumbags who ruin it for everyone. I recommend living by some simple rules. Rule number 1. Make sure to have a mobile phone on you. Rule number 2. Do not walk by yourself for more than 15 minutes late at night. Rule number 3. Walk with a friend who's not too twisted. Rule number 4. Get a taxi if need be, or other means of transport. Rule number 5. Don't go down unknown streets. Keep on a main road where it's busy. Rule number 6. Don't be gullible, like going to a stranger's party, or take lifts from people you don't know. Rule number 7. Pepper spray for self-defense. Trust no one. Rule number 8. Walk home with determination. Don't give someone a reason to come over to you. Be aware. Rule number 9. Always text a friend or relative you got home safe. The rules apply to both men and women. Being beaten up, robbed or raped can occur anywhere, at any time. I walk into my apartment building with the bike and the baby in the stroller, sound asleep. I get into a packed elevator. Some bloke wearing large shades and sporting spiky hair with blonde highlights is standing beside a large security man. "Is it always like this?" he asks out loud in his American accent. "The bars are packed to the rim?" I don't know whether to answer him or not. It's a Thursday night. It gets busy around town this time of the week. I reply, "I'm trying to make a movie on Abbey Street, and we had these jackasses messing up the scene in the background. They were drunk out of their minds. Had to shut the set down." I don't reply, and leave the elevator confused. I hear an acoustic guitar playing in the hallway. I enter the apartment and put the bike away and push the stroller into the spare room. There's nothing in the fridge except mincemeat. I'm not in the mood to cook. I decide to order a plain cheese pizza and a soda. I'm exhausted and just want to pig out and sleep. I hear the baby crying. I feed him a jar of food and change his nappy. I play with him on the floor in the spare room. He tires me out, but then his infectious laugh revives me. Though the energy has been sucked out of me this week, Keno's laughing makes me smile and feel gooey in the centre like chocolate fondant. I have a warm shower and change into fresh shorts and a t-shirt. I put a new onesie on Keno, and when the pizza arrives, I devour it in a matter of minutes. Nothing is good on the TV. I end up putting my feet up in the living room while the baby goes to sleep in the crib. I could hear the rain outside. A perfect way to end the day. Full belly, and the type of tiredness where I could fall asleep for days. Just as I'm about to close my eyes, my phone starts ringing. I can hear it from the bedroom. I get up slowly. I stretch my shoulder. Nobody wants me to get any rest. I let out a big old lion yawn in the hallway. The phone is still ringing on the bedside table. I can hear it vibrating. Concierge shows up on my screen. "Yeah?" I say. "Patrick, I have Olivia down at the front desk," Lorenzo says. "Olivia? Send her up." "She doesn't want to come up." "Why?" "She's upset," he whispers into the phone. "I'll come down," I reply. I quickly check on the baby. He's fast asleep. I put on my slippers and head out the door. When I get out of the elevator in the lobby, I see Olivia sitting down beside Lorenzo. She's wearing a black dress and black shoes with block heels. She sees me coming out of the elevator. She runs toward me, wrapping her thin arms around my body. "What's wrong?" I ask her. "I need to talk to you," she says, trembling like someone who's shivering cold. I raise my hand to Lorenzo with a thank you gesture. We walk into the elevator. "What happened to your face?" There's a red mark the size of a peach on her upper left cheek. I can see it perfectly under the bright lights in the elevator. "He hit me," she says, stumbling the words out. "The bastard hit me." She's sobbing now as we exit the elevator. "Who hit you?" She's hesitant to say. "Let's get you inside." I sit her down on the couch, which is still warm. I pour her a glass of water and get an ice pack from the freezer for her swollen face. The glass shakes in her hand when she takes a sip. She makes a stinging facial expression when she puts the ice pack on her face. "Nocturnal," she utters, poor thing. "Nocturnal? What's his first name?" I ask. "I don't know. He's the guy I work for." "Where does he live?" I ask with a demanding tone, looking down at her as if I'm the principal of a school and she's been called to the office. "I don't know, but he works on Leeson Street." "Leeson Street?" "Across from that building with the orange blinds." I'm holding Olivia in my arms. I've never seen her like this, vulnerable, lost like a missing puppy. "I can't go back, Patrick." "Calm down. You can stay here tonight, okay?" I say, which feels more like a demand than a suggestion. "Okay," she says, nodding as she holds the ice pack on her face. "You'll be grand. Take a shower and take it easy. You can wear any of my clothing in the wardrobe. Are you hungry? I can order you food. I'm good, she replies, calming down. You must think I'm a mess, she says. We're both messes, I reply. She tries to smile, but it hurts. Do you have any painkillers? I don't, but I can get you some. Don't. You know what? I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't have come here with my problems and disturbed you. I'm the worst, she says, standing up. I grab her by the wrist. Stop it. Go take a shower and relax that face of yours. I'll get you some painkillers. Is the baby asleep? Yes. I'll be only a few minutes. The pharmacy is only across the road. I enter the well-lit store and go to the back to find some painkillers. As a former pill addict, I would consider the aisle I'm standing in hell. I used to pop these pills in my 20s like they were sugary sweets. Man, they really took a hold of me. Every evening, after a long day working as a cleaner at some dive of a chipper, I would run home and swallow them to try to fall asleep. The nightmares were hard to fight off, a constant battle. I grab a box of painkillers, just the one. The government changed the rules on the number of painkillers you can buy in a pharmacy because of the high overdoses in Ireland. I rush back to the apartment. Olivia is snoring on the couch. Her hand is still clutching the ice pack as her arm hangs off the couch. I take it off her, and I get a blanket from the bedroom and throw it over her body. I'm wide awake now. I see the red mark on her face. Something about this bloke hitting Olivia doesn't sit right with me at all. I clench my fists, then take a deep breath. It's starting to get late, and me to-do list isn't complete. Now I have to see this bloke called Nocturnal, who's probably a feckin' pimp. I'm not getting a wink of sleep tonight, but that's okay, because the safety of Olivia is important to me. I check on the baby, fast asleep. The teddy bear lies next to him. I sneak out of the apartment with my bike. I say hello to Lorenzo very quickly at the front desk. 2 teenagers come waltzing in the building, dressed in designer clothing, holding a bottle of champagne. I sometimes despise this place. The people in this building are on another planet. I'm on Leeson Street, looking for the poxy orange blinds that I pass all the time when I go into town. A bit late to be hunting down this prick, but I'm not going to sleep on it. Recruitment agencies, insurance brokers, tech companies, and embassies, Portugal, Malta, and Cyprus, sit in buildings with yellow brick facades and white sash windows next door to one another. Not many cars are out. The roar of a double-decker bus drives by me. I can feel the heat from its engine. Exhausted passengers are leaning their heads against the windows upstairs. The fluorescent light shines on their hopeless faces. I see the building with an orange door and orange blinds. I look directly across and see purple lights leading up some dodgy steps into a Georgian building with a black front door. It's clear this place of escapism is open all hours. I give the door a knock. Nothing. The door is ajar, so I push on through. I'm welcomed by red carpet in the hallway on the old wooden floors. The place smells of fruity perfumes. I pinch my nose as I'm about to sneeze. A striking gold 5-light chandelier hangs above me, softly lit. At the end of the hallway is a red throne-like chair with a gold frame. I see a heavy security man arguing with a couple of women dressed in burgundy satin robes. The belts are loose, exposing their long, hairless legs. They wear fancy lingerie and high heels. This isn't a run-down shithole of a brothel. These are top-notch women. The women are foreign, of course, but they don't seem to be drugged out of their minds. Is Olivia working for this fella? I booked Olivia through a website, and that's about it. A simple email confirming my booking and payment, and Olivia shows up at my door like a parcel. The mirror on the wall to my left catches me red-handed. I have a barbaric demeanour to my face. I use my finger to stretch the bags under my eyes down. I'm getting distracted. I turn around and make my way into the room to my right, where a bed is facing a tall marble fireplace. The walls are dark red, and the king-size bed has fur, sheepskin, and fluffy feather pillows. Am I in a royal palace? Jesus Christ, this place is something else. Hello. You must be Mr. Hamilton, utters a woman sitting in the dark on the far side of the room. Her accent sounds Russian, but I could be way off. Huh? I've been waiting for you all night, she says sensually. She stands up and walks over to me, hands behind her back. She's at least 6 feet tall, with leather boots that come up to her knees. She wears a long trench coat slightly opened up, displaying her underbust corset with buckles. The woman has short black hair and a straight fringe, perfectly cut, possibly a wig. Purple lipstick is painted on her heart-shaped lips. You're mistaking me for Not only are you late, you're lying to me, she fiercely verbalizes, like I'm a child. I'm not who you think I am. Stop that. She comes closer, inches away from my face. There's glitter on her cheeks. She shows her hands. The left holds a whip. Oh, shit. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of you. But first, I must teach you a lesson. She kisses me on the nose. Then she lashes at me with the whip, smacking me on the arse. Hey! I shout, as I feel the stinging blow of her whip. Don't be late again. Smack. Holy shit! This one is ruthless. Don't lie to me again. The whites of her eyes are bulging out of her skull. Smack. I need to get the fuck out of here. Hey, lady, do you know a bloke by the name of Nocturnal? I ask. She gives me a terrified stare. Shush. We don't speak his name in here. Where can I find him? I can't tell you. I'll get in trouble. I place my hand on her biceps. You can tell she works out. Guns of steel. Please tell me. I need to help out a friend. You know Olivia. Her face becomes concerned, as though she knows the name. Her head drops down. Tell me, I say. She then points her whip toward the double doors. I nod my head and waddle away. Through the doors I go. I come to a living space, both wide and long. High ceilings, no furniture, not much light. I feel like I'm going to take part in dancing lessons in the dark. I'm waiting for a tanned South American fella wearing a tight black shirt to pop out and start clapping his hands. But no. Instead, I hear someone shout, "Who the fuck are you?" Bang! I'm knocked out cold. Lights out. I'm off to La La Land. I'm in the dark. I'm standing somewhere in darkness. I hear a baby crying. It's Keno. I can tell by the way he cries. I can't see a thing. Wake up, fool. I hear a loud voice. I slowly regain consciousness. I'm hanging upside down, tied up. I see a blurry figure of a man sitting in a chair fit for a king. Mr. Hamilton, the man says in his posh English accent. Maybe London, maybe Surrey. I don't have a clue. I'm not Mr. Hamilton. The blood rushes to my head. Are you sure? Check me bleeding wallet, I respond, pissed off. He stands up with conviction. He's lanky, thin, and hairless. I see his shiny bald head come closer to me. Is this guy a feckin' vampire? Which pocket is your wallet in? I'm upside down, staring at his crotch. Left. My left. The light above me is burning my eyes to shreds. Patrick Callen. Who are you, and what are you doing in my establishment? I'm looking for a man named Nocturnal. You're speaking to him. Are you police? Undercover? No fucking way. One of the men pats me down. What do you want from me? He says, close to my face. I want to talk about Olivia. His eyes are wide open. I have his attention. Cut him down. I fall on my shoulder, nearly dislocating it. Still bound by the wrists and ankles, I manage to get on my knees. What about her? He asks. You slapped her. Did she tell you the full story? What story? Olivia works for me. However, she's been missing some of her very expensive appointments. I couldn't help myself staring at his attire. The woolly green and red cravat went nicely with his red plaid suit. I suppose she must have a good reason why she missed her appointments, I say to him. No, she didn't. All I heard were excuses. She gets paid very well, and all she has to do is show up. He throws my wallet on the ground. So what's the plan? To slap me? Get revenge? Behave? Do you know how much men pay women to slap them? Men and women with podophilia come in here on a weekly basis. Lawyers, judges, doctors. The whole bloody government come in here to get their feet tickled. We once had a gentleman. I say gentleman because he was truly a nice man, well-dressed, well-behaved, and professional. He had a thing for statues, dolls, and mannequins. Crazy, you would think. Anyways, for his birthday, we packed a room full of large inflatable dolls, marble statues of naked men, women, and even children. Ogomatophilia, I think it's called. And your point being? Well, the man had a heart attack, dropped dead. He folds his arms. Shame. It was an awful shame. That wasn't the worst. We had a couple come in a few weeks ago, saying they wanted to do something to make them super aroused. What was that? I ask, somewhat intrigued. They wanted to see someone get murdered and have sex with the corpse. Something Ted Bundy would have done. You know, kidnap the victim, knock them out, murder, then rape them. In this case, the couple didn't mind if the victim was a man. They'll take anyone. They even offered me 50,000 euros, cash. Do you see where I'm going with this? This bloke is sick in the head. I'll give you money for Olivia, I shout. The room goes quiet. He thinks for a moment, rubbing his smooth chin. How much? 10 grand. Why do you care so much about this whore? He comes closer to the light, directly over my head, and leans forward. 50,000. He whispers slowly into my ear. 20. This isn't some kind of bargain show, Mr. Callen. 50,000. Okay, I reply. We have a deal. You can tell Olivia she doesn't have to work for me this week. He removes a sharp knife from his suit coat, slicing the rope around my hands like butter. I'm giving you until next Thursday to have the money in my hands. And because you have wasted my precious time, if you don't have the money, I'll have Olivia killed. Don't try to run or hide. I have many friends in high places who come here that can have you and that slut buried alive just like that. He snaps his fingers. I grab my wallet and leave the brothel. I'm wrecked. Nocturnal bloke. Crossed out. To-do list. The Crazy Owl. Jack McGee. Junkie Jake. Fitzwilliam Lawn Tennis Club. Mr. Wright. Chapter 17. I'm pushing my bike home on the canal with 2 bad shoulders. My legs feel numb, as if the blood has been drained from them. Hanging upside down will do that. The energy is sucked out of me like it's been vacuumed out. The blood flow is slowly making its way around my body. Even my wrists hurt. They tied me up good. The streets are dead. Not a sinner in sight. 50 grand? How the fuck am I going to get that kind of money in time? We can run away. Bring the baby. Fresh start. Maybe head to Scotland or somewhere quiet like the woodlands in Norway. Live in a cabin on top of a mountain, or in one of those igloos, the ones made out of glass. Witness the northern lights. Fuck it. We'll go to Japan. Backpack across the country, starting with Tokyo, making our way to Hiroshima, teaching Japanese children English. We can live in a small village where there's rice fields that go for miles. At last, all of us together. We can eat and drink, explore the world, and make love to each other on every continent. It feels like a long walk from Leeson Street to the Grand Canal. I'm going to collapse. I must get home to Olivia. I know that woman needs me more than ever. I check all my pockets. My wallet, safe. My phone, safe. But my pocket watch, gone. That prick stole my pocket watch. I need to get it back, but my body isn't ready for a fight. I look at my phone. There's a text message from the bronze man. Crazy Owl, tomorrow morning at 9. We need to talk. When I glance up from my phone, I see something lurking in the shadows. Then the thing slowly appears under the humming streetlight. A fox. Reddish-brown with a white tail tip, eyes glowing amber. Tilting its head, it stares into my eyes before jumping the stone wall, heading toward the canal. Aches are rippling all over my body when I get to the apartment. My shoulders are in bits, and my wrists are itchy from the rope. Olivia is sleeping peacefully on couch, snoring. She must be shattered. She used the shower. There's still condensation all over the mirrors in the bathroom. I go into the spare bedroom. The baby is awake, squirming around in the crib. What's this? Dangling above him are colourful fish. Olivia must have bought it. I press the button on the side, and music starts playing. The smiley fish rotate above the little fart, making him giggle. I drag myself to the kitchen and lash back a pint of water. The Guinness pint glass sits wet on the kitchen countertop. I grab a bag of frozen peas and place it on my shoulder. I go to bed and remove my slippers and socks. The feeling is up there with Better Than Sex or When You Squeeze a Blackhead Out From Your Nose. We take the smaller things in life for granted. Having a nice warm shower when you come home from work soaking wet, eating a steak on an empty stomach, or even turning the heat on in December when it's below 0. A few baby bruises on my arms and legs, but nothing to worry about. I unbutton my shirt and lay my head back into the pillow. I inhale. I need to make money to save Olivia. I exhale. I need to meet up with the boss in the morning. I inhale. I need to pull the plug on me ma. I exhale. I'm fried. My eyes close. Friday morning, and the alarm goes off on my phone. Saliva dribbles from my mouth, sticking to the pillow and leaving a stain resembling the shape of China. The first thing I do is check on the baby. When I walk in, Keno isn't there. My heart flutters in my chest like it's about to detonate. I run in the hallway to the living room. Olivia is gone. I turn around and the front door slides open. Olivia pushes the stroller inside. Jesus, you nearly gave me a heart attack, I say to her, touching my right pec. I didn't want to wake you up. You were snoring your brains out, she says, smirking. I grabbed a few things from the shops. She drops the plastic bags full of food on the kitchen countertop. The red mark on her face is still there. It's as though she was lying her face against something hard, like a window on a bus. Thanks, but you didn't need to do that. What did you want me to eat? There's nothing in the fridge. I know. I've been so distracted. I'm usually on top of these kinds of things. I look at her funnily, with my head pushing back. What is it? Are you wearing new clothing? I ask her. Yes. They sell clothing in that shop down the road. Do you like them? She's wearing blue bootcut jeans and a grey t-shirt, with a giant star in the middle of it. It's very 90s fashion. I like the trainers, I reply. The trainers are snow white, brand spanking new, with straps on them. She has a young mum look to her. In some ways, she is one. Olivia has been taking care of the baby all this week, changing the nappy, feeding him, and now she's bought food. What is it? Nothing. You look really good. Thanks. I need to tell you something, I say. What is it? Maybe we should sit down for this. We sit on the couch beside each other. When you were asleep last night, I went to see your boss, Nocturnal. Her face goes whitish. We made a deal. What kind of deal? She asks. I do a simple job for him, and you don't have to work for him again. I have to lie to Olivia about the money and her life on the line. Seriously? He said that? Yes. You don't have to work for him ever again. What does he need you to do? It's a simple drop. It'll be quick and easy. She throws her arms around me and hugs me tightly. I can't believe it, Patrick. I give her an anxious smile. What's wrong? She asks. You can tell me. She grips my forearm. She has the most endearing eyes. I've grown fond of you in the last couple of months, Olivia. What I'm trying to say is... Olivia says the word, oh. She goes quiet, as though a minute of silence is about to begin. Not the reaction I was expecting. She stands up and looks into my eyes, my soul. See, Patrick, how can I put this? I really like you. You treat me well, but I think I'm going to leave Dublin, leave Ireland for a while. And go where? I ask. I don't know. Maybe Australia, or somewhere in Asia. Australia? I have family there. Maybe I need to go and start a new life elsewhere. A dark cloud lingers over me, like it's about to lash rain. I know you want this to work between us, but I'm not looking to settle down just yet. I need to find myself all over again, somewhere else, and get out of this business. She holds my hand. Listen, Olivia, don't leave the country just yet. Wait until next Thursday, I say, standing up. Why? I give her a concerned look. Wait until I complete this favour for Nocturnal, okay? You shouldn't have gone to him. I know it's going to be dangerous. I'll be fine, Olivia. I promise. I hold her fingertips. She lays her head against my chest. I bury my face in her curls. She steps back. You know what? I'm not putting you in danger. I'll go talk to him myself. She grabs her coat. I grab her arm. No, listen. I got this under control, Olivia. Stay away from this man. Please. Stay here for a few days and everything will be okay. The last thing I want is you getting hurt. She sulks. I need help with the baby. Can you help me? Of course I can. I need to be at the bike shop for a few hours. I don't want you getting... I won't. I promise. She kisses me tenderly on the cheek, avoiding my beard. Now, did you get any bread? I say lightly to ease the tension. She smiles. I leave the apartment and make my way to Store Street on the bike, with a piece of toast hanging from my mouth. I bring my gloves and the Glock 19 with me. I keep it in my shorts pocket. It's raining outside. The drops are heavy, like someone is hosing me down. I'm wearing my transparent poncho this morning, which basically feels like a large plastic bag over my body. The hood is up. The rain dies down when I arrive at the Crazy Owl. Slim lets me in. When I get upstairs, I see the bronze man sitting down at a table. In front of her is a platter of sushi rolls, avocado, salmon, tuna, and cucumber. She's slurping on miso soup from a tiny spoon. In her other hand are chopsticks, glazed in soy sauce. There are also 2 bottles of beer on the table. It's a bit early for that, isn't it? I ask her, as she picks up a roll and dips it in the soy sauce. It's never too early for sushi, she replies, swallowing the roll and then wiping her mouth with a tissue. The TV on the wall is turned on. So, what's the crack? I've been watching the TV lately. Yeah, anything good on? Nah, it's shite. I've been keeping up to date on the news, she says, looking through a brown bag. And? Where are those shrimp tempuras? They always forget it, bastards. I ask again. Did you hear me? I said, anything good on the news? No, except for this teenager who died in an equestrian accident yesterday, she says. What happened? I wonder, curiously. The girl was flung from the horse and broke her neck. Those horses can be dangerous. They can be, but that's not what's the most interesting. Every day this week I've been watching the telly, and then I stumble across a problem. What's that? The Garda are still looking for that missing baby you found. I've been taking care of it until I make a decision. A decision? It's not your baby to keep. You know it has a mother, don't you? She's been all over the news. That one is a junkie. I don't give a shit. He shouldn't be with a psycho like you. Now I'm a psycho? Yes. You kill people for a living, and it shouldn't be with you. Keno. His name is Keno. This isn't a game. If the Garda find out you've kidnapped a baby, you're fucked. Jerry walks into the bar with Eagle Eye. The intense conversation with the bronze man stops. It smells fishy in here, says Eagle Eye. You get a haircut. It's a bit tight, don't you think? I say, taking the piss out of him. You're the last person I'll be taking hair advice from, he replies, flicking at my ponytail. I spring up like a frog and slap him on the chin. You want some of this? He says, gritting his teeth. Eagle Eye removes a pack of cards from his pocket and slams them down on the table beside the bronze man. Soy sauce spills on the table. Not this shit again, says the bronze man. Red, black, slap, we call the game. You guess the colour of the card wrong, you get a hard slap on the face. Eagle Eye holds the cards in his hands, shuffles them before fanning them flat out on the sticky table. Pick one, he says. I take a deep breath. I reckon black, I reply. He turns the card over slowly. I look down. It's a queen of hearts. Eagle Eye is smirking like a child. You lose, lemon man. Do it already, I shout. Eagle Eye stretches out his fingers and, with the palm of his hand, he swings back and smacks me hard on the side of my face. He gets me good. I feel my skin burning already, like I got an iron smacked across my face. Clowns, the both of yous, the bronze man says, wiping the soy sauce from her fingertips. I have a job for you, Jerry says. Yeah? Peter Wright, 42 years of age, banker, he replies, showing me a photo of Mr. Wright. I recognise his face from somewhere. His mug was all over the news a few years back. He borrowed hundreds of thousands from a few investors and hasn't paid them back. They came running to me, asking for this fella to be taken care of, Jerry says, sneaking one of the avocado rolls into his gob. Where's he living? He has a safe house out in Sandymount, not far from here. I look at the address on the piece of paper he hands me. This needs to be done soon. There's a rumour going around that he might be on the move. If I were you, I would get this done today, the bronze man says, sipping on green tea. I can smell it from where I'm standing. I will, I reply. The investors are willing to pay 40 grand for this one, Jerry adds. 30, you mean? The bronze man says, lighting up a cigar. I have to get my cut. She winks at me. I'll get on it right away. You better get an ice pack on that ugly face of yours, Eagle Eye says, chalking a snooker cue in his hand. The Crazy Owl. Crossed out. Chapter 18. Yes, my 2 shoulders are sore, and my face feels like I've been stung by a cranky hornet. But this is the big one. 30 grand cash. One of my biggest hits. I have 20 grand in my savings account. It's enough to save Olivia from being slaughtered for fun by that animal nocturnal. I could just go into the brothel and shoot up the place, but he knows my face, my name, and probably knows where I live. It's way too big of a hit to pull off, and way too risky. It's also another reason why I have to move out of my apartment. I usually do this. Move to a new location somewhere in Dublin every few months. I cycle over O'Connell Bridge. It's a fucking mess. The traffic is dreadful, and the pedestrians are like cattle on the footpaths, bumping shoulder to shoulder. There's a smell bag of a fella with a tight haircut looking for trouble on the streets, yelling at random strangers. Many of the people walking the streets carry backpacks and have headphones in their ears to block out the wasters who mope around, out of their mind on drugs. The River Liffey is giving off a swampy green colour like you see in Florida. I make my way across the bridge, then cycle on the greasy cobblestones of Temple Bar, bouncing up and down. My body shakes while the handlebar vibrates. The square is packed with colourful bars, restaurants and hotels. A tourist trap, of course. The pints are expensive in this neck of the woods, and there's a high possibility you'll be drunk out of your mind by 2 in the afternoon without even leaving this small square. Once I get on to George's Street, I'm flying. I cycle past the popular gay bar from the 80s to my right. In a matter of minutes, I'm on Camden Street, avoiding a couple of big potholes. I turn on Pleasance Street and hop off my bike. I head into the bike shop, where Jack is talking to a woman in her 40s. "You didn't fix it properly," says the woman, scratches all over her face. "I fell right off my bike because of you," she says seriously, holding a bicycle wheel. Jack is sitting in his chair with his hands together, lying on his inflated belly. "Are you just going to sit there? I could sue you," she yells. "Now, that's a complete waste of time. Madness, that is," he says, with not a care in the world. "You see this box?" He points to the shelf. "I bought that box of bolts the other day. There's 6 bolts in the box. I put 2 on your bike," he explains, like she's a child on her first day of school. "Maybe you didn't tighten them up properly because the tire flung off. I could have died. Trust me, I've been doing this for years, and I've never had any complaints." I can see her eyes turn black, as though she's possessed by the devil. "I want my fucking money back!" she yells like a lunatic. The woman goes pale, pressing her hand on her chest. Jesus Christ, calm down, I say to the woman. Are you okay? I ask her. Her leather skin is stretched out in her face, revealing her sharp cheekbones. Fuck off! She barks out loud. The room goes silent. She touches her chest. I'm so sorry for that, she says, whispering to me as she realises she's overreacting. Jack gives me a baffled expression, not budging from his swivel chair. The woman sits on the tiny stool beside me, breathing heavily. I'm sure Jack can fix the bike quickly, I say to Jack. Isn't that right, Jack? I say to him. He grips his walking stick, looking pissed off. Okay. Let's not get our knickers in a twist. This will take 2 minutes. Jack grabs the tyre out of her hand, tightens 2 bolts on the wheel of her bike. The woman seems to be more relaxed. See, she's sturdy, he says, shaking the bike. I knew it was a simple fix. She nods to Jack and walks sluggishly out of the shop with her red bike. Is this the kind of shit you have to deal with? I ask him. From time to time, he replies. Didn't you just buy a gun off me recently? He asks sarcastically. The bronze man must be keeping you on your toes. I raise my eyebrows, as if to say that's an understatement. Yes, and I need another, like now, I say. Turn the sign over on the door and lock it, he replies. I turn over the sign, which reads, closed, and lock the door. I thought you bought a Glock 19 from me. I have it here with me. I remove the gun from my pocket. What's wrong with it? He asks. I'm having no luck with it. It doesn't feel right in my hands. Let me see what I have. Jack disappears into the back room. The place smells of oil and spray paint. The odour sends me back to the church, where Cormac spray-painted on the walls, and the moment I vomited across the road. Not a nice feeling. I also need a face covering if you have any. Jack comes out of the small room like a silverback. He lays out a bag on the counter in front of me. He unzips one of the pockets. We got the Browning High Power. Next is the Sig Sauer. Then we finally have the Colt Officer's ACP, which, you see, actors use a lot, he says. He pulls out a drawer from his desk. Here, he says, handing me a balaclava. I take it from him. Which actors? I ask, curiously. Denzel Washington, Keanu Reeves, Harvey Keitel, he says. Interesting stuff. Al Pacino, Steven Seagal. Did you say Pacino? Yep. I remember him using this gun in that movie he did with De Niro. Heat, I say, as my eyes light up and my body gets a tingling sensation. I like this one, I say, holding the gun in my hand. It has an ivory grip. There's one problem. You can't use a silencer on it. Why? Because it has a shorter barrel. You'll run into feeding problems, which means each round will have timing issues. I need this gun, I reply, aiming the gun at the wall. Can you do a swap for the Glock 19? Sure. As I'm leaving, Jack says, It's not the gun you're having the problem with. Jack McGee, crossed out. Those words sink in. Maybe Jack is right. I've been having a mixed bag this week. I should have murdered Shay Kelly quicker, and I let the dentist run away. I can't fuck the next job up. I text Olivia to see how she's coping with the baby. She responds, Everything is going well, just on a walk now. That's exactly what I want to hear. I've done more jobs in this whole week than I've done the previous 5 months. I'm now on Ranelagh Road, which is somewhat posh. There are big houses worth a few million. Then there are houses converted into apartments, where rent is so high you can barely afford food. It's a decent spot, just a brisk walk to the city centre. I turn on Clyde Road and pedal past a church under construction. It's a right on Merrion Road, then a left on Sandymount Avenue. I'm getting hot and bothered on my vintage bike as Dublin Bay comes into view. I can almost smell the Irish Sea. I cycle on, the street filled with tiny pubs and multicoloured restaurants, with seating outside. A young, sweaty couple are jogging beside me on Claremont Road. There's a quaint little park to my right, where I see an old man smoking a pipe, wearing beige shorts and a pink polo shirt. But what catches my eye as I approach the red traffic light is his sandals and white socks. How bizarre! The sea breeze finally hits me. I cool down, but I'm still drenched in my own sweat. My slippers feel damp. I see a power plant with red and white stripes around tall chimneys across the bay. To my right is sand, lots of it. I check my phone for the address. The map on my phone is having a meltdown. Number 1557. I'm getting close. I'm rather tired, and I want to get this done quickly. I need to get home to the baby. I find the house I'm looking for. Black iron gates and 6-foot walls stare down at me. Cherry laurel hedging surrounds the property. Very private. The house faces the sandy beach. What a view. I lock my bike around a lamppost across the road. Nobody is hanging around the streets. It's quiet. People are at work. I snuggle my gloves on and place the balaclava Jack gave me over my face. The gate is unlocked. I push on through carefully, walking on the stones in the driveway. A black Lexus is parked in the driveway. It could do with a wash. The dirt must be a centimetre thick. I recognise the alarm system on the house. It isn't on. With this type of alarm system, a red light usually flashes on the side of it. I know the guys who install these types of house alarms. Once the battery dies, the owner doesn't bother getting it replaced. The house from the outside is white stone with solar panels on the rooftop. Big fucking gaff. 3 stories high. No neighbours, just an empty school next door. No house on the other side, and there are no security cameras to be seen. I pull out my new gun. I walk up a few steps. I knock on the thick door and lean up against the wall. Nothing. I knock again. Nobody comes to the door. I quickly pick the lock and I'm in the house. Swanky. White floor tiling and feckin' gold wallpaper? Jesus. The living room and kitchen look like something out of a catalogue. Nobody in sight. I creep upstairs. 4 bedrooms, all empty. I walk around an office with lots of books. Scattered pieces of paper are all over the desk. Bank statements, receipts, and handwritten calculations. This guy is done for. I open up his wardrobe. I pull out the drawers. He has a ton of watches. Rolex, Blancpain, Chopin. I see where he spends his money. Fancy ties, socks and underwear. The big brands are coming out. Hugo Boss suits, Gucci leather shoes, Burberry scarves, and Louis Vuitton suitcases. Even slippers with fur on them. I think lamb's wool. Where is this prick? I lift up the balaclava, smothering my face. I'm dying. There's a balcony off the office, so I go outside. I see a heap load of houses in the distance. Safe, you would think. The garden is large, with patio furniture and a big silver gas grill made for barbecues or a casual party. Something catches my eye. A dog kennel. I try a whistle sound with my mouth, but it comes out all sloppy. No barking dog comes running out of the kennel. My gut feeling tells me the guy I'm looking for took the dog for a walk. I go downstairs and head out the front door. The soothing sound of foamy waves can be heard. North Bull Island and Howth are picturesque from afar, and could easily be on a postcard. The beach is rough and ready. It takes a brave soul to dip into the freezing waters. We're not sinking our feet on a sunny beach in the Maldives, but I decide to take my slippers off anyway, because they might get destroyed. I leave them beside my bike. I start walking. My feet feel free on the hard sand. The little hairs on my toes quiver as a hefty wind cools me down. 3 women in their later years are coming toward me. I don't make eye contact with them and move past quickly. A young one is surfing wearing a wetsuit, body flopping into the harsh waves. I get a shiver on the back of my neck. I head toward the water. There's nobody west of the beach. I encounter a few dead jellyfish along the way. I tiptoe over them because I hear you can still get stung by them even if they're lifeless. I attempt to avoid the shells cutting my toes, but it's difficult. I wash my feet in the waves. The sky's clear and the winds are picking up. About 30 yards away from me, I see a man and a dog, a Labrador, chocolate in colour. I stop walking. A tennis ball rolls in front of me. The dog runs toward me, tongue hanging out, full of energy. I get on one knee as the dog comes running in for the ball. I pet the dog on the head, rubbing its neck. I check the dog tag. It reads Simone on the front. On the back it reads Peter Wright, 1557 Strand Road, Sandymount, County Dublin. The man stops not far from me. We both stare into each other's souls. He's wearing a grey hoodie, white shorts and trainers. His eyes are worn out, almost black. His hoodie is baggy on him. The photo Jerry showed me earlier was of a younger man, plump and clean-shaven. Now he's half the man with a scruffy beard. "Do I know you?" he shouts in his South Dublin accent. The dog holds the ball in her mouth, halfway between us. "You do," I reply. "I think I know why you're here," he says. The beach is deserted. "You were sent by them, weren't you?" I don't say anything. "You've been sent." "I'm just doing a job," I reply. "A job? You don't have the slightest clue who I am. I have a family, you know, a wife and daughter." His eyes fill with water and anger. "They're this close to leaving me," he says, making a small hand gesture. The water makes a rustling sound as it washes our feet. "I'm not perfect, but who is? I've made mistakes, I know that. But deep down, I'm a good person." He removes something from his pocket. It's a gun. I'm in a standoff with Mr. Wright. He's nervous. His hand is shaking. "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." The rain comes pissing down. We are getting wet quickly, and so is the dog. It's my chance to make a move. The rain is heavy. I can barely see him. I squint my eyes. I have no time. I need to do something now. Like a gunslinger, I grab my gun from the back of my shorts, aim, and shoot. I graze him on the shoulder. The sound echoes. He fires back, missing me by a few feet. Fuck! I can't see shit. Mr. Wright makes a run for it. I start chasing him barefoot, stabbing myself on the broken shells, sticking out from the sand like shards of glass. He's a fast runner, and I'm losing ground. I follow the blood drops on the sand. I get a shooting chest pain, and my vision is blurry in the lashing rain. He's a shadow in the distance as he sprints for the train tracks. The dog runs beside me, pushing her head forward like a horse approaching the finish line. I see Wright jump on the tracks, but I'm not even close. I'm about 70 yards away. He's holding his shoulder as he slows down. My feet are in so much pain as I jump on the tracks. He looks behind and sees me coming for him. The dog starts barking violently. I'm getting closer to the prick. He's tiring out. He drops to his knees. I pull out my gun, and just when I'm about to shoot, I hear something roar behind me like thunder. The tracks vibrate. I fall backward, flat on my back, hitting my head on something hard. I'm dizzy. I see a train darting past me. I look toward the fuzzy figure of Mr. Wright, who's jumped down on the other side of the train. I try lifting my head, but I can't. My body is shutting down. I hear the dog barking. It's lights out. Chapter 19. I wake up 2 feet away from the train tracks. The sky is getting dark. I can see the sun go down. I touch the back of my head. There's some blood. The dog is sitting in front of me, tongue hanging out of her mouth. She's wet. It's not raining anymore, but I'm soaking. My shirt sticks to my body, as though I've been swimming in the sea. I could do with a rinse. I was knocked out cold for a few hours. I push myself up with the palms of my hands into the stones under me. The gun is on the ground. I pick it up, placing it in my pocket, and begin making my way back to my bike. Hopping on one foot, I remove a stone that's pierced my big toe. The dog follows me. "Feck off," I say to her. She doesn't listen and instead looks up at me with her human-like eyes, all sad, as if she is about to speak. It sends a shiver down my spine. "Come on, then," I say to her. I'm freezing cold and I just want to get home. I check my phone. It's 8 o'clock. I receive a text message from Olivia. "You coming home soon? Miss you." I reply, "On my way." My slippers are in the spot I left them beside the bike. I slip them on and start walking with the bike. Simone follows. It takes me a half hour to get home from Sandymount Beach. No leash needed for this dog. She just strolls beside me as if she's known me all my life. Lorenzo and Aisling are at the front desk. Lorenzo has a repulsed expression on his face as we enter the building, his mouth gaping as if he's seen something horrific. Simone legs it around the lobby, full of energy, shaking her head and body. The water flings off her fur, making the marble floors all wet. I can hear her panting from where I'm standing. She runs over to Aisling, waggling her massive tail. "Oh my God, you are so cute," she says. "Aren't you? You are so adorable," she says, as if she's talking to a baby. Simone starts licking her face. "Jesus," I say. "I'm not a fan of dogs," Lorenzo says, running over to the wet spots with a mop in his hands. "They're nasty creatures who poo on the floors and eat their own vomit." "You're mad. Dogs are the kindest, most lovable animals in the whole wide world. Look how cute she is." Aisling squeezes the dog's face, kissing the top of her head. "They smell, too," Lorenzo bellows. "He's not wrong there," she says. "He could do with a wash." "Whose dog is it?" asks Lorenzo. "Mine." "Is that right?" Lorenzo asks. "I adopted it," I reply. "That's fantastic. We need more people to adopt dogs," Aisling says, giggling as the dog rolls over on her back. "Some dogs need better homes when they've been mistreated or abandoned," she says snappishly toward Lorenzo. "I better head up now," I say over the tension. The dog runs over to Lorenzo and jumps on him. Lorenzo's face is priceless as he falls to the floor. "Get her off me!" he yells. "Come on, Simone," I say, smacking my thigh. She follows me into the elevator with my bike. They both say goodbye, but begin to argue when I'm inside. Lorenzo is still on the floor as he asks me, "Have you read our strict policy on pets, Mr. Callen?" The elevator doors shut. I straggle into the apartment. The dog eagerly runs in. She jumps up onto the couch, where Olivia is sitting with the baby, and starts sniffing her. It puts a smile on my face, but Olivia isn't pleased. "What the hell?" she shrieks, leaping up with the baby in her arms. "Why are you so late? I thought you'd only be gone for a few hours." "Work is hectic," I reply. "Patrick? Why is there a feckin' dog running around the place?" "She likes you." I leave the bike on the side. "Who owns the bloody dog? And don't say a friend." "I adopted her." "Why?" "I've always wanted one. And instead of getting a puppy, I decided to adopt this one because people mistreat and abandon dogs all the time. The dog needs a good home. I don't see the problem." The baby wakes up from all the yelling we're doing. I have to leave soon, she says. Did you feed the baby? Yes. Change him? Yes, yes, yes. Jesus Christ. How many times do I need to say yes? What happened to the back of your head? I fell off my bike. Jesus Christ. Are you okay? She touches the shoulder I fell on when I was hung upside down by Nocturnal. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. My God. I'll put the baby in the crib and we can clean you up. The dog reeks, she says, squinting her eyes. The both of you reek. Her name is Simone, I reply. Simone is stinking up the place. You both need a good wash, she says from the spare bedroom. I stand at the door and gaze at Olivia for a second as she lays the baby in the crib. The thought of losing her makes me sick to my stomach. She turns around. What is it? She asks. Nothing. I go over to the crib and pinch the baby's hand. Seriously, though? You stink, she says. I smell my shirt. She's right. I go back out to the kitchen and pour a bowl of water for the dog. She rushes over and drinks away. Good doggy, I say, patting her head. Let's get you into the shower. Chapter 20. Saturday morning. I touch the back of my head and there's a scab. There's even a tiny blood patch on my pillow. I have a slight headache. Olivia is in the bed beside me asleep. Sprawled out at the end of the bed is Simone. I look at my phone. It has 7 text messages, all from the bronze man. She's pissed. The first message is direct, to the point. What the fuck happened? The next few text messages are separate. Get your ass down here now. I can feel her frustration, scrambling to type the message, her thumb forcefully pressing the send button. I ignore her. I'm not in the mood. The left shoulder, where I got stabbed by a sneaky dentist with perfect accuracy, is not sore anymore. It's healed, unlike the other shoulder, which is a tad stiff. The scab on the back of my head is the size of a blueberry. I'm doing just fine. The swelling from Eagle Eye's slap has gone down, I see, as I look in the bathroom mirror. I wash up, and I put on some fresh clothing. A brownish polo shirt and long olive-covered chino shorts. The rest of my filthy clothing needs to be burned or buried in a feckin' field. I throw it into the washing machine. The baby is fast asleep in the crib. He looks so cuddly in his onesie. Man, how I envy him. I head to the kitchen. I hear the sound of footsteps drop to the floor in the bedroom. Simone comes running out to me. I pat her on the head. She stretches her body out and yawns. Her jaws open up wide. Her teeth are frighteningly sharp. I forget that the fridge is full to the rim with food. Olivia went out of her way. I grab a yogurt and a banana. Simone starts moaning at me, scratching her paw on my bare leg. Stop it, I say to her. You hungry? I ask, kneeling down. I sniff her fur, which smells delicious, but I really don't think we should have showered her with human shampoo. I take another look in the fridge, and there's 3 pork chops. I rub olive oil on 2 of them. Then I add lots of salt and pepper before placing them on a hot frying pan. Simone hears the pan sizzling, and her tail wags from side to side. Her nostrils flare. I add butter, flipping the chops and cooking both sides, including the fat, which turns crispy brown. I leave them to rest on a cutting board. Then I slice one of them into 8 pieces and put them on a plate. I leave the plate on the floor. Simone chews on the meat like she hasn't eaten in days. I'm the same. She devours her food in a matter of minutes. I'm not far behind. I see Olivia from the corner of my eye. Morning, she says, her eyes half open. I put 2 pieces of bread in the toaster. Morning, sleepy. That was the best sleep I've got in years, She's wearing one of my baggy t-shirts and basketball shorts I never wear. "How's your head?" "Nothing to worry about." "You should really wear a helmet," she says, sitting down on the bar stool, releasing a yawn. The toaster pops. I butter both slices and put them on a plate in front of her. "Thanks," she says, taking a generous bite. "I have to do a few errands today. I'll take the baby with me," I say to Olivia. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, we'll be grand," I respond. "Quick question," she says with a mouthful of toast. "When do you give the baby back to your friend?" I scramble for a response. "I think next week. He's away on business." "Does he have a partner?" "No, she died." I reply with a shaky answer. "How sad." The dog starts moaning at Olivia. "Don't do it," I say to Olivia as she's about to drop the crust into the dog's mouth. "She got fed already." I remove a key from my pocket. "What's this?" she asks. "It's a spare key to the apartment. I want you to feel free, like you can come in and out," I say. "I can't take that." "Please don't make me beg," I respond with a sad face. "Okay." Her face lights up. I spend the next hour changing the baby, feeding and playing with him. I tell Olivia to take a rest day. She deserves it. She tells me that she needs to go back to her apartment to get a few things. Olivia's persistent about taking Keno with her, but I say no, get out of here, with a smile. I place the gloves, nappies, and a jar of baby food in my backpack. I put the gun in my shorts. I strap the baby to my chest, and the dog follows me out of the apartment. She sniffs the baby's feet. When I lean down to pet her, I'm given a lick from her long tongue. No bite today. The bronze man is ringing me, but I don't pick up. I head to the Crazy Owl, which is a 15-minute walk from my apartment. The sun is in and out as the clouds, shaped like popcorn, go by at a rapid pace. I arrive at the Crazy Owl. Across the street, I see Jerry talking to the French fella I saw a few days ago. They seem to be having an intense conversation. Slim has the door open for me already. "The boss isn't happy," he says as the dog flies up the stairs. I feel like I'm carrying a watermelon around. Should have put him in the stroller. When I enter the bar, Eagle Eye is playing snooker with the young fella Cormac. He's wearing his usual denim jacket. "Lads," I say to them. Eagle Eye shakes his head, arms folded. I walk into the back room, where the bronze man is pacing back and forth between the window and her desk, yelling at someone on the phone. I take a seat. She hangs up the phone, throwing it on the desk. Today she's wearing a black fitted suit with a striped navy and red tie, which she loosens. I notice her bronze tan is fading away. "The fucking lemon man has arrived," she shouts, leaning on the desk. "Mind the language," I reply, covering the baby's ears. "What the fuck happened to you yesterday?" "I had an incident on the train tracks where Mr. Wright unfortunately slipped away," I explain. Simone sits down beside me, breathing heavily, but she's well behaved. The clients aren't pleased one bit. They were hoping to see his dead body all over the news this morning. Jerry is after telling me they want their money back. She continues to raise her voice, distressed, her face turning red. Boy, she has a temper. "I can fix this," I say. "I'll kill him today, finish the job." "Today? Sure, the prick is probably on his way out of the bleeding country." "I'll fix this. Don't I always come through?" "No, not this time. I can't. You're too busy," she says, pointing. "Playing babysitter and dog walker." "Come on. I'll have him dead by the end of today." I grind my teeth. "The end of the day," she says, letting out a weak laugh. "Mr. Wright should have been dead already. Are you fucking deaf?" Listen. No, you listen. You're off the hit. I'm getting someone else to do it. I can't have any more fuck-ups. You let the dentist run off into the sunset with her lover, and now this. They could be all on one fucking plane to Spain right now. I can't have this one get away. It's too much money. She sits down at her desk, panting like the dog. She attempts to light up a cigar, but the lighter doesn't work. She slams it on the desk and stares out the window. I stand up and say, "So what now? No more jobs? You're done with me?" "I'm done with you until you sort your life out and realise you're a hired killer. Stop pretending to play family, Patrick. What are you even doing? What do you hope to gain from all this?" She tosses her hand out across Keno and the dog. "You can't have a family and be a killer. It doesn't work. Once you've figured that out, come back to me and we'll talk." The baby starts sobbing. I leave the pub. 30 grand down the bleeding drain. This is the first time in 10 years the bronze man has thrown me off a hit. I'm stunned. I have only 6 days to save Olivia. Where the hell am I going to get that kind of money in time? Chapter 21. Pissed off. I'm not even allowed in the cafe down in the corner. The gay fella behind the counter with bleached blonde hair has a smelly attitude. Didn't you read the sign? No dogs allowed. He continues to talk to the other barista with a nose piercing about his night out on Parliament Street and how he met this hunk of a man who looked like Henry Cavill. I walk into a pet store down the road from the shitty cafe and buy a leash, dog food, poop bags, dog shampoo, and a squeaky toy, which Simone goes mental for, and so does Keno. He kicks his legs and giggles, stretching out his arms to reach for the toy. We go on a 10-minute stroll and end up on Fenian Street. Up ahead I see Kennedy's pub on Westland Row. Before we go into the pub, around the corner from Trinity College, I hear people bellowing at a cricket match being played on the Trinity grounds. Though it's a dreadful sport to watch, I do love the thumping sound of a cricket bat hitting a ball. Fresh air. The perfect day to be outdoors. The temperature is on point. The rich blue skies are deceiving, as a cluster of spiteful clouds are ready to unleash a shower or two. Close by is the Science Gallery Dublin. Young ones, laughing and chatting, line up outside to see a talk on Mars. A large banner advertises a new exhibition coming soon called Outer Space. The pub doors are already open for business. Beat-up wooden stools and vintage whiskey barrels are used for tables outside, with beer mats and ashtrays on top. I strut in. Black and white photos of Joyce, Yeats, Beckett and Shaw are on the walls. Quotes from their works are written around the pub. Copper pots and pans hang above me. The windows are cathedral-like, full of colour. For regulars, this is church. A church to drink, moan and have a laugh in. Fiddle music is playing. To my right are red leather chairs. In front of me is an old wooden bar. Every bottle of whiskey in the world is behind it on a glass shelf. In gold lettering it reads, Kennedy's, established in 1850. Dust is being collected. Every bottle of hard stuff that can put you in the hospital for a weekend is here. Poison. I can see the bruised faces of blokes waiting in the emergency room on a Saturday night after a hard night on the beer, while an underage girl is getting her stomach pumped. A physician places a tube down her throat, hitting the pit of the stomach, then sucks out the contents with a plastic syringe. The cause of it? Too much alcohol. I sit at the bar and order a vodka and club soda with a touch of lemon. Pints of Guinness are for celebrations only. Too early for a whiskey. Bushmills will have to wait. I take a sip. The leash is tied around the stool beside me. The baby is dribbling on his onesie. I must think about what my next move is going to be. Time is of the essence. I try to have the baby drink water from a straw. The fecker isn't having any of it. I twist my moustache between my 2 fingers. It's getting longer. I can feel some of the hairs slip in my mouth. By the end of the day, Mr. Wright will be dead. I'm sure of that. But by who? I have to find and kill him myself. The bronze man will have no choice and will have to pay me. It's a race against the clock. Finding Mr. Wright is going to be a tough task, but I know exactly who can help me. I scroll through my contacts in my phone. I get to the name JJ. I call him. The phone rings out for a bit. Oscar Wilde gazes down at me from the wall, with his charming eyes and gracious smile. Simone is lying on the floor in a comfortable position, licking her paws. JJ answers the phone with, "What's the story, bud?" "I'm doing all right. Where you at?" "The usual spot," he responds. "At this time?" "Stay there. I'm coming to you," I say to him, then hang up. I finish the vodka and club soda. The ice is melted, watering down the drink. I give the lemon a lick. It's sour, giving me a tingling sensation on the tip of my tongue and in the back of my throat. I pay the bill and head out the door. I make my way to Townsend Street and hop on a bus. I have no trouble getting Simone on. The female bus driver with curly hair is gushing over the dog and the baby, but more so the dog. She even gets out of the seat to give Simone a rub. "Here, lady, we have places to go," yells a foreign fella with a bandage over his right eye. All right, relax the cax," she shouts back, gripping the steering wheel wearing fingerless gloves. The folding doors shut behind me. I stay standing on the bus. I miss every second of being on my bike. The wind flowing through my greasy hair and hairy legs, cooling me down. The weaving around the cars stuck in traffic, and being able to take shortcuts here and there. The bus is in a stop-and-go motion in the city, like we're on a cruise ship, thrashing the waves. I hope the baby doesn't get sick. I open a window. It's stuffy on the bus, and the strong odour of cigarette smoke is in the air. Simone sits down, scratching her ear with her paw. Cork Street. The bus driver says her goodbyes to us as we leave the bus. We head to the flats across the road. The blocks of flats, made up of red bricks with the colour salmon painted on the balconies, send chills down my legs. Satellite dishes are attached to the drain pipes running down the sides of the buildings. The courtyard has clotheslines, and not far from the clean clothing are large metal wheelie bins. Flies circle them. The bad memories of moving from a lovely house in the suburbs to the flats when I was a young boy come flushing in like a toilet. Me, Ma, and the vile one, living in a tiny 2-bedroom flat. The suffocating odours, the screaming neighbours, the blaring music, the drunks and drugged-up sons coming home starting trouble, the banging on doors and the kicking of a football against a wall. Some things have changed, but some things stay the same. They try improving the area with new buildings, but the old-school flats still remain. A young boy is pissing on a wall near us. He turns his head and gives me a dirty look. "What you looking at, pervert?" he utters in his inner-city voice. He pulls his tracksuit bottoms up, jumps on his bike, and cycles off, leaving his urine to run down the paths and onto the road. The courtyard has 4 buildings. I walk over to the second building. The dog pulls me forward on the leash. She's strong. Cigarette ash blows in the air, some falling on my arm. It's warm. I look up to see a rough-looking woman in her 40s smoking. If looks could kill, I would be sliced in half right now, bleeding out in the courtyard, and nobody would care. I see a white door. It's beaten up. It has dirty kick marks and fingerprints on it. I leave the dog outside, tied to a lamppost painted green, white and orange. I knock on the door hard, with my middle knuckles. It opens up and I walk straight in. "Who the fuck are you?" says the scrawny girl, wearing no bra under her t-shirt. "Where's JJ?" I ask, having no time for small talk. "Who are you?" she says again slowly, her veiny eyelids half closed. There's a strong odour in the room. The girl doesn't have the energy to stop me from coming in, so she sits down in the armchair near the front door, her chest shiny with sweat. Not the best place to bring a baby. I walk through the dimly lit living room. A couple are sitting on a battered couch, holding hands and watching cartoons. Eyeballs in the back of their heads. They're sticky, and have several track marks on their inner forearms. They don't look like your typical junkies. The man is wearing suit trousers, a blue shirt with the sleeves pulled up, and polished black shoes. The woman is wearing a nice floral dress, tights, and flat shoes. The kitchen is clean, which explains the nauseating smell of bleach. Used needles are in a large plastic container. New needles are in plastic, neatly lined up on the kitchen counter. Silver spoons are drying on tea towels. "Will you hurry up?" I hear somebody shout in the room in front of me. The door is closed. "It's not my fault I can't get it up, you ugly bitch," the bloke yells back. "Fuck off, you bleeding prick. You're useless." The door swings open. The woman, about 30, comes storming out in a white tracksuit, her white breasts on display. She zips up her tracksuit top. "Get out of me way," she says to me. I move aside. She nudges me in the shoulder. "Is there a JJ in the building?" I ask, poking my head in the bedroom. "Patrick, what's the story?" he replies, pulling up his navy blue jeans on the bed. He's wearing a Yankees cap and a burgundy hoodie with the words Trinity College printed on it. He walks over to the door, pulling it out from the wall. The door handle made a big dent in the wall. "She's going to pay for that." He looks at the baby. "Who owns this one?" he asks, adjusting his cap and pulling up his sleeves. "Does it really matter who owns the baby?" I respond. "Nah, sure they're popping them out like it's nothing around here, even in this economy. Me bleeding sister has 5 of the things," he says, raising his thin eyebrows. "It's disgusting in here. Let's go for a walk outside," I say to him. "Sure." We walk through the living room. "Keep the fucking TV down," he yells at the delinquent sitting in the armchair who opens the door for me. We get outside to the fresh air. "Lovely dog," he says. "That's mine," I respond. Simone starts to growl at him when he tries to rub her. I met JJ a few years back, when I was doing a hit in this area. He knows everybody in Dublin. I trust him to a certain extent. You can never let your guard down to anyone. He knows I'm a dangerous fella, and that he wouldn't want to screw me over. "I see you're still doing this," I say. "You know, I've been trying to get out of this business a long time. I've been clean for 7.5 years now." "Congrats." "It's a pity this drug is still around, though." JJ is referring to heroin. After his youngest sister overdosed and died, he had to quit. Now he runs a small drug den. It all sounds mad, but he told me once, "I'd rather have the mammy or daddy do the drugs here than in their home in front of the kids." "You kept busy?" "Always. I'm getting every Tom, Dick and Harry in here. Politicians, doctors, celebrities. You see those 2 inside on the couch? Husband is a top solicitor, and the wife's a history teacher for some posh school out in Blackrock." "You get any bankers?" I ask. He's thinking. "We've had a few financial heads, men and women with deep pockets," he replies. "You know a fella named Peter Wright?" His face was all over the news, I say, showing a photo of him on my phone. I don't know his face. I remove €50 from my pocket and hand it to him. His eyes light up. Actually, we might have had a few rich fellas splashing their cash a few months ago. Did you see Peter? Yes, but he wasn't shooting up. He waited outside while his mate went inside. Hooligans, the lot of them, he says. They wrecked the place, on other stuff. Maybe coke or molly. They even broke my TV, fucking animals. Their driver was a nice girl, roaring red hair and freckles covering her entire face. Driver? I was talking to her outside, right here. She escorted the fuckers around in a black SUV. They had money to burn, those lads. You get her name? Sheila? Shiva? Something? Shannon, he says, eyes lighting up. That's her name, Shannon. She told me she works 2 jobs, single mother. Where's her other job? He gives me one of those cheeky looks. I hand him another €50. Fitzwilliam Lawn Tennis Club, he replies. She works there during the day, and in the evenings she drives around the rich. I hurry along and unwrap the leash from the lamppost. Nice one, JJ. Talk soon, I reply. I see him shove the money into his pocket. See you later, bud. Junkie Jake, crossed out. Chapter 22. I pull a taxi up on Parnell Road, near the canal. It's only a 10-minute ride to Fitzwilliam Lawn Tennis Club, located in Ranelagh. I put my seatbelt on. Simone sits beside me. Make sure that dog doesn't shade all over the back seats, the taxi driver says, chewing on a green apple. The juices roll down his chin. I don't respond to him, and press the button to bring the window down halfway. I reach into my backpack and grab a jar of food. I start feeding the baby. He loves it. The canal is probably one of the worst places to be driving on. Too many cars and too many traffic lights. The driver tries to make it through the amber light, but the light turns red and the car stops abruptly, nearly crashing into a cyclist. The heavy taxi driver throws the remains of his apple out the window. He licks his fingers. A middle-aged woman sees the apple drop to the ground in front of her. She's wearing sports clothing, tight leggings, displaying her flat arse, a baggy rain jacket, and brand-new running shoes. She loses it and starts yelling at the taxi man. I see her black cherry lips move. I give the baby a sniff. He stinks a little. I change his nappy quickly on my lap, while the 2 idiots are giving out to each other at this long red light. I was aiming for the grass, he yells back. You missed, fucking idiot. Feck off. The light turns green and the driver behind us starts beeping the horn. Simone lets out a bark. What a load of shite. The driver mumbles as we speed along the canal. I strap the baby back to my chest and hold the dirty nappy in my hand. You can pull up here, I say to the driver. I pay the arsehole €10 for the trip. No tip. The dog jumps out of the car like she's at the races. Hold on now, I say to her. Winton Road. You couldn't hear a fart on this street. I see the building in the distance. There isn't a hope I'm getting into this tennis club with a dog. I pat her down and tie the leash around a pole with a parking sign. A few cars are clamped on the street. The dog sits down, waggling her tail. I stroll in, and to my right are 5 or so lawn tennis courts, all immaculate. I hear a loud grunt, and, through the fence, a fella in all white from head to toe, from the sweatband around his head to the spotless clean tennis shoes, stretches for the ball with his racket. He misses. He screams, "Out!" A perfect day for a game of tennis for the rich. I bet Simone would love to be out there chasing those tennis balls. I hear one hit the fence, and the "punk" sound from a tennis racket, The facility is massive. Before I walk into the building, I see a long balcony where older men and women with grey hair are eating and drinking wine. I can see the lobsters being served to the members. It's busy when I get inside. The staff are like ants going back and forth. I walk over to the reception desk. "How can I help you?" asks the bubbly young girl, about 20 years old, wearing a green polo shirt, the club's logo stitched above her left breast. "I'm looking for a girl who works here. Her name is Shannon. I'm a close friend of hers." I try to return a friendly smile. "Sorry, she's currently cleaning out the changing rooms at the moment," she says generously, as one of her perfectly shaped eyebrows arches. "You could come back later. She finishes her shift in a couple of hours." "Sure," I reply. "Oh my God, isn't he cute?" says another young one, about the same age as the receptionist, but with glowing white veneers. She has almond-coloured skin and a North Dublin accent, similar to JJ's, but less harsh. The scent of her perfume tingles in my nostrils. I sniff the baby. "What is it?" she asks. "I need to change his nappy," I respond. "He smells okay to me." "Oh, I've changed too many nappies to know he's after taking a poo," I say, grinning. She steps back. "Where can I change this little fart?" "You need a membership to enter any further," she replies. "I could just change him here in the reception, though it will stink up the place." An older man, decked out in a three-piece suit, has a repulsed look on his wrinkled face. "You can use the men's changing rooms down the hallway to your left," the receptionist replies, flustered. We go into the changing rooms. Keno doesn't need to be changed. I scope the changing room. There's a few naked fellows hanging about proudly. The odour of chlorine is in the air. We go to the far side of the room, which leads out to an Olympic-size swimming pool. I scan the area. The lifeguard sitting in the chair next to me has his eyes glued to a Georgette Heyer novel. On the far side of the pool, through the thick glass, I see people playing squash. The tiny ball bounces all over the place. I can hear the sound of a swimmer splashing in the pool doing the backstroke. Above the squash court is the gym. People jog, walk, sprint on treadmills. I even see a wrinkly old woman cycling. Fair play to her. I'm on the prowl. It's then I see someone holding a stack of towels. I can't see the face. I walk along the pool and go through another door. I find stairs. I end up on the second floor. A skinny kid in a tank top is doing chest exercises with a cable machine. Another is using a rowing machine, grinding his teeth each time he pulls. The treadmill runners are going all out, pounding their feet on the running belts, which sound like they're about to break. The fan spinning above me makes me feel dizzy. I see a girl with red hair spraying down one of the exercise machines. She has freckles all over her face. She leaves the gym. I follow. We come to a long hallway. The girl goes into the women's changing room. Jesus, how many changing rooms are in this place? I don't have much time. I'm sure the receptionist will be on the lookout for me soon. I enter the women's changing room with the baby, who's well behaved. I poke my head around. It's empty, which means I'm lucky for once. Another time, this place is packed to the rim with naked women. I move quickly. Then, coming out of the sauna with a pile of dirty towels in her arms, is the girl. "Shannon?" I ask. Her face is pale beneath her freckles, which are like tiny paw prints. "Who are you? You shouldn't be in here. This is the women's changing room," she says. "I need to talk to you." "Get out, before I call security." "I have a friend who's in trouble and needs my help. You know Peter Wright?" "I don't know who he is," she responds rapidly, and tries to move me out of the changing room. I get in her way of the door. She drops the towels. "Look, I don't want any trouble. Can you please leave? Please, I need your help. He's in danger. I know you drove him around. Him and his mates, I say. Scumbags, the lot of them. They all have families, and they don't give two shits about them. Cheating, doing drugs, arseholes, the whole lot of them, she says angrily, folding her arms. What about Peter? I stopped picking him up a few weeks back. Why? He said he needed to get his shit together, that he owed a lot of money to people, and that he couldn't do this to his family. I think the money went to his head. Where did you pick him up from? I ask. She goes quiet. I don't have much time, Shannon. I reach into my pocket and pull out my wallet. Orchard Road, she replies, picking up the towels. 60 Orchard Road. It's on the corner. You can't miss it. I try to hand her the money. I don't want your money. You should leave before you get me into trouble. Thanks. You've done me a solid. As I'm about to leave, she says, Your son has beautiful eyes. Fitzwilliam Lawn Tennis Club, crossed out. Chapter 23. 5 o'clock on the dot, and Peter Wright could be dead already, lying face down in a puddle of his own blood that looks like the fruity syrup you drizzle over ice cream on a cone. Knowing the bronze man, she'll already have someone else on the job ASAP. But who will it be? Maybe the French fella will do the job. Bastard. All this running around is giving me a slight headache. I keep an eye on the news on my phone. I'm almost waiting for Peter's dead body to be plastered on every screen in Dublin. There's crime scene tape outside his house, and the forensic officers popping out of a blue tent in their white coveralls. Nothing shows up. I may have time. Olivia sends me a text. She says to meet up on Elgin Road, outside the Mexican embassy. She also adds that she has a surprise waiting for me. It's about a 15-minute walk to Elgin Road from the Fitzwilliam Lawn Tennis Club. Before I leave, I need to clean up the poop Simone left outside the place. Simone sets the pace as I glance up at the sky, which is turning white like crystallized sugar, making it look as if it's about to snow. She sees a pigeon and tries to chase after it, nearly pulling the arm out of my socket. She sniffs the ground like she's on the hunt. She inspects a tree. The temperature drops, but that's expected at this time. When we get to the corner of Wellington Road, I take off my backpack. I remove my leather gloves and put them in my pocket with a loaded gun. The 3 vertical bands of green, white and red on the Mexican flag wave outside a faded red brick building, 4 stories high. I get closer to the building with the red door and see the coat of arms. It's an eagle, chilling on top of a prickly cactus while devouring a serpent. I hear the sound of crunchy leaves shuffling on the road. The street is dead quiet. Simone is breathing heavily. She sees Olivia waiting for us and gets excited. Is this a surprise? I ask as we get closer to her. She's sitting on top of my bike with a glowing smile, wearing a greenish dress with a brown belt around her tiny waist. Yes, she replies, getting off the bike. How in the hell did you cycle in those? I ask, looking down at her black ankle boots with a heel. And I got you this, she says, opening her hands, about to reveal something. I look down. A blueberry muffin. How did you know? I know you have a sweet tooth. Is that right? And I found a plastic wrapper in the bin when we first met. I think she'll want a bite, I say, staring at Simone. How was your day? She asks. We just went on a little adventure around the city, I say, moving the baby's arms up and down. And yours? I paid my rent for the last time. I need to get out of there. My housemate is a complete mental case, she says, shaking her head. I'll be moving out soon. My heart flutters a bit. She seems anxious. What is it? I ask, putting a tiny piece of the muffin in my mouth. I don't know. Everything is happening so fast. I've been living in that apartment for nearly 5 years. I don't know what to do next. My head is all over the place. I worry about you, too. Me? Yeah. Nocturnal has you doing his dirty work for him, which I don't like one bit. There's silence between us for a moment. You know you can always stay with me. How about this? You move into my place until everything is sorted with you-know-who. Really? Yeah. My mate will be taking the baby off me at the end of the week. I could do with some help, I say, letting out a nervous laugh. The baby starts kicking his legs. I need to head back to the bike shop now. I can take him off your hands. What about the dog? She asks snottily. You don't like the dog? I ask. They're needy, she replies. So am I. Just a little, she replies. There's dog food in the backpack, I say, handing it to her. Olivia takes the baby off my hands, strapping him to her chest. He's a heavy one, she says. I hand her the leash. Simone sniffs her feet. I kiss Olivia goodbye on her soft cheek. She tries to kiss me back with her cherry-coloured lips, but she misses. My next move is Orchard Road. I check my phone for the distance. 12-minute drive, 30-minute walk, and 9-minute cycle. Everything is faster on a bike in this city. My gloves are on, and I can feel the gun in my pocket. With my head down, my eyes are staring at the road like a professional cyclist. I go down the hilly road fast, not hitting the brakes. Like I'm in a race, I can hear the crowds of supporters shouting, throwing water over me, with flags draped over their naked backs, holding flares. I approach a bend on Dartry Road. The pain in my shoulders is gone, and the scab in my head is almost healed. I'm fresh as a daisy, as the warm breeze blows into my face like a hairdryer on full blast. My calves are heating up. I slow down, stop pedalling, and let the bike move by itself. I'm getting closer. And there it is on the corner. 60 Orchard Road. I brake. The wheels make a squeaking sound. The walls surrounding the property are so high, I can only see the roof of the house. There's a gate at the front entrance, but there's no hope of climbing it. It must be 20 feet high. There are still stragglers out and about, joggers, dog walkers, cyclists, delivery drivers, and hitman. I push the bike around to the back entrance. More walls, trees, hedges and cars are parked on the road, which is common in this area of Dublin. Some houses won't even have a driveway, but the houses go for $1 million or $2 just because of their location and the infamous red brick. The square footage of Peter Wright's house is bigger than the one he was hiding out in. I see a wooden driveway gate about 7 feet high. There's a camera on the side of the wall aiming at the gate. I leave my bike across the road against a tree. I walk farther and find the end of the wall. The nearest neighbour is a good bit away. I step back a few paces and run toward the wall, jumping as high as I can. I reach out and grab the top of the wall. I use my hand strength to push up, and then I throw my leg over. I'm now on top of the wall. I drop down and land on my feet on the other side, which sends a sharp stinging sensation up my shins. I'm standing under a large-looking tree. To my left is a garden shed. The back garden is wide, well-groomed, with pots and plants. I see lights on in the kitchen and dining area. There's a metallic silver SUV parked in the driveway with the boot wide open. As I slowly walk toward the house, Peter Wright comes rushing out, carrying 2 suitcases. He sees me step out from the shade of the tree branches. He locks eyes on me. He's still a good bit away. I need to get closer. "It doesn't have to end like this," he says out loud. I can pack up my things and leave right now. You won't ever see me again. I promise. I hear a voice. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old comes running out, hugging Peter. Get back inside, love. You hear me? He says to the little girl. She does what she's told. I have to do this, I say to him. I pull out my gun. No, you don't. He throws the suitcases in the SUV. You don't want to do this. I can see it in your eyes. You have children? I don't respond. You would understand then. I'm going to leave this country with my wife and daughter. Start a new life, he says, slamming the door shut. He puts his hands on his hips. So, what's it going to be? I have a moment of doubt, thinking maybe he can start again. Maybe he needs a second chance. I think about the little girl growing up without her da. It's not a life she should have. Don't come back. If you do, I'll have you killed. You hear me? I'm about to lower my gun back down, but then a bullet hits Peter in the chest. He falls to his knees as he sees his own blood run down his shirt. Another bullet comes flying in, piercing him in the head. He drops to the ground on his side. I look around. The shots didn't come from me. I step back into the shadows, in shock. My hand trembles. I hear his wife screaming from the back door at the top of her lungs, wailing as she holds her dead husband in her arms, crying her poor heart out. I jump the wall and run. I can still hear the screams beyond the wall and the cries of a young girl. I cycle away in a panic. The only thing in my mind is, who took the shots? Then it hits me. Only one person could pull off 2 shots like that. Mr. Wright, crossed out. Chapter 24. Olivia is sitting on the couch with her feet up on the coffee table. The dog's head is resting on her lap. I'm knackered when I get in the door. I thought you didn't like the dog, I say jokingly, as I close the door behind me. Simone's head pops up, and she comes running over to me. I see scratch marks on the wooden floors. Olivia stretches her arms up in the air and yawns. What are you watching? I ask, as the dog sniffs my feet. It's as though she knows where I've been. Nothing really on. I remember when cartoons and television shows were good back in the day. So much crap on it nowadays. I put the bike away and go into the spare room, where the baby is sleeping. I see the box of books in the corner. I'll probably be on the move again soon. The rent is costing me a pretty penny. He was a good boy today, Olivia says, standing behind me. He can be a handful at times, I reply, almost whispering. I think most babies are like that. The blinds are down. I can hear the thundering sound of a helicopter outside. Do you ever want kids? I ask her. The question kind of lingers for a few seconds in the dark. I don't know. I'm not in the right headspace for one now, she responds, leaning against the frame of the door. But maybe one day. Who knows what the future entails? One day at a time. She presses her lips together. I'm going down to the pool. You want to come? Who will mind the baby? Oh, I was going to wake him up. No way. It's taken me all evening to get him to sleep. I'll be only a half hour. Take your time. The dog's fed. What about you? Are you fed? I'll shovel something in my mouth. I go to the kitchen and eat a banana, a bowl of cashew nuts, and 2 slices of bread, which I slap butter on. I give Simone a piece of the crust. She gobbles it up. I rub her head. Good girl. I put on my swimming trunks, flip-flops, and a plain white t-shirt. Olivia is in the shower. I see her naked back from the hallway and stare for a moment, then leave. I stand in the elevator, looking at my reflection. Olivia has the right way of looking at things, one day at a time. The only problem is that I'm running out of time. My chances of getting that 30 grand just got taken from me. I've been off my game. I should have killed Mr. Wright on the spot. Instead, I'm distracted, not focused on the hit. I need to clear my mind. "Evening, Patrick," says Rodrigo, behind the counter of the health club. He's a short Filipino fellow with a tight haircut all over and no facial hair. His shirt is droopy on him. "Evening," I reply. The health club has a state-of-the-art gym surrounded by window glass, fitness studio with full-length mirrors to show off your physique, 20-metre swimming pool, jacuzzi, infrared sauna, steam room, and outdoor terrace to unwind and enjoy the view of the Grand Canal. "Towel and a water?" he asks. "Sure." He hands me a rolled-up towel and bottled water. "You catch any of the football?" "I haven't the time," I reply. We both drift out to the gym area, standing a couple of feet apart. "I was watching highlights of the Arsenal game," he says as we both look at the TV screen hanging on the wall above the elliptical machine. "How was that?" "Rubbish. A 0-0 draw." "I might watch a game during the week," I say to him. He's shaking his head. "I wouldn't bother. The players these days are overpaid. The money is gone to their heads, and they're underperforming on the pitch, getting too comfortable," he says. "I'll tell you this. $500,000 per week to kick a football around and retire by the time you're 35 doesn't sound bad at all." "Agree," I reply. "Talk to you in a bit." "The pool closes in another hour," he reminds me. All I'm asking is for a scabby 30 grand. The lighting is dim as I enter the pool area. The floors near the swimming pool are so clean that you could eat off them. The air is humid, which can be hard to breathe. The place is empty. The perfect time. Chilled jazz music is playing, while water trickles from the ceiling into the pool, acting like a waterfall of some sort. I remove my shirt and hair tie before heading to the steam room for 10 minutes, followed by the sauna, which I can't last 5 minutes in. I find myself running out of the sauna. My skin is scalding hot. I'm like a hot potato. I flick off my flip-flops, hold my breath, and dive into the swimming pool. I can see the chandelier and candle-lit walls under the water. I swim back up. My body is cooled down in the freezing cold water. I push my wet hair back. I do a couple of laps, take a breather, and relax. Then I dive under again, holding my breath as long as I can. Under the water, I see something flickering. I swim toward it. The shape is blurry. I swim faster toward the shape. It gets bigger. I open my eyes wide, trying not to blink. Everything becomes as clear as day. Olivia is sitting in a chair, her hands and feet tied up. She struggles. Using her body, she tries to knock herself over on the floor. She's screaming out for my help. I swim toward her, but my body hits something hard like glass. I start banging on it with 2 fists. It's not budging. I scream out her name, but she can't hear me. She stops screaming and just stares at me, her lungs filling with water. I come up for air. I can hear myself breathe heavily. I'm losing my mind. I part my hair covering my face. I'm the only one in the pool area. Then I hear something. "Patrick," says a voice behind me. When I turn around, I see Nocturnal, sitting down on a chair in front of the pool. "Would you look at this?" he says. "A lovely pool, all empty. How wonderful." 2 security men are standing on either side of him, wearing all black. Big fuckers. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "I'm just seeing how you are doing," After all, you only have 5 days to get my money. He starts undoing the laces of his extravagant red shoes. I can see the shine from where I'm standing in the pool. See, when I was drinking a glass of sherry and champagne last night in my living room, I realized something. What's that? You don't have the money, he responds, removing his colourful socks. He stands up, all lanky, barefoot, and starts removing his leopard-print jacquard tuxedo jacket. If you had the money, you would have paid me by now. My shoulders are getting chilly in the water. I also have a fishy feeling you might not have the money by Thursday. What makes you think that? You're a busy man, he replies, removing his cufflinks. One of the big fellas cups his hands. Nocturnal drops them in. Then he unbuttons his trousers, which drop to the floor. He steps out of them. The other big fella grabs them off the floor and folds them neatly on his arm. You're doing a lot of running around the city like a man on the hunt, but something is holding you back. What's that? Olivia. She's holding you back. This can all be done and dusted if we forget about the money and she can come back and work for me. We have a deal. He removes his shirt. I know, but the deal doesn't change. You'll have your money by Thursday, I say. You're right. I'm a man of my word. I just thought I could change your mind. You can't. After all, you have a baby to take care of, and a bloody dog. Your little family keeps on growing, doesn't it? Nocturnal is nearly naked. He's wearing white boxer briefs and is as pale as a ghost. His body looks more like a teenager's than that of a grown man. Not a hair in sight or any muscle definition. Bald from the top down. It's your call, he says. It really isn't my call to make. Nocturnal could have his men shoot me in the head, leaving me to float in the pool in my own blood, like I've been attacked by a shark. A man of his word, I'll give him that. Nocturnal comes to the edge of the swimming pool. Looking straight ahead, he dives in like a white dolphin, barely making a splash. His head pops up. He's about 3 feet away from me. It's time to leave. I jump out of the pool and grab my things. Tick-tock, he says out loud as I leave the pool area. When I get back to the apartment and the door closes behind me, I have butterflies bouncing around in my gut. The feeling is unpleasant. Nocturnal mentioning Olivia's name makes me sick. Now he knows about the baby and the dog. He knows my every move, it seems. I wonder if he knows who the baby is, or if he knows how the dog entered my life. It begs the question, does he know I kill for a living? Olivia is in the bedroom resting her eyes. The duvet is snuggling her body, outlining her long legs. Her head is against the pillow, fingers entwined, as though she's lying in a coffin. Simone is beside her, too tired to jump off the bed and run over to me. It's been a long day for everyone. I take a warm shower, washing away the strong stench of chlorine from my body. I scrub the dandruff from my scalp with a special shampoo. The scab is gone from the back of my head. Shampoo goes into my eyes, burning them. I dry my hair with a towel. My wet hair is growing to my shoulders, and my beard is bushy. I'm too lazy to groom myself, looking more like Tom Hanks from Castaway as each day goes by. Olivia's eyes slowly open when I land myself on the bed. Simone jumps down and lies on the floor, planting her head down between her front legs. "What took you so long?" she asks me, as she lies on her side, elbow digging into the mattress. "You miss me?" "Maybe." "I just needed to clear my mind. We all need some of that. Have you decided what you want to do next?" I've been thinking about it. I did say I wanted to move to Australia. Bad move. Your precious skin might get bitten by the fangs of a venomous spider. Or worse, chewed on by a feckin' 7-foot bull shark. How is that possible? What if you go surfing? Then, bam! A shark comes in, ripping your rib cage apart with its razor-sharp teeth. Flesh all over the beach. See, this is why you shouldn't watch those animal programs, she says, laughing. What about the weather? The sun is different over there. It will turn your skin to liquid all year round. You do know I'm half African. But you've been living in Ireland all your life. Aren't you going to miss the rainy days in the summer? I ask, raising my eyebrows. Sure, if you listen closely, it's raining now. We can both hear the rain splash off the bedroom window. I'll miss the rainy days for sure, she says, wide-eyed. Plus, you can't beat the Irish banter. Those Australians are way too relaxed over there. Too much sun has melted their brains away. I'm not sure what I want. She places her hand on my chest. I stroke her shoulder. What Olivia said strikes me. She may have one good reason to leave Ireland, but I can think of 100 reasons for her to stay. I lean in, kissing Olivia on her lips. She smells so good. Your heart is racing like a rabbit, she says. You make me nervous. Olivia kisses me on the forehead, cheek and neck. Are you nervous now? She asks, doing a finger-walking motion along my thigh. Enough, I say jokingly as I jump on top of her. I pin her arms above her head. Look at you, Mr. Big Shot, she says. I feel a cramp creeping in on my calf. I fight through it and snog Olivia on the lips hard. We undress quickly. It's the first time I'm on top. Olivia is usually the one in control. After 15 minutes of intimacy, we lie next to each other, hot and sticky. Tonight was different. It lasted longer and felt more passionate. It wasn't just another night with Olivia. Things have changed between us. We've become closer. To-do list. Visit Ma 2. Ivy Gardens. Babysitter. Dublin Castle. Chapter 25. I wake up at 11 o'clock, which I haven't done in a while. I kind of freak out, thinking of the baby, but Olivia isn't beside me in the bed. I assume she's with him. I slowly move out of bed, trying not to get dizzy. I've done that on many occasions. I would get up too fast and have the spins for the rest of the day, feeling the urge to vomit. I tilt my head back. My neck cracks. I grab my phone from the side table and send a text to Eagle Eye. Lemon Man. Nice shots. Eagle Eye. I was just doing your job. Lemon Man. You should have let me finish him. Eagle Eye. You had your chance, but you were going to let him go. I saw Patrick. Lemon Man. Enjoy your 30 grand. Eagle Eye. 15 grand. She only paid me half. Was Eagle Eye right? Did I feel sorry for Peter Wright? Deep down, was I going to let him go? I change into the beige cargo shorts I wore last week and put on a fresh navy blue t-shirt. I tie my hair up into a man bun. I scratch my beardy face. Olivia is feeding the baby on the bar stool in the kitchen. The sun floods into the apartment. Simone jumps up on my knees, her nails digging into my skin. Good doggy, I say to her. She jumps back down, leaving red marks behind on my knees. I slept in, I say to Olivia. I know. The baby woke up at 8 o'clock this morning, crying. You're a little fart, aren't you? I say, picking up the baby off her lap. I stick out my tongue and make a noise when I blow out. He starts giggling. Then I kiss him on top of the forehead. His mouth is covered in mashed apples, oats, and the whiff of cinnamon. "Will you stop it? I need to feed him," she says. "Here you go. Back to Olivia." "I thought you were going to say back to Mammy." "Would that be so bad?" "It would feel weird, to be honest." She shakes the baby on her lap with a look of endearment. "Here comes the airplane," she says, navigating the tiny spoon toward Kino's gob. "Did you eat?" I ask. "I had some fruit this morning." I'm quickly going to eat something and head off. I can bring the baby. "Where are you off to?" she asks with her lonely dark eyes, puppy-like. "I'm going to visit me ma." "Can I come? I hate Sundays. They make me feel depressed." "Why?" "I don't know why. The city feels lonesome now, like there's an apocalypse." "Okay, you can come." I look around, sniffing the air. "What's that smell?" I ask. "It's that bloody dog. She's pooping everywhere again." "Jesus!" I yell. I open up the balcony door a few inches. The smell is stinking up the apartment. I spend the next 10 minutes cleaning up the poop on the rug in the living area. I then shove 2 pieces of toast in my mouth and fill the dog's bowl up with food and another with water. I've used up all my cereal bowls on the dog. We leave Simone behind in the apartment and head to St. James Hospital. It's a little after 1 o'clock. As we approach the hospital, Olivia turns to me and asks, "Where does your mother live?" "Here," I respond, pushing the stroller through the intimidating pigeons hanging outside the hospital entrance like a bunch of hooligans. "You never told me your mother was in the hospital." "Yeah, she's been here a while." The hospital still gives me the creeps. I will never get over the many distinctive smells. The passing of gas in the hallways, smoker's odour, bad breath doctors, pungent perfumes, cleaning supplies, canteen soups, vomit, urine, and dead flowers. Like the weather, some rooms are cold, some are too hot to handle. The feeling of passing out on the floor comes to mind. The awful sounds of machines, wheelchairs squeaking, coughing, grunting, loud crying, whispering sounds, and families arguing with one another. Nurse Martha scribbles on a clipboard in her hand, and then her eyes light up when we enter. I notice she has a pink pin on her collar for breast cancer awareness. "Lovely to see you, Patrick," she says, all smiles, looking exhausted. "Who's this pretty girl?" "This is Olivia," I reply. "Nice to meet you," she says. "I'm Martha." "How are you?" Olivia responds. "The best nurse in the building," I tell Olivia. "Don't be saying that out loud around here. The others will get jealous." "How's she doing?" I ask her. "She's still fighting." "Has her condition worsened?" "I'm not confirming anything, but I would say in the next 2 weeks or so she might pass. Her breathing is getting worse and she's lost a lot of weight. I could pick her up with one hand, light as a feather." I see. I'm getting distracted. What in heavens is that sound? "They're testing the fire alarms this afternoon, and I thought it was going to be a peaceful Sunday," she says, smiling nervously. "That sound is awful." I rub my temple in a circular motion. "Wait here," she says, walking over to her station. "Here, use this." "What is it?" "An instant cold pack for your headache. Just to let you know, we're doing all we can now. She will go when she's ready," Martha says, staring into my eyes. "You say that all the time." She presses her hand on my forearm. "I mean it this time." A frail woman slowly walks past us, holding a stuffed bunny rabbit. Martha holds her by the arm and guides her back to her room. "You never told me about your mother being sick," Olivia says. "It's not something I wanted to talk about when we met up." "I understand. I hardly think you want to hear me talk about my dying mother." I hold the cold pack on the side of my head. It helps. I see new patients when we enter the unit where my ma's staying. New faces. New family members. A young teen girl wearing a leather jacket is bawling her eyes out. Her father looks dreadful. Yellowish and olden, like a worn-out vintage book. Maybe a few years older than me. The wife's eyes are painfully red as she holds her husband's hand. I glance over to Olivia, who is pale and hesitant to follow me in. "You coming?" I ask her. "Huh?" she replies, zoning out. "She's over here." The flowers are dying beside her, turning a brownish colour in dirty water. Some petals manage to fall on the floor. My ma has been through some crazy shit. I really don't know how I'm going to feel when she's gone. I pull a chair from the side of the sick woman who is sleeping beside me ma. Olivia sits down on it. I leave the baby near the window, oozing in little light. I pull the curtain across for privacy. "You okay?" I ask Olivia. "Yeah. It feels strange to be in here." "I'm used to it." "That's a lie." "So, she's in a coma." "Stage 4 lung cancer. She recently got a tumour in her brain, which led to the coma." "She looks so... still." "Still?" "Yeah, like she's waiting." "Waiting for what?" "I don't know." Olivia notices the rotten flowers beside her. "I'm going to the shop downstairs to get fresh flowers. Is that okay?" "Sure." I stare at my ma in the bed. Nothing has changed. Olivia is right. She does look still, like a painting. About 10 years ago, there was an exhibition on Edvard Munch's prints in the National Gallery of Ireland. It showcased some of his works, including Death and the Woman, Madonna, and his most famous, The Scream. But what caught my eye wasn't the scream, which every onlooker huddled around and gawked at. It was the sick child. I couldn't stop staring at the thing. I would later read up on it in a book, its backstory, and the versions he did of the painting over the years. It depicted the final moments of his older sister dying in her bed from tuberculosis at 15. Her red hair is lying against a white pillow, and a family member is holding onto her hand, grieving. I take a look at my mother in her final moments. I touch her hand. I think of Olivia and her precious curls, her smile. The curtain pulls across, and Olivia is holding flowers in her hand. I can't lose her too. "Will tulips do?" she asks. "They look great," I reply with a lump in my throat. She removes the dead flowers from the vase, dumping them into the bin. She disappears to the toilet with the vase, cleaning out the dirty water. Coming back, Olivia places the dark pink tulips in it. "That's much better," she says, plopping herself back down on the chair. "Do you stay long?" she asks. "Usually 20 minutes or so. Sometimes I put the TV on." "Watch a movie?" "Yeah. There's a small TV beside you there on the cart." "Look at the state of that. It must be 20 years old," she says. "The dust on it." "I know. There's tons of DVDs here. Lots of oldies. Casablanca, The Quiet Man, Peter Pan," she says, rummaging through the stack of DVDs. "I haven't seen any of these." "You've never seen Casablanca?" "Nope. Any good?" "Classic movie. What's this? The Little Princess? She loves Shirley Temple. I brought that one up to her last month. I haven't got around to watching it. We should put it on now. Are you sure? Yeah. Olivia pushes the disc into the DVD player, pressing play. She pulls the curtain all the way around and gets comfortable in the chair. Trumpet sound, and the name Shirley Temple emerges on the screen. I put my hand in my pocket and forget it's empty. There's no pocket watch. Visit Ma 2, crossed out. Chapter 26. Monday afternoon. I find myself at a cafe on Hanover Quay, eating a turkey breast sandwich with mayonnaise, avocado, tomatoes, cheese and lettuce. The barista is wearing a curious-looking black fedora that has a red ribbon tied around it. He gently sits the cup of green tea on my table. I give him a nod. I have the baby and dog today. Olivia is packing up her things from her old apartment and moving them into mine until she gets back on her feet. I tell her I'm taking the week off work. I open up my notebook. The page is blank for today. I weigh out the options as the countdown to Olivia's life being taken away from me is fast approaching. Tick-tock! I hear Nocturnal echoing in my head. My initial idea is to go back to Peter Wright's safe house in Sandymount and steal all his designer gear. The expensive watches, the fancy suits and shoes, the lavish scarves, the tacky suitcases, and, of course, the ridiculous fur slippers. They may all add up to 30 grand, through my contacts, but it might be half the price, and I don't know how fast I can get the money. I check my phone, and Peter Wright's face appears in my news feed, as expected. I can't do it now anyway. There's Garda outside the family home on Orchard Road, and at his other house in Sandymount. Crime scene tape is tied around trees and lampposts at both locations. Fuck. The coverage of the death of Peter Wright is brief. A 2-minute clip on yesterday's 6 o'clock news, and a short article in the papers this morning. He doesn't even make the front page. It's as though his death is of no surprise to the media, and nobody seems to really care. The news is more focused on the housing crisis. The hipster behind the counter is playing some kind of game on his phone. I can tell by his peeved-off facial expressions and his head movements as the key earring shakes from his earlobe. He pulls up his sleeves, revealing his tattoos of an angel's head and crashing waves around his forearm. Coffee stains layer his barn-red flannel shirt. I like this kid's style. I'm gawking at him too much. I blow on the hot tea. Jack McGee does enter my mind, but just for a second or two. I could never ask him for a loan. He's a friend. I could beg the bronze man for a job, but then I think, not a hope. Besides, I would have to kill at least 4 people for that kind of money. Without a doubt, this was my busiest 2 weeks in my hitman career. There were a lot of petty jobs last month. Collecting debts or threatening people, similar to the feckin' dentist I had a few days ago. And we know how that went down. I finish eating my sandwich like I haven't eaten in a week. Apparently, the African lungfish can go without eating for years on end. That's how I feel before eating that delicious turkey breast sandwich. I blow on the scalding hot tea. The tea bag has a slight tear, leaving some leaves swimming to the top. I shouldn't really have an appetite when Olivia's life is in my hands, but I know I need the energy. I look at the posters on the wall of upcoming metal bands, stand-ups, poetry readings, protests, and bold statements like, "Life is too short to wait." I scroll through my contacts on my phone, which aren't many, and Jerry's name appears. I give him a call. Simone is resting beside me under the table. The baby is sleeping in the stroller. The phone rings out. "Hello?" I say. "Patrick," he responds. "How are things?" "Busy, man." "I need a favour." "What is it?" "I need you to talk to the boss and get her on my side again." "That's going to be tough. She's still pissed off with you." "I wouldn't worry about it. She'll come around," he says. "The problem is I need money in the next few days." "How much money are we talking about?" 30 grand. "Jesus, that's a lot of moolah." It becomes quiet on the phone. Then he asks, "Are you around the city?" "Yeah, why?" "Meet me at Ivy Gardens." "What's in the Ivy Gardens?" "Just meet me there in an hour." Jerry hangs up. I wonder what that's all about. It's down for no rain today, but the grey clouds are out and it's humid. I go back to the apartment building with the baby and the dog. When I walk in, I see Lorenzo sweating buckets, pushing a lobby trolley into the elevator. Olivia is talking to the other concierge, Aisling. "Hey you," she says to me. "Is that all of your stuff?" I ask. "Yep. 4 suitcases and 3 boxes of other crap." "Why so many suitcases?" "For all my dresses. Don't you remember when we first met up, I had a different dress for each visit?" "You did. What are you going to do with them?" "I might sell them online and get some money for them," she says with her hands on her hips. "To be honest, I'd be glad to get them out of my hair." We walk to the elevator and head up to the apartment. She rubs the dog's ears with her fingertips. "Are you heading off?" she asks. "How did you know?" "I know you very well by now." "I have to meet a mate of mine in an hour. I can take the baby with me," I say. "Nah, he'll be grand with me. I'll take care of him." He's all fed, and the dog got her walk in and will be fed this evening. I help Olivia remove the suitcases and boxes from the lobby trolley, leaving them all in the living room. "There's dog hair everywhere," she says. "And some of yours," she says, smirking. "I'm going to head out," I say, kissing her on the cheek. I pet Simone on the head and leave the baby to his sleep. I cycle to Ivy Gardens, which takes me about 15 minutes. I enter on Clonmel Street. I receive a text from Jerry saying he's by the waterfall. I take a right, hopping off my bike. I can hear the waterfall as I walk on the stones. Deep in the trees and bushes covered in leaves is a decayed statue of a man. I keep walking and see the waterfall straight ahead. Jerry is standing beside a crowd of palm trees, wearing a black leather jacket he's probably owned for 30 years. His face is as red as his beard, and his belly is sticking out. "Jerry," I say to him. "Walk with me," he says. "How are things?" "I'm up to me eyeballs with work." "You have any more jobs lined up from the boss?" People are sitting on benches, scattered around the park. There's a woman tattooed from head to toe, vaping, headphones in her ears, listening to something that has her full attention. Then there are 2 older women who look like they've been best of friends for 50 years. They drink tea out of paper cups. "I have a big one coming up tomorrow," he says. "Yeah? How big?" Jerry hands me a brochure with the words, "The Irish Jewellery Exhibit at Dublin Castle," printed on the cover. "That's a nice brooch," I say, opening it. "It's called the Tara brooch, made in AD 750. Can you believe it? Still in good nick." "Mad, if you ask me." I flick through the pages as we stroll past another decrepit statue, this time of a young woman looming out from the trees. I turn the page over. "Nice necklace." Jerry stops walking. He then closes the brochure in my hand. "Look at those," he says, pointing. What about them? I reply, staring at a pair of rings. 2 emerald rings. Magnificent, aren't they? They are. But why are you showing me this brochure? Are you planning a visit? I ask. He returns a mischievous smile. I'm planning on stealing them, he replies. I let the sentence sink in. Steal them? Like a heist? Myself, the French fella, and, you know Leo. I shake my head. The one with the tattoo on the front of his neck. Oh, I remember that greasy prick. We're doing the job tomorrow night. And the boss knows about this? Of course, he replies. She's the one that suggested the bloody thing. It doesn't sound like her. Here, remember when I said I'm busy? Well, I'm not. The last couple of weeks have been a shit show. Why? When was the last time we had this much killing going on? I can't remember. Maybe a few years back. What's your point? I ask. My point is that the boss wants to calm things down for a few weeks. She doesn't want any slip-ups. The Garda might be sniffing around. Why? Is there a reason they're sniffing around? Slim was pulled over yesterday for possessing a knife in his car. Is that against the law? No. But next time, they might find his gun. The Garda might be keeping tabs on him. The boss wants to do this final job before taking her vacation to Portugal. You know she lives for the sun. She sure does. This job is worth hundreds of thousands. The rings alone are worth 50 grand each. Jesus. If you help us with this job, I'll give you one of the rings. That shall cover payment. His smile reveals his stained upper teeth. I have buyers lined up outside the door the day after to buy the jewellery. How difficult is this job? I've planned it to a T, he says. There will be no hiccups, trust me. This is the last day. The exhibit will be in Dublin, and then it moves on to Brussels. The exhibit finishes at 6 in the evening. Once we get in, we only have 2 security men to deal with. They'll have no guns. We grab as much jewellery as we can, especially the rings, then we're done. A cool breeze blows through my legs as Jerry explains the heist. Are you in, or what? This is my golden ticket to save Olivia. I've been thrown a lifeline. I'm in. Good. Meet me on Sing Lane tomorrow at 7 o'clock. You'll see the garage. Jerry grabs the brochure out of my hand, dumping it in the bin behind him. He puts his hands in his jacket pockets, winks at me, and says, See you soon. Jerry leaves the ivy gardens. I see something rummage in the bushes beside me. Running across the branches above my head is a red squirrel and its long bushy tail. The statue of legendary tenor John McCormack, made out of bronze, sings to me as I exit the gardens. Ivy Gardens, crossed out. Chapter 27. The apartment door accidentally slams shut behind me as a gust of wind comes sweeping in from the balcony. The balcony door is pulled right across. Simone is outside on the balcony howling. I drop the fresh steaks I got from the grocery store on the kitchen counter. Get inside, you! I shout at her. She comes running in, stepping over my feet. I can hear another dog barking from the apartment building across the road. The little chihuahua, jumping around with its high-pitched bark. I shut the door and walk toward the spare bedroom, where Olivia is changing the baby on the floor. Hey, you, she says, glancing up at me. Everything all right? She asks. Yeah, I'm grand, I reply. I'm going to cook up some dinner. I bought steaks. I'm starving. I stare at myself in the bathroom mirror. I can see why she asked if I was all right. My face is pale and my eyes are red. I splash cold water on my face and remove my hair tie. It releases the tension in my head. I go to the kitchen. I cook up a nice dinner for Olivia. Sirloin steak, homemade chunky chips, and horseradish cream sauce. After dinner, we relax with full bellies at the dining room table with a second glass of red wine. Herbie Hancock is playing on the turntable. I dim the lights in the apartment, trying to set up a cosy ambience. I even light a candle smelling of pomegranate and birch leaves. "Now this is more like it," she says, wearing a pretty forest green dress. I notice her smallpox vaccine scar on the top of her left arm. "I like your dress," I say. "I better make use of them, if I'm planning to sell or throw them out." Her shoulders start to move. "You like the music?" "It's better than the classical stuff you usually play. It makes me sleepy." "I thought you liked that stuff." "I'm hardly going to tell my client to turn his sad music off." "Sad music? How dare you?" She takes a sip of wine, staining her lips. "What's in that box?" I ask. "I don't know. Actually, I know what's in it." She goes over and rips it open and pulls out a chess set. "You want to play?" "I don't know how," I reply. "Really? I can teach you." "I don't have the patience to remember all of the moves." "Stop it, will you? It's easy." She opens up the chessboard and places the pieces on the squares. She explains what each piece represents, and before you know it, she's beating me up for a solid hour with ease. "Not giving me a chance," I say. "No mercy," she says, laughing as she checkmates me. "You're getting better, I swear." "How did you get so good at chess?" I ask, but she seems hesitant to answer. "Someone who was close taught me. She worked in the business too. Her name was Diane. She was a few years older than me. We would grab this chessboard and find a spot in the town to play. That could be on a picnic table in Merrion Square, or on the steps outside a building. We always made time to meet up and play chess." Olivia plays with the king piece in her hand. "Do you still meet up?" "No. She's no longer with us." A slower jam of Herbie Hancock is playing. "What happened to her?" "Overdosed on drugs. But I don't think she overdosed." "What makes you think that?" "Diane was never into drugs. She took care of her body, didn't drink or smoke, went to the gym 5 days a week. I even did one of those spin classes with her. She ate well, and always had a bottle of water in her hand." "What do you think happened?" I ask. "I think she was killed by a client she was seeing." "Did he get questioned?" "The Garda didn't do a single thing. He's a well-known politician, and I think he knew a few people who could get him off. His reputation would have been destroyed if it got out. He was married with kids." "Scumbag." "No way she took those drugs. There's very few women who love this job, but Diane did, and she was the best at it." "Did you love the job?" "At first I hated it, but you grow into it. The money is good, but it wasn't like Diane. I was always looking for a way out." Olivia is setting up a new game. "That's why I'm glad I met you." "Are you sure about that?" "If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have got out. You saved me," she says, touching my hand. "Another game?" "Always." "I think I might win this time," I say. "You can try." The game goes by slowly as I take my time. I'm fully focused on beating Olivia. "How about we have a dance?" she asks. "What about the game?" "We can play tomorrow." Olivia grabs my hand as I'm left looking at the chessboard, wondering if I can win the game. We are both barefoot as she puts her arms over my shoulders. My hands are clammy from playing chess. The music is slightly upbeat as she moves her hips from side to side. "You're not a bad dancer," she says. Thanks. You need to loosen up a little. Is that better? I ask, as I step on her toes. Now you're going too fast. What do you want from me? I ask, laughing. The song is over and we stop dancing. I'm going to clean up. Olivia slaps me on the butt. Let me help. More wine. I'm done for the night, she says, handing me the plates. Let me ask you a question. Go ahead. Do you like living alone? I'm used to it, I reply, turning the tap on. You have no siblings? Nope. It was just me and the mother. And your dad? He left when I was 10. What about you? I ask. My mother lives in Cork and my father died in Mali. How did your father die? He went back to Africa to visit family, got ill, then died. I was just a baby at the time. My gut tells me there's more to the story. Did you look into it? I thought there'd be no point. My mother raised me, and that was the most important thing. I hand Olivia the wet plates, and she starts drying them with a tea towel. Have you lived in the city all your life? She asks. Yep. Me and the mother moved into a flat with my auntie when my dad fucked off. I have a flashing image of my auntie, the vile one, a fat, disgusting creature. How was that? Olivia begins waving in my face as I drift off. Hello? Anyone home? Huh? Sorry, what were you saying? Never mind. Let's go to bed. I'm wrecked. We check on the baby, who's sleeping away peacefully. We lie next to each other in the bed. Simone is moving about between us, trying to find a good position. I know the feeling very well. When are you doing the drop for nocturnal? She asks, resting her head on my shoulder. Soon. I wouldn't worry about it. I worry about you all the time. I don't like how he's using you. If anything happens to you, I'll kill him myself, she says angrily. I kind of chuckle. It's not funny. I'll stab him in the eyeballs. Olivia the assassin, I say. I swear I would kill him. Have you ever hurt another person? I ask. No. But deep down, there's a crazy person inside me, capable of hurting another human being, she says, making a fist. You're scaring me, I reply, grinning. Something smells fishy about the whole situation. Stop worrying about it. I'm a very persuasive man when I want to be. He saw it in my eyes. I wasn't playing around. I massage her hand. She looks up at me and kisses me on the lips, then lays her head back down. I hear her yawning. I'm sleepy. Good night, love. Good night, she replies, eyes already closed. Chapter 28. Tuesday afternoon, and the countdown is on for tonight's heist. Olivia is helping out a friend, moving to a new place on the north side of Dublin. She said she would be only a few hours. I feed the dog, feed the baby, and play with him on the couch. Simone gets jealous. She starts to moan, so I scratch her belly. I put the baby in the stroller, the dog still whining and jumping around like a mad thing. Okay, relax, I say with the leash in my hand. She gets agitated. Let's go then. I tie the leash around the stroller, shove a pancake in my mouth, and throw my backpack over my shoulder. We walk around the block for about 30 minutes or so. Simone goes wild over the seagulls circling and squealing above us. I sit on a bench. My mouth feels dry from the pancake. Simone jumps up beside me, cooling down with her tongue hanging out. I pinch the baby's feet. I whip out my laptop from my backpack and go to work. I spend the next hour looking up the Irish jewellery exhibit at Dublin Castle. I examine the entrance and exit points on a map. It's located in the city, on Dame Street. Construction completed in the year 1230, under the orders of England's King John. It has defensive walls, 4 round towers, and a courtyard. The castle was used as a military fortress, courts of law, a prison, and a treasury, ruled by the English for 700 years, until Ireland's independence. The castle caught fire in the 1600s and was demolished and rebuilt as a Georgian-style palace. A robbery of the Irish crown jewels from the castle took place in 1907, and the jewels have never been recovered. Today, they're valued at several million euros. The castle has so much history. An article tells the story of 25 members of the Irish Citizen Army seizing the castle in the 1916 rebellion. I click on photos of the exquisite state apartments, which are now used for exhibitions. There are many bedrooms, a drawing room, dining room, throne room, corridors, portrait gallery, Apollo room, Gothic room, Connolly room, and the Battle Axe Landing. In all my years living in Dublin, I've never been to the castle. The Irish jewellery exhibit is taking place at St. Patrick's Hall, where state figures like John F. Kennedy, Princess Grace of Monaco, and Queen Elizabeth II have attended. I never thought I would find myself involved in a bloody heist in this historic establishment. I have no choice. There's no plan B. Running off to another country popped into my head for a second or two, but then popped back out. I don't always want to be looking over my shoulder, constantly living in fear, knowing that Nocturnal will have his men looking for us. I couldn't do that to Olivia. I hope the heist is planned out properly. If all goes haywire, I might be able to escape through the enchanting gardens, where the patterns of sea serpents are perfectly cut into the lawn, like we're back in the Viking ages. A friendly breeze comes in from the River Liffey, blowing through the dog's fur. I close my laptop and begin walking along the river. In front of us is an offshore patrol vessel. The thing is massive. The sun bounces off it into my eyes. Man, I need a new pair of sunglasses. My phone vibrates in my pocket. It's Olivia. Hi, I say. How are things with the baby? And the dog. Yes, and the dog. Everything is going well. This move is taking my soul. My friend has so much furniture and boxes to move. We're having a late lunch, but still a long way to go, she says. I thought you were only going to be a few hours. We'll be here all night, the way things are going. Fuck, I whisper. Will you be back by 8? Probably not. Why? She asks. Do you need me to take care of the baby? No, we're good. I was just wondering what time you were coming back. It will be a late one. I'm going to have dinner with her this evening. Sounds good. I'll see you later tonight. Most definitely. See you then. Bye. Shit. I push the stroller home as quickly as possible. I walk into the lobby, where Lorenzo and Aisling are sitting down. I have a problem, I say out loud. What is it? Lorenzo says, standing up, concerned. I need someone to mind the baby and dog, I reply. Oh, he says. Why don't you get a babysitter? Aisling says, filing her nails. I need one in the next 2 hours. She starts giggling. What is so funny? I ask. That's a bit last minute, isn't it? It's not funny. I need someone to help me out. Can one of you take care of the baby for a few hours? They both look at each other awkwardly. I have a date this evening, Lorenzo says, smiling oddly. No, you don't, Aisling says, throwing him under the bus. Yes, I do. What's his name? She asks. Lorenzo is getting flustered. Nicholas. Nicholas? Would you stop? She says. What does Nicholas do? He's a bartender. Is Nicholas a writer too? She says, holding up a Nicholas Sparks book. These two are useless. What about you? I ask Aisling. I'm busy tonight, she replies. No, you're not. You're in work early tomorrow. Exactly. I'm planning to relax with my feet up tonight with my bottle of wine. I'll pay you. How's 100 quid? I ask her. Nope, you can't tempt me. 200. She stops filing her nails and thinks about it. I can't. I need to catch up with my TV shows and drink. Damn you. You won't be getting a Christmas tip off me this year, I say, storming off to the elevator. It's 5:30, and I need someone to take care of the baby. I scroll through my contacts in my phone. It's a hard no from Lorenzo and Aisling, those bastards. I open up my laptop. I find a website and begin looking up babysitter profiles. There are hundreds of women on one page, all with tons of experience. I email a few of them and wait. I pour myself a glass of bourbon. I slug it back. It burns the back of my throat. I drink a glass of water and fill up the dog's bowl with food. An email comes in. One babysitter says she can't take the job because it's too last minute. Another says she's fully booked out for the week. I'm having no luck. A babysitter isn't a good idea anyway, because the baby's all over the news. The time is now 6 o'clock. I need to be on Sing Lane at 7. The majority of my contacts are degenerates, from the Bronze Man to Eagle Eye to bleeding junkie Jake. A bunch of hopeless souls in my phone. I stop scrolling. I see a name pop up. I wonder, I say to myself, staring at the contact. I grab my leather gloves and gun from the safe. I place them in my pockets. I'm wearing all black this evening. Black socks, slippers, shorts, t-shirt, and black bomber jacket. I tie my hair into a tight man bun. I feed the baby one last time and change his nappy. Olivia texts me, "Is everything good?" I reply, "Yes, we are doing great. Talk soon." The baby is now in the stroller. I leave Simone in the apartment. She'll be grand by herself. I get a taxi outside the apartment building. "Camden Street," I say to the taxi woman. "Sure thing," she replies, turning up the volume on the stereo. Call Me by Blondie is playing. It's getting dark. Tuesday is quiet in the city, which feels strange. The students are usually spilling out of bars, vomiting on the street, nearly getting hit by cars. "You can pull up here," I say. "No worries." I push the stroller through the alleyway. I bang on the door. It opens up wide. Jack McGee stares down at me like I'm a man about to ask if he has paid his television licence. "What are you doing here?" he asks. I push through with the stroller, the wheels clipping his toes. "Is that how you greet a mate?" "Make yourself at home," he says sarcastically. "Who owns the baby?" "It doesn't matter. I need a favour." "What is it?" he asks, leaning on his cane. "I'm in a sticky situation. I need someone to take care of this little one for a couple of hours, while I go off and do a job." No, I can't be doing that," he says, all flustered. "Why not?" "There's a reason why I never had children. They're too needy." "He's just a baby." "I don't care. They cry too much, which gives me a headache, and they shit themselves." "He'll be asleep in like 20 minutes. "I can't. I just can't." "What if I told you I have an important job this evening?" I say. "What kind?" "Very similar to the Gardner case." I've caught his attention. About 6 years ago, a woman named Vanessa Gardner was released from prison after 5 years for accidentally killing her 8-year-old stepson with her car. The prosecutors made a dog's dinner of the case, which should have sent her to prison for life. Everyone knew she ran over the stepson on purpose. There was even video footage, but that was destroyed somehow. "You mean someone's been released from prison for killing a child?" he asks, sitting down in his swivel chair. "Yes. But I would have heard about it in the news." "It's been all hush-hush. Nobody knows about it." "Except you." Though Jack didn't have children of his own, he despised people who would harm innocent children. It made him sick to his stomach. "I'll be taking care of it tonight. I'll be only 2 hours max, I promise." "Okay, I'll take the baby off you. I'm an old man, though. You know that." "You're really milking the old age thing, aren't you? He's fed, changed, and now he's asleep," I say, looking into the stroller. "You're doing me a favour," I say, slapping his back. Jack leans back in his chair. It makes a squeaking sound. The baby moves in the stroller. I make a shush gesture as I walk backward out of the bike shop. Jack's arms are folded, eyes wide open, afraid to make a move. Babysitter. Crossed out. Chapter 29. Sing Lane is only down the road from the bike shop. I cross Harrington Street. To my right is a primary school, and next door to that is St. Kevin's Church, a Gothic building with stunning grisaille stained glass. On a wall is a mural of George Bernard Shaw with his bushy beard and glorious moustache spread across the surface. Across the street there's a large plaque that reads, "Bernard Shaw, author of many plays, was born in this house, 26 July 1856. The house looks vacant, and the blue paint on the front door is chipped away and battered up. The curtains are old and ragged in the windows. I take a right onto Sing Lane. I see the garage Jerry was talking about. I walk in. "Patrick," Jerry says, smiling, wearing all black. "Come over here." "Are we all set?" I ask him. "We're ready to go," he says, patting me on the back. "This is Hugo," he says, pointing to the French fellow with his big boots on the table. He doesn't acknowledge me. He wears a woolly navy blue coat, double-breasted. Stylish man. He's also wearing the brown flat cap he wore last time I saw him. He pokes his head to the side, staring at my slippers. I hear the flush of a toilet. Coming out of the restroom is Leo, pulling up his zipper. "Leo, meet Patrick." "How are you?" I just respond with a nod. Jerry shows me the map of Dublin Castle laid out on the table. "We enter here at the main entrance of the lower yard, which doesn't get locked until 9, Jerry says, using a toy van. "We turn into the upper yard and park the van here." "Who's driving the van?" I ask. "He should be here any minute," he replies. "I'm expecting us to be done in 20 minutes. There will be one security man outside the entrance to the state apartments and another inside at a desk. We'll sort those guys out and head straight to St. Patrick's Hall. I want Hugo and Leo to smash every glass casing and grab anything you can get your hands on. Me and Patrick will be keeping a lookout." "How long we got until the Garda arrive when the alarms go off?" I ask. "At least 30 minutes. That's why we have to be in and out in 20, he responds. "I want all of your weapons on the table," he says. "Why?" Hugo asks. "I don't want any screw-ups." I pull out my gun and wipe any fingerprints on it with my t-shirt. The other lads throw their weapons on the table, including a knife from Leo. "What will we use, then?" Leo asks. "These," he replies, handing everyone a handgun. I don't recognize the brand. "I want everyone to wear gloves." He hands Leo and Hugo a pair. "I have my own," I say, putting my leather gloves on. A white van pulls into the garage. It has the name Barry Electric on the side door, and the windows are heavily tinted. "Let's go," Jerry says. I place the gun in my pocket. Jerry slides the door open. Hugo and Leo jump in the back. I follow them. Jerry sits beside me. I recognise the driver. It's Cormac, the one who thinks he's a fucking graffiti artist. He turns his head, giving me a devilish smile. We're on the move. This heist is already making me feel sick. Camden Street. Jerry reaches into a black duffel bag and tosses Hugo and Leo each a mask. "Put them on," he says. He hands me one too. "What are these?" Hugo asks. "We need disguises, don't we?" "I'm not wearing this," Leo says, the face of Enya in his hand. "Just wear the fucking thing," Jerry shouts. Hugo puts on his mask. Bono, with his iconic shades. "Here, swap with me," Leo says to me, grabbing my mask. "Who the hell am I?" "Richard Harris," Jerry says, as he pulls his mask of Pierce Brosnan over his face. "Who the fuck is he?" Leo asks, mumbling his words. "He was a damn good actor, that's who. Ever hear of Gladiator? Camelot? Harry Bleeding Potter?" he replies. "The feckin' wizard," Leo yells. "I like that movie," Hugo says. I place my Enya mask over my face. I'm getting a bit nervous about the heist as we get closer. These guys are not the brightest. "Left up here," Jerry says to Cormac. "Drive slowly into the yard." I can barely see out of the mask, never mind the tinted windows. We drive into the lower yard on the cobbled pavement, passing the chapel and record tower. We enter the upper yard. Everyone has their guns out. The van stops. Cormac rolls down his window. Through the holes in my mask, I see a skinny security guard, vaping and strolling over to the van. "We got a call saying there might be a circuit overload in the building," Cormac says. "We didn't make any calls," he replies. "Are you sure?" "I can ask inside if anyone has made a call." Jerry points at the sliding door with his gun. He pulls the door open quickly. Leo jumps out, smacking the security guard hard on the head. Blood drips from the poor man's eyebrow. He drops to the ground. Jerry hops out. "Flip him over," Jerry says. He ties his hands and ankles with a plastic tag fastener. Hugo uses duct tape across his mouth and throws him in the van. Leo and Hugo have a duffel bag each over their shoulders. "Get out!" Jerry shouts to me. We swiftly move on the cobblestones. The courtyard is dead quiet. I see the Bedford Tower, where the Irish Crown Jewels robbery took place in 1907. Jerry holds up his hand, signalling us to stop. We hide behind the tall columns at the entrance. Flags of Europe flap in the wind. "Go!" he says to Hugo and Leo. We follow behind them. "Down on the floor, now!" yells Leo to the second security man, who sits behind a small desk, watching something on his phone. He drops the phone on the floor, scared shitless. I can hear the screams of a football match coming from the device. Leo hits him in the face with his gun and throws him on the floor. Hugo tapes the man's mouth shut, and Jerry ties up his hands and ankles. We scurry up the red carpet on the grand imperial staircase and swing a right. The walls are packed with portrait paintings in gold frames, and chandeliers swinging from every corner on the ceiling. "Move faster," Jerry says to Hugo, who's leading the way. We hurry through the James Connolly room, then into the dark rooms of the galleries. Each room is painted a different colour: lavender, sky blue, and scarlet red. The ceiling features Rococo plasterwork and stunning art pieces. "Keep going straight," Jerry says in front of me. The state drawing room is red and gold, with more paintings. It has decorative furniture, lamps, and fireplaces. The next room is empty, except for a throne made for King George IV in 1821 when he visited Ireland. 6 mythological paintings are above the doors. I get a glimpse of Enya in an enormous mirror, which startles me. Another time, I would have found the idea of 4 grown men wearing masks of Irish icons comical, but this isn't the time. I find it hard to breathe and see through the mask as we move into the next room, which is circular and the colour light green, the Gothic room. I remember from the photos. A place where they host private dinners and balls. "Stop!" Jerry barks. "What's that sound?" Leo asks. "It sounds like music," I say. "I thought you said this was the last night, and nobody was going to be here." "Fuck! Fuck!" Jerry mumbles to himself. He lifts his mask up slightly, taking a breather. He opens the main door into St. Patrick's Hall. He takes a peek. "Shit!" he shouts out loud. We can hear the music clearly now. He closes the door. "What is it?" Leo asks. "There's a party," he says. "Shit," Hugo says. "I don't believe this," Leo roars. We hear giggles coming toward the room. "Everyone shut up," says Jerry. He instructs Hugo. We all lean against the wall. The door slowly opens. Before the woman can take any more steps into the room, Hugo grabs her, covering her mouth with his hand. She's about 20, drunk, wearing a sparkly dress. The dark-haired girl drops her champagne glass on the green rug beneath them. Hugo ties her hands up, and Leo tapes her mouth. She puts up a fight, but struggles. Then Leo smacks her on the back of the head with his gun. She's knocked out cold. Hugo drags her body to the side. He ties up her feet. I look into the hall. I count approximately 15 people, including 3 bartenders. I say to Jerry, "There's an exit at the end of the hall. We need to block it." Jerry removes his phone and shows me the map of the building. I examine it. "Give me 2 minutes," I say to him. "Use these for the doors," Jerry says, handing me 2 plastic tag fasteners. I make my way through the corridors, where photos of the presidents of Ireland are hanging on the wall. My face is sweating in the mask, and my hands are clammy. I get to the other side of the hall. I close the doors and tie the handles on the outside. I head back to the Gothic room. The woman is left in the Wedgwood room, tied up, squirming on the floor, slowly coming around after getting smacked on the head. The room is in the painted blue and white. Dampness is in the air. I look up and see a small glass-domed roof. Little light shines through. The girl cries out as blood trickles down the side of her neck. I keep moving. "Ready?" Jerry asks. I nod. Jerry barges in with his Pierce Brosnan mask pulled down and yells, "Everybody on the fucking floor!" Hugo and Leo start grabbing people and throwing them on the floor. A couple try to leg it out the exit doors, but Leo pulls the girl's hair, throwing her against a wall. "Don't try anything smart, fuckers." Men in tuxedos have a look of horror on their faces. Women drop their champagne glasses in a panic. Jerry hands Leo and Hugo each a crowbar. They start smashing the glass cases, filled with jewellery. Broken glass explodes everywhere as the 2 dump necklaces, earrings, brooches, bracelets, anything they can get their hands into the duffel bags. The alarms go off, making siren sounds. The hall is decked out in navy blue carpet. The columns painted gold. Mirrors the size of double-decker buses, and 22 banners hanging from the ceiling representing the members of the Order of St. Patrick. Jerry scans the hall. "Over there," he says to me. "There's your payment." He points to the 2 emerald rings. A dim light is shining down on the glass case. The men and women dressed up for a lovely evening are frightened for their lives. One brave man tries to crawl his way out. Jerry kicks him in the ribs. The man rolls on his side in agony. The smell of alcohol is soaked into the carpet. "We have to be careful," he says, holding the crowbar. He smacks the glass case, but not like how the other two clowns were doing it. He makes a small crack and follows it with another whack. He uses his hand to pull the broken glass out. His eyes light up. "They are stunning," I say, mesmerised. He grabs the rings, placing them in his coat. My slippers make a crunching sound when I walk over the broken glass. 5 minutes, Jerry shouts. "Let's go!" We run back to the main entrance. Leo trips over one of the decorative chairs in the drawing room. The Union Jack flag tattoo on his neck pokes out from his jacket. "Move it!" Jerry continues shouting. My ears are ringing, and I can feel my chest tighten. The van door is wide open. The security man is on the ground, tied up, bloodied. Cormac starts the van. We all jump in. "Go! Go!" Cormac drives forward, out of the yard. We all take our sweaty masks off. Hugo's face is dripping wet. "Goddamn alarms," Hugo says. Cormac hits the brakes. We all fall on our faces in the back of the van. "What's wrong?" Leo yells. "The Garda are blocking the gates," Cormac responds. "Fuck!" Jerry shouts. "They don't look like normal Garda vans," Cormac says. "What colour are they?" Jerry asks. "They're white." "ASU," I say. "What the fuck is ASU?" Leo asks, agitated. "Armed Support Unit," I reply. Leo's eyes are bloodshot red. "What does that mean?" "It means they have fucking guns," I answer. "There's no way out," Cormac yells. "Don't panic," Jerry barks. "Go that way," I say, sticking my head out from the back. I point toward the car park. "That way. Through the fucking barrier." Cormac accelerates the van through, braking it with ease. "Take a right here, go straight on." "Speed it up," Jerry bellows, as the van gets hit from behind. We shake from left to right, hitting off the castle's walls. I see the gardens to our left as we speed under a bridge. "Keep going straight," I say. 2 ASU vehicles are waiting for us. "Ram through them." I hear the firing of guns. The front windshield shatters into pieces. I duck. I look over to Cormac. He's been shot. The van smashes into the vehicles as we turn on Bride Street. "Keep driving," Jerry shouts. "He's been shot," I scream. "Pull the van in there," he says. We end up on Chancery Lane. "Everyone out." The van door slides open. We all get out. "Get a car," he says to Hugo. I check on Cormac, who spills out from the driver's seat. I apply pressure on his chest, where he's been shot twice. "Breathe, Cormac, breathe," I say to him. He's struggling, losing points of blood. His denim jacket is turning dark red. Hugo pulls up beside the van in a Volkswagen Golf. "Everyone get in," Jerry orders. They throw their duffel bags in the boot. "What's wrong?" he asks me. "We can't leave him here," I reply. "He's done for, Patrick. Let's go." He drags me up. I push him back. "We need to get the fuck out of here." "He's just a kid." Jerry's demeanour changes and he pulls out his gun, shooting Cormac in the head. "What the fuck did you just do?" "I'm done with this," Jerry says. "I'm done with it all." "Done with what?" He paces back and forth. I'm on my knees, covered in Cormac's blood. "I'm done working for the Bronze Man. I'm going to have my own crew of hitmen. I'm done taking orders from her. Those days are gone." "What about the heist?" "You really think that bitch would send us on a job like this?" I'm speechless. "I'm taking all her men. It's time to make some real money, Patrick. We could be millionaires if we worked together. The decision is yours to make. Do you want to join me?" He stares into my eyes with ferocity. Silence, for just a moment. I whip out my gun, aiming it at Jerry, and say, "Hand over my payment." I hear the Garda sirens. "You mean these bad boys?" he says, holding the rings between his fingertips. No, these are mine. You get fuck all. I fire my gun. Nothing comes out. Hurry up, boss! Hugo shouts to him. Jerry steps back into the car, aiming his gun at me. You fool! You should have said yes! Come on! Leo yells. The Garda car sirens come closer. Jerry clenches his teeth. He doesn't shoot me. The car drives off. My head is all over the place. Cormac's dead body lies out on the road. Fuck! I yell at the top of my lungs. Dublin Castle. Crossed out. To-do list. The Crazy Owl. Guns. Kill Jerry. St. Stephen's Green. Nocturnal payment. Chapter 30. I run from the bloody scene on Chancery Lane. Cormac is bathing in his own blood. His career as a hitman, short-lived. The whole heist smelled fishy from the moment it left Jerry's lips. Too good to be true. I should have known better. My judgment's been shite these past weeks. That boy shouldn't have been involved. He never belonged in the game. He should have gone to college or got a job, somewhere safe, out of trouble. I dump the mask and fake gun in a bin nearby, and keep moving on Heytesbury Street. I can hear the Garda sirens echo through the streets, ricocheting off the buildings. I bang on the door to the bike shop. Jack opens up. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? He says, holding a blanket. He has a small TV turned on, showing highlights of the horse racing. I need water, I say, dehydrated, breathing tiredly. Relax, will ye? Jack goes to the back and comes out with a bottle of water. He throws it to me. I peel off my leather gloves with my teeth. I pour the cold water on my hands and rub it all over my face and the back of my neck. What happened to you? He asks. Nothing went according to plan, I reply, a little dazed. The baby is wide awake in the stroller. Jack turns the TV off. Did you get the job done? Oh, the job got done all right. I'll ask no more, he says, sitting back in his chair. You want anything to eat? What you thinking? Chinese, he replies, holding up a takeaway menu. Jack drags over a 2-seater sofa you would see inside a car. Within 10 minutes, hot and sour soup, spare ribs in honey sauce, 2 king prawn curries, and 2 vegetarian satays arrive at the door. I'm starving. I can hear my stomach growling and feel my mouth salivating. Jack's beady eyes open wide as he removes the food from a brown bag. We both scoff the food down, chewing on the ribs like vultures feeding off a carcass. I feed the baby vegetables with the sauce. He loves it. My hands are all sticky, and both our bellies full within minutes. I slug back a can of soda, orange flavour with bits of pulp. Jack lets out a burp, his belly expanding as he leans back in his chair. Do you remember we used to head up to the Wicklow Mountains and practice shooting? He asks. Oh, I remember. The first time we went up, you were nervous. You didn't know what was happening. It was my first time ever using a gun. Shaking in the jeep, you were. What I remember was you getting empty glass bottles and placing them on top of these huge barrels, telling me shoot. Just aim and pull the trigger, you said to me. It worked, didn't it? He says, scratching his beard. Yeah, until I shot one of the barrels that still had fuel inside. The bloody thing flew up in the air and nearly landed on you. That was fun. Never seen anything like it. Jack presses his chest tightly. You okay? Heartburn. Nothing to worry about. I haven't pigged out like this in a while. I tend to stay away from fast food. You only live once, I reply. He gives me one of those stares, like he knows something is up. What's wrong? He asks. Nothing. Go on. I'm open ears. I don't know. I feel like I should have made some better choices in life, I say. Are you referring to the baby? That's part of it. I've been seeing someone lately, I say to him. You fallen for her? How did you know? I have a feeling. Just be careful, because you're not in the business to be dragging loved ones into your world. It's too dangerous. My eyes are going sleepy. Crash here tonight. No, I can't. I have to go. Shut up. You look like shite. I have spare blankets, he says, standing up. Where are you sleeping? You want me to tuck you in? He says, grinning. I sleep in the back. What if the baby cries? I can sleep through anything, he replies, limping off with his cane. I check my phone. I receive a text from Olivia. Says she's staying over at her friend's tonight. She also says, miss you loads. Chapter 31. Olivia is sleeping beside me in the bed, radiant as always. I touch her naked back. She turns over. Hey you, she says, with the gentlest smile. I lean in and kiss her on the lips. They're moist. I hear crying. I'll get this one, I say to her. I walk gently on the floorboards, barefoot, following the crying sounds. It brings me to the spare bedroom. Everything is bright. The morning sunlight is shooting through the window. I look down into the crib, and two babies stare back at me crying. A boy and a girl. Then, they both vanish from the crib. I turn around. Two little ones laughing by the door. Their skin is the colour of honey. They must be about 8 years of age. I hear them laughing. I follow them. They run down the hallway and into the kitchen. They sit up at the dining room table, eating ice cream in small bowls. I sit down. Olivia walks in, wearing one of my colourful shirts. This one has floral printing. What's wrong? She asks. Something doesn't feel right. I turn my head to the living room. I see Henry O'Neill sitting down on the couch with a bullet in his head, his eyes wide open. He turns to me and says, What's up, buddy? Blood trickles down his nose, dripping on his shirt. I knew I shouldn't have sold those drugs. I should have made something of myself, you know. Became a mechanic like me granddad. He was a good man, he says, turning away, closing his eyes. I turn back to the children. Behind them is a man hanging from the ceiling. The body rotates, showing his face. It's Father Garvey, his limp body slowly swaying from side to side. The rope makes a squeaking sound. Only God can forgive my sins, boy, he shouts before rotating around again. What's wrong, Daddy? The little girl asks, her brown eyes shining. A cold breeze sweeps into the apartment. The balcony door is wide open. The painting on the wall drops to the ground. I walk over to shut the door. I hear someone yell, Help! I go outside to find Shay Kelly hanging onto the balcony with his fingertips, his eyes filling with water. I don't blame you. I deserve to die, he yells, letting go. I turn around and shut the door behind me. The children vanish into thin air. I'm left with the dead bodies of Henry O'Neill and Father Garvey. Simone is by the front door barking aggressively. Over and over, she barks at me. I feel something shaking. Then I hear the words, Wake up! I open my eyes, and the blurry image of Jack is standing over me. Your phone is vibrating, he says. Shit! What time is it? 9:15, he replies. I need to get out of here. I put my socks and slippers on. I need to get the baby home. Here, I made you coffee, he says, handing me a hot mug. "You're the best," I say to him. The baby is wide awake. Jack is quiet. His face looks tired as he sips his coffee. I try to swallow mine back, but it's too hot. I burn my tongue. "I have to go, Jack. Thanks for everything," I say to him. "No worries," he responds. I push the stroller out the door and head toward Canal Road. Some mad cunt is playing the bagpipes at this hour of the morning. Only in Dublin. I check my phone. One missed call from Olivia last night, and a text message from her this morning, saying she'll be at the apartment around 10. She left me a voicemail at 2 a.m. "Hey you, I'm not going to lie, but I've had a few drinks. It took all bleeding day to move all my friends' shit. We ate a nice meal, then we had a bottle of wine. I just wanted to say I missed you tonight, and little Keno. I know he's not mine or anything, but I don't know what it is. I've grown quite fond of him, and the dog. Ha! I even like the dog. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I've actually enjoyed my night out in the town. Wish you were here, so I could kiss your face off. Now I don't want to leave Dublin. I don't know what I'm talking about. See you soon." The voicemail ends, and I find myself chuckling. My heart sinks. Do I go to Nocturnal and beg him on my knees not to harm Olivia? I've only got 24 hours to figure something out. I need to talk to the bronze man. I need her to bail me out. I stop on the canal. I check my pockets. Fuck! Jerry took my gun. I get back to the apartment. The dog runs over, waggling her tail, barking. I rub her head, which calms her down. I feed the baby a jar of bananas and strawberries. I place him in the crib. Then I quickly jump into the shower. The hot water isn't working for some reason. A cold shower will have to do. I change into fresh clothing, which is on the drying rack in the spare room. I hear the front door opening up. "Hello? You home?" A hungover Olivia is standing in the hallway. "Hey," I reply, drying my hair with a towel. "How was your night?" "Yeah, it was great. I had a lot of fun," she says, all smiles. "How was your day yesterday?" "Yeah, not bad." I have to play it cool. Deep down, I feel like I'm going to combust. "I have to meet a friend this morning." "Sounds good. Did you have breakfast?" "I already ate," I reply. "The baby is all fed, and I'm going to feed the dog now." "I can take care of the baby if you want. I need to go to the shops anyway. It would be nice to have a bit of company with me." She gazes at me, tilting her head, and says, "Everything all right?" I stand motionless. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? My head is thumping, like I'm in a nightclub. Good. I'm going to have a quick shower. I stink. I pour the dog some food in her bowl. I hear the shower turning on. I massage my head. I see the flashing image of Leo smacking the young girl at Dublin Castle. Everything was wrong about it. Then I see Jerry shooting Cormac in the head. That snake. "I'm off now," I say to Olivia in the shower. "See you later," she responds. "Why is the shower so cold?" I say goodbye to the baby, grab my bike, and head out the door. I cycle at a fast pace over Samuel Beckett Bridge for the zillionth time. The footpaths and roads are wet. It must have rained last night. The air smells of plants, like I'm about to enter a garden centre. I go over the tracks and see a red car that's been hit by a tram. There's a huge dent on the doors and splattered glass on the road. As I get closer to Store Street, I get a whiff of a strong odour, like smoke. It reminds me of Halloween. The stench of a bonfire burning away in a lovely green park. Kids wearing baggy tracksuits, knocking door to door, asking for wood or anything they can get their dirty little paws on to burn. Mothers wait until Halloween comes around to get their new kitchens or wardrobes fitted so they can burn the old ones. Furniture gets thrown in the bonfire, followed by floorboards, broken doors, staircases, cabinets, bathtubs, pallets, rubbish, and even a feckin' cooker. Anything and everything. Some shaved head kids steal the shopping trolleys at supermarkets to stack the wood in. Children pile wood, one piece on top of the next, aiming it toward the heavens. The bonfire fuel stretches high and precarious, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Parents watch as an older teen lights it with some matches. Brace yourself. Let the foul smell begin. My mother tells me to close all the windows in the flat. Fireworks are going off above my head, like the Americans celebrating the 4th of July. A kid loses his finger because he doesn't throw the firecracker quick enough. After 20 minutes of burning, a fire brigade is on its way, followed by an ambulance. Burning wood falls. Rubbish disintegrates. Plastic melts. The sounds of a fire truck indicate that it's minutes away. The busiest time of the year. They pull up to do their yearly rounds. Bonfire number 8 of the night. A few firemen eventually put it out. What's left is ashes, smoke, and stuff that couldn't burn. The smell lingers for a few days. The fresh grass is scarred with an ashy patch. I'm now on Store Street. Across the road, the Crazy Owl is in ashes. A skeleton of the pub remains. Yellow barricade tape reads, "Fire line, do not cross," on the ground in a puddle. I lock my bike across the road. There's 2 fire brigades and 1 ambulance on Talbot Place. I pull my top over my nose, trying not to breathe in the smoke. Eagle Eye is sitting down on the curb with one of those chrome-like blankets draped over his shoulders. His face is covered in dirt. "What the hell happened here?" I ask him. His eyes are glassy as he ignores me. I look in the ambulance. The bronze man is sitting on a stretcher, hunching over, breathing through an oxygen mask. "Patrick," she says, removing the mask. She comes out of the ambulance, covered in thick dirt. "He burned it down!" she starts yelling. "Who burned it down?" "Jerry!" "Why?" "He came here and told me he was going solo, taking all my men with him." She bangs her fist against the ambulance. "That prick! He's after putting Slim in the hospital. Shot him in the neck." "Is he going to survive?" "I don't bleedin' know. The whole thing is a shit show," she says, sitting down on the curb. "They took everything out of my safe and burned down the pub. I just don't understand why he would do this. I paid him well, and he's worked with me for years. We're lucky we escaped," she says. "Jerry and those goons boarded up the windows. Can you fucking believe it? Locked us in to die. Luckily, there's a back door that wasn't barricaded, and we just managed to escape. Except for poor Slim." I don't have a response in my back pocket that can soften the blow for the bronze man. I have nothing. All I know is that I overheard Jerry and the greasy fella talking about burning something down a few days ago. I can't tell her that, though. The damage is already done. Eagle Eye is talking to someone on the phone. He hangs up. "I need to go," Eagle Eye says. "Where?" the bronze man asks. "I just got off the phone with a nurse, saying to come down to the hospital." "For who?" "Cormac. Are you going to be all right?" "Yeah, you go ahead. Fill me in on details when you get there." Eagle Eye fucks off, throwing the blanket on the ground. Jesus fucking Christ. Everything is falling apart. I'm surprised you're still standing. Did he ever come to you? For what? I don't know. Talked about working for him or something? I haven't been around since you suspended me, I say, sitting next to her. You're my best man, you know that? I was stressed out at the time. I was going to call you back today. Maybe that's why Jerry did this. He saw I was cracking under pressure. My dad was the brains behind all of this. I wish he was here. She isn't wrong about that. Her father was a smart fella, intimidating, who took no shit from anyone. But you'll always have enemies. 3 years ago, he got shot dead in the Crazy Owl. Now it was up to the Bronze Man to take over the business, pay off the pub, and make a bit of money. We need to talk, she says. Now. I can't now. Let's get out of here. I need a real drink. The type of drink that's going to make me forget this day ever happened. The Crazy Owl, crossed out. Chapter 32. Brannigan's Pub, Cathedral Street. Established 1854. It's not a bad spot. The front of the pub has a fresh coat of paint. Navy blue, black, and some greys. The regulars sit outside, already a few pints deep. We duck under the overgrown plants in hanging pots by the main entrance. The first thing I notice when we walk in is the bison's head on the wall to our right. Underneath is a double-barreled shotgun in a glass case. Underneath that is a cigarette vending machine and a black and white photo of John Wayne. Old movie posters are on the wall, going up the stairs to the ladies' room. I see H.G. Wells's The War of the Worlds. Though the place has had some work done to it, the old charm is still there. The musky odour of wooden floorboards still lingers, and the new cushions on the sofas and chairs will surely be soaked in booze over the coming days. The Bronze Man is already at the bar, ordering drinks. 2 redbreasts, please. I'm not really thirsty, I say. They're not for you, she replies, swallowing the 2 glasses of whiskey. She catches a glimpse of herself in the mirror. I look like I've been cleaning out the feckin' chimneys. Sounds like an awful job, I respond. Cleaning out chimneys? Yeah. Back in the day, boys young as 4 would shimmy up the flue with a brush to clean out the soot, then slid back down, collecting the pile of soot, and gave it to their master to sell later to farmers as fertilizer. Bastards, she replies, her lips wet. That's not the worst of it. The poor fuckers would get disfigured joints, stunted growth, asthma, everything. Some would even suffocate or burn to death. She goes quiet as she plays with the empty glass. Now, I want you to tell me everything, she says. I get a little nervous. I order a Jameson neat. I want you to tell me why you joined Jerry on the heist. I've been seeing this woman. Her name is Olivia. Beautiful, I say. But she works for a psychopath who says he will kill her if I don't pay him 50 grand by Thursday. Jesus Christ, Patrick. How the fuck do you get yourself tangled up in this shit? I don't have a clue. Why don't you just whack this fella yourself? She asks, getting a refill in her glass. This bloke isn't a fool. He's the real deal. He'll have his men on me if I go after him. What's his name? He goes by Nocturnal. She spits some of the whiskey all over the counter. I can't believe you've got yourself mixed up with fucking Nocturnal, she says, wiping her mouth. He's a bloody lunatic. He has his fingers in everyone's fucking pies. Drugs, sex trafficking, guns, you bleedin' name it. A few days ago, Jerry comes to me and says he's doing this jewellery heist at Dublin Castle. In and out job. He even said you gave it the go-ahead. She gives me a come on expression. I knew it was fishy from the get-go, but I was desperate. I needed the money. He promised me a ring as payment. Things went south once the Garda showed up and Cormac was shot. Did Cormac make it out alive? She asks. I shake my head. Fuck. I tried to save him, but Jerry made sure he was dead. He even asked me to join him. And what did you say? I said no. I wouldn't be here, would I? Of course. My head is all over the place, she says. I should have known he was up to something with the French fella and the Brit. I need to save Olivia. I can't let her die. My voice is slightly trembling. I've never seen you like this. You must really like this woman, she says. I wish I could burn Jerry to death, that little prick. She gets another refill on both whiskey glasses. Nobody is inside the pub. You know what's funny? I ask her. What? I was going to ask you for a lend. You're a funny man, Patrick. Jerry took about 40 grand in cash from the safe and destroyed the pub, the only thing I really cared about. What about the insurance? That's not the point. The pub was my father's, and he loved it. I wanted to keep it alive. Silence. I take one of the glasses and drink the whiskey like it's a shot. I stare at our faces in the mirror. We're both hot messes. I'm running out of time. I reckon we get it back, I say, clenching my fist as I lean against the bar. How? Sure, he took all of my men. I tried contacting the others in the country. They're not answering. Not all of them. You got me and Eagle Eye. Are you mad? He could be gone by now, she says. She slowly drinks the whiskey. Did Jerry say anything else back in the Crazy Owl? Nothing else, except that he was getting out fast. If he's going after all my men, that means he's working with some big shot abroad. Maybe UK or somewhere in Europe. He got greedy. I just never thought he would have the bottle to do something like this. I think back on all the pointless conversations I've had with Jerry. The waffling on about the weather, politics, traffic, and the cost of a pint. Doesn't Jerry own a boat? I ask her. I don't have a clue. I remember him raving on about a motor yacht he was buying a month ago. Why would he be buying a boat? She shrugs her shoulders. It's too risky to go by air, and the Garda will be swarming all over the ports. A yacht would be the perfect escape. Wales is only 3 hours away by sea. He has to leave Ireland if he's going to sell all that jewellery. If he stays and tries to sell it here, people will know. You might be right, she says. There's only one place he could have bought the boat. Where? Dunleary Marina, I reply, staring into the bronze man's eyes, which are wide open, glossy. How about we chance our arm and get your money back? She lashes the rest of the whiskey back, sending me a wicked smile. Chapter 33. The bronze man is standing beside me on Thomas Lane, looking like a coal miner, blending in with the homeless. I get on my phone straight away. Come on, pick up, you old fart, I say out loud. In front of me is St. Mary's Cathedral. I see a chef smoking in the laneway, on her phone. Yeah, Jack responds. I need your help. What is it this time? He asks, pissed off. I need weapons, handguns, knives, grenades, anything you can get your hands on. Hold on a minute. I don't have any weapons on me. What do you mean you don't have any? I've sold everything from the last shipment that came in. So you're telling me you have nothing? Clean the wax out of your ears. I have nothing. You're lying. I can tell when you lie to me, Jack. Two can play that game. What are you talking about? The feckin' heist that's all over the news. You didn't go off to do a hit. You were on that bloody heist. Your hands are filthy, and I don't want any part of it. You lied to me. I'm hanging up. Wait! I have the boss here, I say nervously, handing her the phone. I cross my arms, keeping an eye on my bike in the distance. You can't trust anyone in this neck of the woods. I once witnessed a junkie using an electric circular saw to cut off a bike lock in broad daylight. He failed. He was too high to make a dent. They chat for a few minutes on the phone. I can't hear a word. The bronze man hangs up. He says to meet him at Glasnevin Cemetery in 1 hour, she says. I'm going back to my place to clean up and to get the car. Bring that bike of yours. What did he say? All I know is that he's pissed with you. Ern Street Lower. We leave the bronze man's loft in her Tesla, Model 3. The colour is red mica. Talk about blending in. We could be spotted from outer feckin' space. The bronze man is all cleaned up, wearing skinny black jeans, black trainers, and a leather jacket. Her red hair is tied up. The sky is a pale blue, and the clouds are thick and fluffy, and I want to dive right on top of them. Forget about everything. We are now on the North Circular Road. We nearly get clipped by a minibus. The car smells nice, like vanilla. There isn't any time for small talk. The boss is on a mission, and so am I. Save Olivia. I'm sure there's something on that yacht I can get my hands on. Something valuable. The windows come down. We stop at a red light. The air is fresh. What you looking at? The girl asks, chewing gum at a bus stop. Her belly is hanging out over her jeans. I give her a death stare for being cheeky. Dirtbird! She shouts as we continue driving. 2 men are arguing at a gas station. We drive over a dainty bridge on Dorset Street Lower. I catch a glimpse of Brendan Behan's statue staring at a pigeon on the Royal Canal. Finglas Road. We arrive at the destination. She turns right into Glasnevin Cemetery and parks the car. O'Connell Tower stands at the centre, overlooking us. It's the tallest round tower in Ireland. I feel tiny. The Irish flags are waving in the wind. This garden is for the dead. Tall Celtic crosses and headstones with moss scatter the cemetery. Everything is grey. I'm just waiting for the dead to come alive, punching their fists through their coffins, crawling out from the ground as they chase us around the cemetery. Wimbledon doubles champion Frank Stoker is laid to rest on my right, and not far from him are the many political leaders of Ireland. The sound of blackbirds hiding in the trees can be heard. A few grey squirrels pop their tiny heads out from behind the headstones. They follow us. Why are we here? I ask. I don't know. He told me to meet him at Michael Collins' grave. This place is huge. Tell me about it. The grave of Irish revolutionary leader Michael Collins has dozens of vibrant flower bouquets. We wait beside the grave. Jack McGee finally arrives, holding 2 shovels under his arm and a cane in his other hand. You want to tell me why we're in Glasnevin Cemetery? She asks Jack. Follow me, he says. Take this, Lemonhead, he says to me. Jack leads the way, moving quickly and out of breath. We both try to keep up, holding a shovel in our hand. I've never seen so many headstones. Hurry now, we don't have much time, he shouts. We get to the very end of the cemetery. We stop. Here she is, he says, smiling. Jack blesses himself as he stares at the headstone. In loving memory of Cathy McGee, beloved wife, May 19th, 2006, died aged 60. What is this? I ask him. He turns to me, inches away from my face. Start digging, he replies. Really? The bronze man asks. I shrug my shoulders. Hurry now, start digging, he yells. The ground is rock solid. We both are sweating buckets, but we dig like lunatics. Jack sits on the headstone, leaning into his cane. Nearly there, I promise. We didn't bury her too deep. How deep? I ask. I can't remember. Jack is being a bastard to me. My arms are burning up, and my lower back feels like it's going to snap in half. 3 feet in, our shovels hit something. The bronze man's eyebrows jump. We're both covered in dirt. I use my hands to sweep the dirt off the coffin. "Open her up," Jack says. The sunlight sneaks through the branches behind him, into my eyes, and into the hole. We lift the lid off and place it on the side. "Where's your wife?" I ask him. "In an urn on my mantelpiece at home," he responds. Something is wrapped in a white sheet inside the coffin. I pull on it. In front of our eyes are weapons. 2 Remington revolvers, model 1858. 1 Heckler & Koch submachine gun. Ammo. 2 hunting knives, and 1 bulletproof vest. "You have enough weapons to fight in a war. Why do you have them buried here?" I ask. "For emergencies. Let's get out of here before the groundskeeper sees us," he says. I'm taking a knife, the vest, and machine gun, the bronze man says to me. We quickly close the lid on the coffin and shovel the dirt back in the hole and scurry out of Glasnevin Cemetery with our weapons. Guns. Crossed out. Chapter 34. The bronze man is driving the Tesla on Strand Road, wearing the bulletproof vest. She has an intense look in her eyes as she grips the steering wheel. The sun is almost down. Dublin Bay is looking tranquil and scenic. The beach is sprinkled with people walking their dogs, children picking up shells and jumping into puddles in their wellies. I send Olivia a text. I'm going to be late tonight. She replies, "That's okay. Just put the baby to sleep. See you soon." Blackrock Road. We're getting closer. You all set? She asks. I have a knife in my shorts pocket, my gloves on, and in my left and right hands are the revolvers, fully loaded. They feel heavy and massive in my hands. I see my reflection in the side view mirror. I really do look like a gunslinger. The beard is bushier, wilder, showing signs of a madman, my moustache twisted at the ends. The hair in my head is greasy, tied back in a ponytail. What about you? I ask. The machine gun is sitting on her lap. All she's missing is a pair of big shades and a toothpick dangling from her lips. She would look like an FBI agent. Just got news from Eagle Eye, she says, checking her phone. He went to the hospital to identify the body, Cormac's body. He's going to be pissed with me. He was close to that boy. He once said to me, Cormac is like Patrick when he started out, a scared little boy. Now look at him. Where's Eagle Eye now? I ask. He's on his way. I told him to bring his rifle. Seems like we all want Jerry dead. We have to be careful, though. The French fella is a dangerous man. His kill list is longer than all of ours put together. The sky is getting darker, but the clouds have a pink and orange hue to them. A bitter breeze enters the car. She closes the windows. Sea Point Avenue. There's a tiny beach ahead and Martello Tower. Eagle Eye will be close by, on the harbour. Turn right onto Harbour Road, says the navigation system in her calming voice. Park over there, I say to the bronze man, directing her away from the marina. This car is too flashy. If we get too close, they'll recognise it. We get out of the Tesla. The bronze man has her gun down by her side. Hold on. We can't just go barging in and shooting up the place. We need a strategy. That's exactly what we're going to do. Shoot up the joint. I grab her by the arm. Stop. How about you hang back and I get a few shots off first? This isn't the Old West. She looks at my guns. Her phone makes a sound. Just received a text from Eagle Eye. He's on top of the billboard. We look around. Over there, she says. I look up and see a man in a wetsuit surfing brutal waves with the caption, "Visit County Mayo." Under the billboard, lying on his belly, is Eagle Eye, ready to kill. The bronze man calls him. "Can he see anything?" I ask her. He says there's approximately 50 or so smaller boats. And what else? Nothing else. Nobody is here, he says. "We'll wait for now," she says, hanging up. He could be gone. We get back in the car and sit in silence. I have an idea. I call up the Dunleary Marina. "Hello," I say. "Hello, Dunleary Marina. How can I help you?" replies a young girl's voice. "My name is Jerry Townsend, and I just left the dock a few minutes ago, but I don't know if I tied up my boat line to the dock ring. Would it be possible if you could check on it?" "Sure, I'll check it right away, sir," the young girl replies. "Thanks. Call me back on this number," I reply, then hang up. The bronze man sends Eagle Eye a text. She puts the heat on in the car. Eagle Eye says the boat is located directly across from the East Pier Lighthouse, she says. I get confirmation from the young girl on the phone that the boat is all tied up. So, the bastard hasn't left yet. She turns off the heat and pulls down the window with the flick of a button. "We have to be patient," I say. "How do you do this?" she asks. "Do what?" "Stake out a hit." "It can be boring. But when there's money on the line, you don't have a choice," I reply, giving her a serious stare. I see the young girl I spoke to on the phone locking up the entrance door of the marina. She puts on a helmet and gets on an electric scooter, zipping off into the night. "I should really apologise about the whole Mr. Wright situation," she says. "Don't worry about it. My head has been all over the place the last couple weeks. I hope you've given up that baby." The car goes silent. Her phone rings. She answers, then hangs up. "They're here," she says. We see the low headlights enter the empty car park. It's the same car Hugo stole earlier, after the heist. They all get out fast, slamming the doors. Jerry opens up the boot. They all grab a duffel bag each. They start moving on their feet. We jump out of the car. The moon is crisp. The air is cold. The bronze man leads the way, hunching low with her machine gun. "Make sure the safety is off that thing," I say to her. "Hurry up." We enter the marina. The moon is bouncing off the water, showing the boat's reflection. "They're getting away," she says, moving faster. We can see them in the distance. A gunshot goes off. "That's Eagle Eye." We get closer. Out of the blue, Leo comes running forward and starts firing at us. I push the bronze man into the speedboat beside her. I fire both revolvers, missing him. I hide behind a lamppost. The snake disappears. She stands up in the speedboat. Leo jumps out and starts shooting. The bronze man pushes on the trigger, spraying bullets across the marina. I get a fright. It sounds terrifying. "Come on!" she shouts. I jog over to her, ducking my head. I help her out of the speedboat. "The fucker is hiding in one of the yachts over there," she says, pointing with the gun. We slowly move. The pier creaks. We see Jerry's yacht. The tiny lighthouse is in the background. Another round goes off, but not from Jerry's direction. It hits near my feet. "What the fuck?" Eagle Eye nearly hit me. "To your left!" I shout to the bronze man. A bullet shaves her face. I shoot Leo the greaseball in the chest. He shoots back, hitting the bronze man in the stomach. She drops to the ground. I shoot Leo another 4 times. He falls into the water. I hear the splash. The bronze man sits still for a few moments, winded from the shots. She removes a knife from her pocket, flicking the flattened bullets from her vest. We both hear an engine starting. "Jerry!" she yells, getting up off the ground. Her cheek is bleeding, a clean cut. The bronze man starts sprinting after the yacht. I follow. Then, from out of nowhere, I feel my body get hit by something enormous. I hit the ground hard. The revolvers slip from my hands. On top of me is Hugo. He punches me in the face. I feel his knuckles connect with my cheekbone. I put my arms up, covering my face, trying to block the blows. I move left, then take a hit to the right side of the head. He's tiring out. The punches start slowing down. This is my chance. I grab him by the back of the neck, drag him down, and start smacking him with my elbow. Over and over, I strike him on the nose, mouth, jaw, then move to his cheekbone, ear, and top of the head. I'm a machine. I have a burst of adrenaline. He tumbles off me, all bloody, like a beat-up mixed martial artist who did 5 rounds in a cage fight. We both wobble on our feet. My head is throbbing. I pull out a knife. He does the same, but smiles as the dark blood drips from his mouth under the light. He spits some blood out of his mouth. I hear the machine gun go off. A bullet hits the ground between us. Eagle Eye misses. That's unlike him. Hugo runs toward me like a crazed hyena. He does a downward stabbing motion. I jump out of the way. I slash him on the side of the arm. He doesn't feel a thing. He kicks me right in the chest. I go soaring onto a boat, winded. My knife falls out of my hand. He leaps on me, putting one hand on my neck. I try to push away the other hand, the one with the knife. He's stronger. His knife is inches away from my face. I turn my head, and the knife slices into my ear. I let out a roar. I can feel the blood gushing out. Another bullet comes flying in. It hits Hugo in the calf. His body buckles. I see the shiny knife near my fingertips. I reach for it, and, stretching, I grab the knife and stab him twice in the side. His body lands on top of me. I push him off. I look for the revolvers. I see them on the ground. You little beauties. I pick them up and make a run for it down the pier, bullets spraying everywhere. The bronze man is behind a tall column reloading her gun. The engine is running on the 50-foot yacht. The windows have bullet holes through them. I can see Jerry's red face driving the yacht, trying to escape the marina. "He's getting away!" she yells. "Follow me!" I yell back to her as we run onto the boardwalk. There's only one way out. We run toward the exit. Jerry turns a corner. "Fire!" Bullets hit the yacht like hailstones. Dozens of holes puncture the body of the yacht. Jerry fires back, nearly hitting the bronze man. I keep shooting. Reload. We fire again. I can feel the blood slide down my neck. The yacht catches fire. Black smoke blows out from the yacht. Jerry leaps off it as it starts to sink. He swims toward us, stretching out his hands on the pier. The bronze man walks over. He tries to pull himself up. She looks down at him with the gun in her hand. "Don't do it!" he cries out. "You dirtbird!" she yells, filling his head with bullets. The empty shell casings drop to the ground. His body floats in the water, his belly sticking out. Beyond him is the yacht, up in flames, sinking. The sound of a gun being fired goes off. I turn around. Hugo is holding his side with a gun in his hand, aiming it at me. Then suddenly he drops to his knees. He's shot in the chest. I look up at the billboard. I see Eagle Eye under the lights, throwing his rifle over his shoulder. "We need to get out of here," the bronze man says. We hear sirens and see flashing blue lights on the main road ahead. "But the jewellery and money," I yell to her. "We need to get them." "Come on, we don't have time," she screams, dragging me away. Kill Jerry. Crossed out. Chapter 35. 8 o'clock. I text Olivia. "I'll be home in an hour." Both the bronze man and I end up on Boyne Street. where Clodagh stitches up the bronze man's cheek and my sliced-up ear. We pass a bottle of bourbon back and forth to ease the pain. We groan and moan. The bronze man's stomach is all bruised from being shot. The vest saved her life. I have a few scratches on my face and neck. Clodagh cleans herself up and finishes off the rest of the bourbon. She can't stop admiring the guns. "These are stunning. I've never seen anything like them before," she says. "You can have them," I reply. "Consider it as payment. I'll take them." "I won't be needing this," says the bronze man, handing her the machine gun. Clodagh's face lights up like it's Christmas. We don't speak in the car. We're exhausted. She drops me off outside my apartment. I get my bike from the boot and limp off. She silently drives off. The moon is stunning. I drag myself to the apartment, stumbling in. "What in God's name happened to you?" Olivia asks in horror, wrapping her arms around me. "Remember when I said I had to do a favour for Nocturnal?" "That man is the devil. I'll kill him myself," she says, all rattled, grabbing her coat. "Will you stop it? I'll heal in a few days. It could be a lot worse." "What did he do to you?" "Let's not talk about it. The main thing is that you're safe and we're both alive," I say, looking into her eyes, stroking her cheek. She takes a deep breath. "I don't want to see you hurt," she replies, her eyes filling up with tears. "You've done too much for me already." "And what about you? You've saved my ass this week with the baby and the dog." We embrace each other and kiss. It hurts, but it's worth it. Thursday morning. I wake up in the bed with the baby sleeping in my arms. I didn't get much sleep last night. My mind is going a bit haywire. I'm tired and wounded, and have seen better days. I trim my beard, have a shower, and lotion up my body. The bruises spread out on my body like a map. Clodagh did a good job on my ear. Olivia comes running into the bathroom. "They recovered the jewellery from the heist 2 nights ago," she says. "Yeah? 3 bodies found dead. They reckon it was a gang-related incident. The world has gone mad," she says, looking at my face in the mirror. Simone stares at me as I put on fresh clothing. White shorts, plain grey shirt with a bleach stain, and dark red socks. I wipe the bloodstains from my slippers. Well, I try. My phone vibrates on my pillow. I receive a text from the bronze man. "Meet me in St. Stephen's Green in an hour beside the Famine Memorial." I respond with a thumbs-up emoji. "Isn't your friend back today?" Olivia asks in the hallway, about to put a spoonful of cereal in her mouth. "Oh yeah, I nearly forgot," I reply. "I'm going to miss him." I tell Olivia to meet me at 1 o'clock in Merrion Square Park, and to bring the baby. "It's going to be a lovely afternoon," she says, as I leave the apartment with my bike. The entrance to St. Stephen's is congested with people who can spread a plague within minutes. It's a meeting point for friends, tour groups, and the pigeon man. There's a dirty-looking man with a scruffy beard who hangs outside the entrance every day feeding the pigeons. They flock to him. People love taking photos of him and of themselves feeding the things. I never see him take money off anyone, yet he always has a smile on his face. Horses and carriages are behind one another outside the park, which stretches all the way down to the world-famous Shelbourne Hotel. I walk in with my bike and follow the footpaths. The sun is out, but there's a cool breeze and the birds are chirping. All sorts of folks roam this park. Visitors, couples, people taking shortcuts or lunch breaks, and the drug users wasting away in the grass. The charming lake to my right has swans. You don't realise how big the swans are until you're a few feet away from them. A photographer stumbles around, looking for the perfect shot of a married couple in the gazebo. The groom is sweating in his tux, and the bride is peevish about how her dress is getting dirty. A gaunt of a man walks past me, mumbling to himself. Young teens stick out their tongues and take selfies with the cherry blossoms behind them. There are 4 vacant benches, but one of them has someone sitting on it. The woman turns her head. "Morning," I say. "You're late," the bronze man says, smoking her usual cigar. Slim is standing next to a sycamore tree, blending in, with a bandage around his neck. "He didn't stay in the hospital long, did he?" "How are you?" she asks. "I'm fine. Besides the thumping headache, I'm brand new." "Nice battle wound," I say, staring at her cheek. "It's official. You're a bona fide hit woman." "Keep your voice down," she says, as I sit down beside her. "I've never seen you like that before. Those eyes had fire in them," I tell her. "It will be the last. I've retired." "I'm assuming you'll be taking a break." "Big time. I'm on the first flight out tomorrow," she says. "What about the pub?" "I'll think of something." She takes a drag and blows out the smoke. "I have something for you," she says. "Last night, after the yacht sank, Eagle Eye jumped into the water and retrieved 1 duffel bag." "Are you serious?" "All my cash was destroyed, but the bag had jewellery in it. A few necklaces, bracelets, and this," she says, opening her hand. "An emerald ring." My heart skips a beat. The ring glimmers in the light. "I want you to have it." "Are you sure?" I ask, a little shaky. "We nearly got killed last night because of me." "Who would have thought that fat prick was going to try to steal everything from you?" "He tried, and he failed. Take it. I'm sure it's worth a few bob. Hopefully it's enough to save Olivia," she says with a small smile. "I hope so." She stands up. Her oversized coat is nearly touching the ground. "Hey, boss," I say to her as she puts out her cigar by the bin. "You know, this means a lot," I say, holding the ring. "I promise I'll have my shit together the next time you see me, and that I'll be there for you." "I'll see you soon, Patrick," she says, placing her shades on, walking off in her heavy boots. Slim follows. I exit St. Stephen's Green, passing the tall statue of Wolfe Tone, cast in bronze, beaten over the decades, turning green. I stand in his shadow, a leading figure in the fight for Irish independence, as a chilly breeze slaps my face. I put my hand in my pocket and touch the ring with my fingertips. "I knew she would take care of you," says a voice behind me. I turn around. Standing near the bushes, holding a bottle of Stella Artois, is Eagle Eye. He comes closer to me, his beard scruffy. "How does it feel to have a kid die on your watch?" I don't reply. The question lingers in the air. "I didn't know the kid was going to be there. You know that," I reply. "You should have protected him, like I used to when you came up the ranks. I'd keep an eye on you, make sure you didn't get hurt. He was only starting out. He shouldn't have been there in the first place." He took a big gulp from the bottle. "Why were you even on that heist?" "I was desperate. I needed the money," I say to him. "Bullshit." "You wouldn't understand. I had no choice." "You should have come to me." "Cormac's death wasn't my doing." "Don't you say his fucking name," he shouts, his face boiling as he grips the bottle. "I should have killed you last night." His eyes are black. "Why didn't you?" "Because it doesn't bring Cormac back," he replies. "You should quit while you're ahead," he says, swallowing back the rest of the beer. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You have 1 foot out the door," he says, now 2 feet away from me. Next time, it might not be Cormac at the end of a bullet. The boss knows you went behind her back, and she'll never forget. Eagle Eye shoves the empty bottle against my chest and walks away. St. Stephen's Green. Crossed out. Chapter 36. The cycle to Leeson Street is peaceful. The sun is still shining. A few people wearing sunglasses hang about on the streets, drinking coffee. I lock my bike outside the building. Up the steps I go, and I feel my body might fall apart and crumble into tiny pieces. Cormac's death is on my hands. Is Eagle Eye right? And will the bronze man forgive me? I knock on the door, and even that hurts my knuckles. I'm greeted by an attractive woman wearing black trousers and a bright red blazer. I look down, and her feet are in leopard print high heels. She has dark hair, is tanned, and has a small mole above her upper lip. In her late 40s, I think. "You must be Patrick," she says. "Yes." "Nocturnal will see you in the living room." "Thanks." The living room is old-fashioned. Leather furniture, ugly mirrors and lamps. What catches my eye is the leather-bound books on these extraordinary shelves that go up to the ceiling. The curtains are closed. I hear footsteps and the creak of a door. "Patrick, how nice to see you," Nocturnal says. He shakes my hand. "Afternoon." He's wearing a white silk robe and looks deathly. "I thought you only came out at night," I say. "Behave, Patrick. I'm getting older now. A man needs his rest. Would you like a drink? Tea, coffee, juice, wine?" "I'm good." A little person comes waltzing in, wearing a dashing-looking olive-green suit and brown tie. He has orange juice along with pills on a silver tray he holds above his head. "My daily vitamins," Nocturnal says, sitting down. I hear him swallow the pills back as he finishes the orange juice. It's just me and him in the room. He claps his hands together and stands up. "You put on some display last night." "Sorry?" He walks over to the fireplace and stares at the taxidermy robin on the mantel. "All that fighting and shooting. You're a pro. He turns around and makes a fist punch. I don't know what you're talking about. I like your style. We might have a problem, I say. Why is that? I don't have the money. We had a deal. The deal was 50,000 cash and Olivia is free. You broke our agreement, which means I have to kill O... He pulls out a gun from his robe. No! No? I mean, I may have something you might want. What I want is my 50 grand. I remove the ring from my pocket. The curtain is slightly opened. I hold up the ring. The sunlight spills in, bouncing off the emerald ring. His eyes open. His expression astounded as he comes closer. His bald head leaning forward. Magnificent, he says. She's beautiful. It's worth 50 grand, maybe more. He takes a deep breath and stares into my eyes. Nobody will buy this off me now. It's too hot. Not now, but the storm will pass, and you will have a line out your door wanting this ring. So, you don't have the cash, but you have a ring. You've put me in a sticky situation. I feel my body tremble. I stand up. I'm a man of my word, too. If the ring isn't enough for you, take me, I say. Let Olivia go. I grab his wrist and press the gun to my chest. Kill me and let her be free. I feel my body tense up. I clench my teeth. Kill me. Nocturnal stands in shock. The gun is shaking. Do it. His arm comes down. No, you are better alive than dead. You could be of use to me. How about this? I take the ring, and you work for me until I find a suitable buyer. I promise it will only be for a couple of jobs. Do I have a choice? Come on, Patrick. I'm giving you a second chance to live and ride off into the sunset with Olivia. I make two fists. I should just kill Nocturnal with my bare hands right now. Instead, I hand him the ring. He takes it, placing it in his robe. Deal? He asks, presenting his hand. We shake on it. As I'm about to leave, he yells, You forgot something. I turn around. He throws me my pocket watch. I catch it in my two hands. I'll be in touch. Nocturnal payment. Crossed out. Chapter 37. Olivia is sitting at a picnic table in Merrion Square Park. The clouds will block the sun any time now. An ice cream truck is parked in the middle of the grass. The dog comes running over to me. I bend over. She starts licking my face. I thought the dog needed a walk, she says. How's this little troublemaker? I say, picking up the baby from the stroller. He's been pooping all day. You're a big old bully, I say to him in my arms. How is everything? Good. It couldn't be better. And your friend? Who? The one who owns the baby. Oh, yeah. I'm meeting him today. My heart is a little sore, but the baby has to go back to his mother. Yes, he'll be fatherless, but I know the baby isn't mine to keep. It's going to be sad to see him go, she says, taking him from my hands. I'm going to miss this pooping machine. And he's constant crying. I don't mind that. She puts him back in the stroller. The dog lies in the grass, breathing heavily. I sit beside Olivia. Are you back in work today? Nope. The boss gave me a few weeks off. That was nice of him. So, you're going to hang about in Ireland before you leave me? I ask her. I was thinking long and hard about it, but I think I want to stay in Dublin, she says. My stomach flutters. That's good news. I was thinking of taking a vacation. Where? She says excitedly. Somewhere hot, I reply. I would love some company, I say to her. She leans in and kisses me on the lips and smiles. Ouch, my ear. I try to smile, but it hurts. My poor baby. We both stand up at the same time and start walking on the soft grass. She pushes the stroller, and I push my bike. The dog doesn't even need a leash. She just knows to follow. This concludes The Lemon Man by Keith Bruton.